Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're doing, go and get that. Let me respond. You can come on later. All right. So we are going to talk about education. The importance of education, why you should not listen to people telling you not to get your education, and all of that. Um, I've I'll have what Black women are having. More education, please, and don't hold the self-sabotaging Black men. I think I saw. Hey, Ivy. Um, I think I saw Uppity Unicorn. Did I see Uppity Unicorn? Yeah, Uppity Fruit Corn. Hey, how are you? We've missed you. We've missed you. Hope all is well. Ah, I've been stressed. Y'all, this internet, the internet has stressed me out. All right. So, so. Does Hafiz know you have that? What do you mean? This is not. Yeah, we. Oh, I just forgot. I needed to do something. I forgot I needed to do something. Literally, I've been. Erica. Oh my God, it didn't work. Ah, my God, it did not work. This is ridiculous. Hey everyone, I'm smiling, but I definitely forgot to turn something off, and I don't know how to turn it off. Give me 2 seconds. I'm still talking, but let's see. Um, custom uh, slow mode. I don't think we need to turn on slow mode, honestly. Um, it did not work. All right, I'll do it for the next live. I literally, sorry, I was supposed to do something. Hey, team, it's happy to catch you live. I'm happy you're here. I hope you can come up. Um, I hope you can come up and talk about this, because I feel like this is in your ballpark of content creation. Welcome, your karma. Um, Law firm mentor. I hope you can come on. Um, I no, you didn't do anything, Erica. I was supposed to turn something off, and I thought I did, but apparently I did not. Um, apparently I did not. Ah, that's so annoying. That is so annoying. I literally thought it was off because what might the whatever. I no need to talk about it now. I'll do it next time for the next live. All right. So, education. Why it's important, why you need to have it, why you shouldn't listen to anyone telling you um, you should not go get it, right? There's a couple of things. Themis forgot to turn off the drip before starting the live. All right, let me just say, I do appreciate the super chats, but for this live, can we instead of super chatting, can you guys come up? And let's try not to super chat for the I there's a feature on here that I thought I knew how to use, but apparently I just literally messed it up. Or maybe it's if I'm going through the YouTube app itself and not through StreamYard. I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, like instead of super chatting, just come up and we're gonna have a conversation. I have some videos that I need to show you of why it is super, super important that you do not listen to anyone tell you anything about your education. Someone said, turn my. It's in the studio, Erica said. Um, do I go to analytics, monetization? It's off. Like I literally click off in there. Um, this is so annoying. Not you. I thought I did research and I thought I knew how to do what I wanted to do, but it's fine. I don't. I'm not gonna. Thank you, Erica. Erica said she'll show me later. Thank you. Saying thank you, thanks to you in advance, and for all the energy and time you expend to us. We love you. We disagree somewhat politically, but you have taught me so much to see through everything. Your heart is good. Oh, I appreciate that. I do think I disagree with a lot of people on here politically, which is going to be very interesting when we start digging into political conversation. So I'm kind of excited about that. All right. The light seems really harsh, doesn't it? Is that better? I feel like that's better. I feel like that light was really harsh. All right. Now it looks foggy. Who cares? Thank you, Melinda. I really do appreciate you. And I'm going to just ignore how I look because I look a mess, I feel like. And it is what it is. All right. Let's get into the video. This was the preliminary stuff. I wanted to do something, but I can't do it right now, so we'll do it on the next stream. All right, welcome everyone to all 500 people in here. I do appreciate you for coming. This might be a smaller live stream, which I really do appreciate because it allows for more intimacy in terms of our ability to communicate. So yeah, and I will explain something about why you cannot find the other live stream that I did a couple of days ago. All right. There were multiple times where I said during the live stream with Jonathan that it would be available publicly for public consumption. That's one thing. There has also been multiple times where I said I would stop privating my live streams based on what people are saying on here because I did not want to be too paternalistic. Those, when I said them, they were true. Obviously, they're not true now. So why is that? The question about what the right thing to do is one that has always been easy in my mind for me in my real life. But in terms of content creation on YouTube, I don't think YouTube should go as far as to cause issues and mess up someone's life, right? And a lot of the things that were said online, I think people do it in a sort of cavalier way. And then when we go home and we have a moment to step away from the camera and the mic, good people, people with sense, reflect and realize that maybe they overshared in that moment. Now, the question always comes up for myself: is it my responsibility to take care of people who might not be in the right place to take care of themselves, and protect themselves and protect their families? And I think the balance of when it becomes the content creators, when it's their responsibility, is a question that is not easily answered, right? Like it's not always the same answer for every single time that it happens. And so for me, I'm trying to create a good balance where I can provide the content and I can provide the atmosphere for sharing, but I will not engage in content creation that could cause, or not intentionally, but that I know will have a negative impact on people, right? And why I took that down, let's get to the meat. I told Jonathan multiple times through because I saw it in the chat, to come on camera. I told him to come on camera. I told him to come on camera. I told him to come on camera. And there was a point at which he did come on camera. There is now a face, and he also had his image in his thumbnail thing. So the point at which I force someone to come on camera and their image is out there, and what they say in moments where they are hyper emotional could cause harm to them, I do feel a bit responsible for what that could do, right? And if the person is willing to rethink and engage in a truthful way, I do think there is a responsibility to engage in a way that's not harmful. And I think a lot of that conversation should have been private. I think questions about his family and his father specifically, in relation to his mother, should not have been asked. I think that it could be very disruptive for his life in a way that he might not have perceived on here. And while 11,000 people watched in the first hour of it being up without being privated, I don't think that it is right to do that to anyone who comes onto the platform to share. Um, what does that mean? It means going forward that um, the people who come on, it might be best for them not to show their faces, right? So that we can still have the content. It means that I need to figure out a way to ask questions that I want answered without being overly intrusive. So that's learning on my part. It also means that for the people coming up, for the people coming up, know that you have a responsibility to present your truth, but also know that other people are watching, right? And while I can tell you not to get overly emotional and say things that you will regret, and prevent yourself from doing that, um, prevent yourself from doing that. I don't know if I'm willing to go that extent and say I'm not going to be paternalistic. And I've said that before, so I want to apologize to you all in the chat for saying that I wouldn't be paternalistic and that I wouldn't take videos down. But I don't, the idea that I'm going to make it only membership also feels odd, because I don't want you to become a member just to see videos, right? And so maybe I shouldn't even do that, and I should just private them generally. I'm still contemplating that, because I think it's an underhanded approach to do something that's interesting from a scandal perspective and only hide it to members, because you know people are going to want to become members to see it. And so even that, I'm thinking I shouldn't do either, right? Cuddle Black Man 2022. I joke about this a lot. It is not cuddling. I would extend the same amount of grace to anyone, including the women, here, men and women alike. I think we should start being responsible with content creation. I think we should be responsible with people who come up and share even when we disagree. I think if they're being harmful, obviously, they get dragged and it stays up. But the idea that someone could harm, self-harm, the idea that someone could be hurt by putting certain things out there without thinking, I think is um, something that we should consider as content creators. That is not a description; it is a prescription. But I know no one is. I'm not telling you to do whatever. I know I'm going to do it. Breezington, welcome to the membership. Thank you. That is who I am. That is who I want to be. And I want to be able to create content and still have a sense of morality, and feel comfortable in the way that I'm creating. So that's how it is. I mean that I also recognize it's annoying for a lot of you. I get that, and I will try my best to figure this out. I might have to edit videos and edit lives and put it up. I'm not going to hold myself to that because that's probably not never going to happen because I'm not about to edit these lives. They're too long. All right. I think that is it. I just wanted to get that out of the way. My voice seems weird. So yeah. All right. Now let's get into the mess, right? The mess is partly what we're here for today, but it will pivot into why I think it is so fundamentally important that we go to school and we get an education. If you don't go to school and you don't want to get an education, know that this is not an indictment on you. Know that it is not me saying that you are worth less than anyone else. I think part of the beauty of America, for me at least, is you get to carve your own path, be your own person, create your own life, right? And to the extent that you can do so without an education, do so without an education. Know that this channel is not one that is going to be advocating for not going to school. I am sorry. I do recognize a lot of us don't have to. And I will invite people who didn't go to school, uni, and who did well, and so they can also be inspirations for people who don't want to take that route and do not want to go to school. But know that I fundamentally believe in the values of university. I think a formal education is a good thing, not just for the job prospect, but just to develop as an individual. So you will never have me, it just won't happen. It will never happen where I'm advocating don't go to school. It does not mean, again, that I think less of you if you don't go. I don't. I think there are benefits to not going, but I'm someone who likes school. And part of the reason I was so vehemently opposed to the manosphere is that principle of telling Black women not to go to school. They didn't say don't go to school, but it is this idea that your education do not matter, as if the only measure for whether or not something matters is whether or not you're quote unquote dateable to people who literally you would hopefully these people are people you would not want to date anyways. So it's interesting because the people who claim education doesn't matter and a woman education doesn't matter and a woman education doesn't add value in terms of the quote unquote sexual marketplace are people, anyone who uses sexual marketplace in terms of talking about male female relationship, I would assume, look, I would assume no one here would date them. Look, if you are here and you would date someone who speaks about male female relationship in terms of sexual marketplace, if you would date that person, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry. If we're talking, y'all said you want me to be honest. Well, this is me being honest. The only person, a great lesson in being ethical. So, oh, thank you. The only person that would say your education doesn't matter in terms of dating you or dating, the only person who would say it Even if it's true for people who wouldn't say it, the people who would say it are low self esteem people who are looking for someone to be beneath them. They are people who are very much insecure about their own position in the world, and they're looking for someone to be beneath them, or they're on the internet trying to downplay your ability to achieve something that they could not achieve themselves. Now, are there people with education who are going to say this? Yes, there are. Those people are also insecure. A man with money is not going to care. A man who is principled and who understands himself would not care. The reality is, if you actually did not care, you would have gone out into the world and go find someone with the qualities that you want instead of talking about the ones who do not have the qualities you claim you want. No, they're mad. They're big mad. Um, so that's just that on that. Now, Demas, you got the anecdotals for us today. Yeah, no. Wait, we're going to get into those videos. Those shorts were very, very much important. By the way, please don't respond to men in the chat talking about anything. To the extent that they're trying to derail the conversation, please don't respond to them. Moderators, and this is probably the only time women are going to be blocked who are not doing anything wrong. If there is a man here that is saying stats or doing anything, leave them. If women are responding to that man, block whoever is responding. Do not respond to any of the. Today is not for men. Today is not for these men. It's not for them to tell you your education don't matter. They have done that enough times in the manosphere. Let them speak here, let them go off, let their head explode, because the truth is you're going to do what you're going to do, and they're going to do what they're going to do. What is that? Statistically, you're going to go to school, you're going to get the job, and they're going to go do other things. I'm not going to say it here because it's not about them today. So let them talk. Do not respond to anything they have to say. They can throw out debt. They can throw out unemployment. They can throw their heads off their bodies. They can throw out going to the gym. Let them do what they need to do, because at this point, their ego is going to be bruised, and that's just fine, because it's not like you want any of these men. Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Demas got the anecdotals for us today. Let's be honest. None of these men who show up and are talking in the way that they're talking are men that you would talk to. At least I hope those aren't men you would talk to. You wouldn't. These men are utterly useless in terms of conversation, in terms of building you up, in terms of adding value to your life. A person who is going to degrade you for something that you have that is important to you, even if not important to them, is not worth your time. Let it go. Do not respond. Do not engage. Do not care. It doesn't matter. They do not matter. They don't matter to you. The only place they matter is the US government that they're causing $50 billion. Like, let them go figure out what they need to do to make money so that they're not costing the US government $50 billion. That's what they need to focus on, not on your debt. That is it. That is all. All right, so let's get into it. Oh, I'm being serious. Moderators, if you see a woman reacting to a man, I don't care. If you are a woman, if you are responding to anyone in the chat that is responding and saying something negative about education, you are going to be blocked. I'm going to attempt to look and I'm going to block. No, because at this point, we're not learning. The one thing that I do hope we learn here is that we need to ignore people who are not good for us, and we can move on with our life doing what we need to do. Now, if they want to come up here during the conversation, they definitely can, and that they can get dragged, and that won't be taken down because it's out of order. They are out of order. Thank you for doing this show and showing so much respect for education. I'm a Black man teacher who cringes at the narrative that it doesn't matter, especially towards our Black women. Please go to school if you can. Thank you. I appreciate that, DW. Thank you. This subject is so close to my heart. Oh, I appreciate that. All right. Let's get into it. So the first video that I'm going to show you is just how do you call it? A palate cleanser, right? And I'm going to put it on the screen now. And the reason is it's not even just your job. It's not even just your education or your job. It's just who you are. If you're doing well, there will always be someone there to tell you that you're doing too much, right? And we're not going to have it today. So I saw this video and I thought, I'm going to share it. I'm going to share it. And I'm going to share some of the videos from last night and explain to you why. I was actually going to go through some research. I'm probably going to go through it from the Department of Education and the Department of Labor. And we're going to get into some stats in a moment. But I needed to take that back because I don't want it to be too heavy on the boring part. I still want it to be a bit entertaining. So here we go. We're attempting to break generational curses and push our community forward. It's a shame that people will put their ego before the advancement of our community. Future PhD lower, period. Can't wait. I hope you already accepted into your PhD program. If you have, and by the way, for people who are applying to PhD programs, you should not be paying for these PhD programs out of pocket. There are a ton of sponsors and places that you can go to get scholarships for your PhD program, right? Your master's, you might have to pay for it. You can still get scholarship. But PhD programs specifically, there are a ton of resources. I will actually point you to some of these resources in another live about how to get your PhD paid for. That is one degree that, as a general matter, you should not be paying for. You can if you want, but as a general matter, as a researcher, you should have someone else pay for your PhD through grants and things like that. Grants, scholarships, and things like that. It's usually a grant because you're doing real research at this point. All right. Thank you, by the way, Christy Love, and congrats. Hey, Think Pal. How are you? You're muted, by the way.
All right. I was just giving you the meaning of life too. I just laid it all out for you, and now I forgot it. So.
Oh, by the way, you're a bit low, but your home, your fireplace behind you is beautiful.
Am I low? Really? You can't hear me?
Oh, there you're perfect now. Okay. You're good now.
Okay.
Please do the PhD program. Thank you. Yes. All right. Before we get into the direct, and by the way, at the end we have a giveaway, 2 giveaways, and we'll talk about this after this video, and I'll let Pink Pill talk about it. All right. So watch this video, and then we'll get into it.
Von Burton.
Tina, nice to meet you.
No, what's your real name now?
Tina.
That's deep.
Yes.
I don't really like older women like that, but I might be able to make an exception for you.
Oh, you like them younger, huh?
What are you doing single?
What am I doing single?
Why you act like you ain't been thinking about that all night last night?
No, because I was just thinking about how I'm loving myself.
Can you be a sugar mama to a P or what?
I would never be a sugar mama, but you can be my sugar daddy. What is it that you do?
That's deep. That's the. I don't do much. You know, I just clip my fingernails.
Oh,
Mhm.
so you're a nail tech.
No. I just clip my
Lucky
own
for you.
fingernails.
I have a salon and I'm looking for a nail tech.
Word.
So I can hire you and you can work for me.
A nail tech.
I'm trying to hire you though. I got a job.
Somebody being a nail tech.
Tell me about the job
Well,
requirements.
it's a blowjob. So Marquette Devon Burton.
Wait, let's just do it. So under that post, there was this comment, right? It says, comes off too headstrong, too prideful, like to belittle others, thinks no one is good enough for her, and is very arrogant, also likes to shame others, others complete bag of red flags, right? And the caption on it is how to deal with disrespectful woman. Ha, got him. At what point was this woman disrespectful to him?
Not at all.
I
He
am
was-
very
he was the one-
confused.
Yeah, he was the one who was being disrespectful. I mean, just what was the purpose of the interview? Because was the purpose of the interview for him to try to get a date from her, or was he trying to holler? What was the purpose?
So these men are using the Kevin Samuels and the Fresh and Fit scheme to build platforms and go viral. Someone said we can't hear her.
You can't hear me? Should I get closer?
Can you speak again? Can you hear her now?
La 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 la. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear. Some people can hear. We can hear. All right. So, first of all, I think we should all divest from podcasts as a general matter, even if that means divesting from this one. Here's the issue. Here is the issue that I'm having. A lot of these women are going on these platforms, and I'm not sure if it is to provide a different. I think I'm on in your background, Pink Pill. I'm not sure if it is to offer a different perspective, if some of them like to be humiliated. I am not sure why people are doing this, but at this point, I don't care anymore. I think you should just stop going on these people's platform because they don't care. But I think it's interesting because I've had a lot of men come on this show and say, these women like to put their jobs first. They like to lead with their degrees. They like to put it in your face. And when you ask an example of it, this is essentially what happens. You say something disrespectful and they say, no, I have my own. And that to a lot of men is disrespectful. And so I don't appreciate, go ahead. You're muted. You're muted, Pink Pill. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just not on it today with the technology. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
It's like it feels like you're just supposed to be flattered and be so grateful that any man of any caliber wants you to give you any type of attention. Okay. And we're all just supposed to play dumb so that we can get down to your level instead of coming up on the level. It is so ego driven, and it's a pathetic kind of ego, because it's an ego rooted in insecurity and inferiority. And basically, they like to do that. And it's giving red meat to the audience. So they're not really doing that for her. They don't really mean that. I'm sure this is all for show. They were doing that for the audience of men who cannot get dates, cannot get laid, never had a girlfriend. They're angry about it. They have no idea how to, and they're angry and frustrated. So what they love to see is the objects of their desire humiliated.
Yeah.
That's what it boils down to. So it's it gives them this dopamine rush. So what they're doing is just feeding these guys with these neurotransmitters of, dopamine, of the reward of seeing that woman that they can't date be put in her place.
Yeah. And so when you hear people talk about your education, your jobs, and all of that do not matter, the reason why you should listen to them is because it makes no sense. Not on an individual level, not on a community level, and definitely not on a national and the country-wide level. It is absolutely useless. The fact is, it is coming purely from pride, as Pink Pill said, and insecurity. Those two things should never come together to create any theory, right? But with that, I'm going to provide for you examples of why you should, go to college. So I'm going to play. Last night, I'm terrible at the little YouTube shorts. What I use them as is just to add random things that I'm watching. So here's what I was watching last night, and I put some of the shorts up, and I'm going to play it, and nothing is useful in these clips outside of the fact that they are examples of why you need to go to school and you need to not listen to these men, because these men, if going to school was easy and everyone could do it, they would probably be doing it. But you can tell from listening to them that they're not about to do that. And it's very annoying that these are the people trying to lead the charge, telling you shouldn't go to school. Demas, my older brother, told me it's called nagging, where they disrespect women they're interested in. They disrespect women they're interested in. It only works with women with no self-esteem, though. It works with a lot of people.
No, yeah, it can work. This is not exactly how it's applied. Do you want to? I mean, I can.
No, you can't. Before you do, I'll let you do it. But we were reading a book. It's a bunch of essays, and we haven't done the full video, but this is one of the theories in one of the essays. And I'll talk to you about it in a while, but go ahead, Pink Bell.
So negging is a way, it is meant to shake your self-esteem and your confidence. That is absolutely right. They will try to poke at anything that could possibly make you insecure, and then be the source of alleviating that. So say, for example, if I was out on a date with a guy and he said, I don't usually date women as dark as you, but you know what? You're just so pretty. So I'm going to make an exception. That's negging. So he's saying something. He's saying something negative to throw me off my square, but he's saying he's going to make this exception. So he's like, so you feel grateful to him, because he's like, okay, you're not sufficient. You're normally not what I would choose, but I'm going to make an exception for you. So you're already working to try to be enough. He's already got you working extra time to try to be good enough. And that's the position they want you in. They want you in an inferior position where you don't feel as confident, but they also want to be the source of your comfort. So he basically punched me in the face and then caressed where he punched me. So he went, pow. Aww.
Yeah. I hope that made sense. There's literally nothing more for me to add to that. So I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So the first video, this is going to be from one stream. You're pretty for a dog. Yeah, that's a perfect example. Or I don't usually, like Pink Pill just said, I don't usually date blah, wish you are. And they're going to, quote, make an exception for that, wish you are.
Mhm.
So here's the first example. Ready? Just listen. You might not be able to see this very well, but it's okay. Just listen.
Why do we do this? Why do we do this? Week in and week out, we all act like we some damn scholar academics who are well trained and just pulling up stats and data and statistics. Like we can't go outside and see shit with our own eyes or ask people and get. I hear you with the anecdotal. I'm with you. I got plenty of anecdotal. When I talk to my young bloods, I literally talk to them from a lot of anecdotal because I done been through this shit and I don't want y'all to go through it. What I don't understand what's been proven time after time for the last 2-3 weeks. What the fuck are we doing, fam?
All right. So this is a person who don't know what anecdotes are, I'm assuming. That's just one. We're going to get into some more. I was watching this live stream. There was a lady on there named Kay, and she is really smart. She was on here with you, Pink Pill, 2 days ago.
Like-
Yeah, and so the way they dismiss her and her approach to conversation is to demonize her for attempting, in their mind, to be an intellect, to have intellect, to be an intellectual. And it's very interesting because the anti-intellectualism in our community does in fact run deep, like to the point where people are being shamed for saying, hey, I know that's your experience, but what I am asking about is the community. Is there a way for us to generalize about the community? And can your personal experience be that? And she's saying, no, we need research. And that alone he's just using anecdotal very much.
Mhm.
I'm not even going to. At this point, these men are Sour Patch Kids. Remember the commercial conditioning for abuse.
But it is true. Oftentimes Black women will have issues, and they'll relationship issues related to how the men are treating us, et cetera, and then you'll have somebody come in and say, well, who y'all been dating? And that's none of my experience, and all the men I know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, so your father, your cousins, your uncles aren't like that. So if your father, your cousins, and your uncles aren't like that, then that just must apply to everybody, right? Like just throw the whole swath. Like nobody's like that because your cousin's uncle and father isn't like that. But that's the argument. And it's sort of like, well, what's wrong with you where you are that you're seeing this because I'm up here and I don't see any of that? This is typical. It's completely typical.
Yeah. I mean, again, nothing further to add. Let me maybe if people went to school, they could have done this. Let's do this.
I blame the school system. I think the school system is trash anyway, but that's another thing.
I mean, I think that's good. This had me up in arms. Welcome, Danielle. I think I missed the super chat. I apologize. All right. Actually, you want to know what's interesting? What I'm waiting to see in the chat, please, again, ladies, do not respond to this. Moderators, be ready to block. It's interesting because what I was waiting to see, because these men, you have an incel when they comment in the chat, but I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not going to say they did it. But they're saying, oh, these student loans, I haven't seen anyone said these student loans.
I know, right? Meanwhile, the credit card balance is $15,000.
Right? As if there isn't such thing as good debt and how you can leverage debt to actually. Anywho, I was waiting, but I mean, we're how many? 45 minutes into the show, and I haven't seen anyone say, any of the men say,
Student
student
loan,
loan.
blah blah blah. Why do you want to take on your debt?
No,
Meanwhile, they're paying their car payments cost more than their rent.
Wait, someone said Sharon. Well, I said what I said, so if you said it, if the cap fit, I am sorry. Someone said, laughing, Orange Bell, are you saying there's no such thing as good debt? Because I'm pretty sure that means you haven't taken an economics class. Is that what you're laughing at? I'm asking you because wait, is that what you're saying? Please, before you make comments, if I say a phrase that you don't understand, please go Google it so you don't be like this person right here. You can literally, like, instead, look, let me do it. I'm not going to drag you, but instead of making a complete fool of yourself by attempting to laugh at someone who just said something that you don't understand, go pick up an Economics 101 book. No, you don't have to go that far. Literally Google it. Literally Google I said a phrase, you've never heard the phrase. Instead of making a complete fool of yourself by repeating it with a LMAO at the front, Google it and say, oh, you know what? I didn't know what this was. I should learn this. You should have. You're the same person who said you would not date a woman with a home. This explains a lot about your mentality. You probably should have Googled good debt. Like, you literally should have Googled good debt before you posted this. And this is the problem. You guys are so arrogant and unabashed in the way that you do ignorant things online. You don't know. You obviously don't know what this is. You obviously didn't understand the phrase. Why make fun of something that you don't understand? Why not go look it up first and then come back and say, oh, you didn't have to admit that you learned anything. You could have just learned something in the privacy of your home, never actually having to admit that you didn't know it. But now you look like a complete idiot because you are going to laugh at good debt. You are laughing at good debt without even looking it up. Really? Economics 101, man. Like,
Reason 1177 why I blame the educational system.
I mean, so much power is in the palm of your hands. So much power is in the palm of your hands. You can literally Google this. Lifetime earning of college graduate remains higher than high school graduate, regardless of Oh, no. Yes, law firm. I'm about to go. We're going to pull up some charts in a moment. Like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this at this point. Because these people need to be learned, to be not taught, but to be learned. Black women often struggle with education debt because their household incomes are lower because of who they partner. Exactly. And even though there is a struggle with debt, there is this understanding that the life and the experience of these people are better than those who don't have it and are not partnered. And even those who are partnered in the Black community aren't doing well. So this idea that you have debt doesn't actually mean anything if the entirety of your life increases. The ways in which you're experiencing life increases for the better. Terrible word choice that I just used. It's giving, I will never date a woman with house. Very much so. It is very much giving that. What's the saying? It's better to be taught a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. Mm-hmm. I get it. I forgot this saying. I'm terrible at being loud and wrong is your true currency. We're about to hear someone else loud and wrong. Orange Pill does have a degree in nursing, he claims. This has not been verified. That's not the education system. That's poor reasoning skill, period. All right. Let's get into some poor reasoning skills.
All right, so from a biological standpoint, women are naturally oxytocin driven. which is the bonding hormone. Men are naturally dopamine driven, which is the wanting more hormone, more money, more women, more whatever, more attention. And as women start to sleep with more men, you see them start to want more attention. Like when you just think about the type of women that are always shaking their ass on social media, those are usually whores. Why? Because they have gotten from being oxytocin driven to now dopamine driven. So the more attention, the more different things that women want, that is more or less, she's out of like her natural nature. So nurture has taken over nature, and nurture isn't just mom and dad, is her actual actions. And she's literally taken herself. All right, so.
Okay, so is he suggesting that all the sperm she receives is reducing the amount of oxytocin and increasing the dopamine, or what is exactly is he saying? I'm not.
Now, one could make a very terrible argument that the higher levels of dopamine in men as a general matter and the higher levels of oxytocin in women somehow causes these differing outcomes. But then he went on to explain how socialization creates a difference, right? So within the confines of his own explanation, he disrupted any kind of biological argument he was making.
Yeah, he was right at the first part, and then he lost me at the rest.
I mean, to say he was right at the first part, I wouldn't completely agree.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, everybody has levels of oxytocin, and the neurotransmitters, dopamine, adrenaline, etc., norepinephrine. Yes, we all have them, and to some degree, this is kind of off the topic, but oxytocin is more influenced in the female brain because when women have an orgasm, they release that hormone a lot of it, and it sticks around for a while, which is why it's hard to forget, guys. That's why I tell you, maybe you want to wait, not trying to be moralistic or religious, but because your brain is literally trying to trick you into having a baby. And it's doing that by making you think that you're in love with this person, and it is also making you think and it's also making you ignore red flags. That men have that level of oxytocin release after sex too. It just is not as persistent. But as far as reward driven and being assertive, combined with testosterone, I can kind of see the theory, but then the rest, he lost me. That's all.
Yeah. And so when women, there is in his world, there is a biological imperative that cannot be overcome, yet it is being overcome in his same world, right? Mm-hmm. And the whole theory falls apart because in his explanation, he's saying women can become, quote unquote, more dopamine driven. So if socialization can cause there to be an issue, then maybe it's not completely biological and that women are driven by, look, I feel like I had to stop myself. I feel like I'm spending too much time explaining something that Mr. Let Go said. I'm not about to do that. All I'm showing you is why you need to go to school and not depend on these people to teach you anything about anything. They cannot teach. Literally, he said he is an attachment coach.
Oh my God.
On this live. And they said, oh, this has to do with psychology, right? And he was like, yes, fine, great, you're doing good. Someone said, wait, where did you get your credentials? He was like, oh, I read 70 books. Period. So you just read some books and you decided this is what you're going to do, period.
Mm-hmm. He saw some YouTube videos.
Yeah.
He read that book Attached.
Yeah.
And he's like, he's an expert now.
I work for Big Law in Manhattan. First year associate starting in 2 weeks, fresh out of law school. Hey, welcome to Big Law. Well, I do not put your salary out there, Foxy. Thank you. I've removed your comment. I would actually retract this. I don't think you should, whatever. I think Big Law.
I just want to say, congratulations, girl. Though. Woo!
Here, though, Big Law, you can just Google it and the pay scale doesn't change. So, like, it is what it is. But congrats. Welcome to the Big Law Live. It's not fun, but I hope you like it. It is really not fun, but I congrats. Congrats to you.
I love it.
All right.
That's
So,
what I'm talking about.
yeah, no, these women are out here doing the thing while these men are sitting on podcasts.
This is why they're mad. I mean, like literally, they're like, well, you know, that means if I can't control her through money, and if she just wants sex and she can get it anytime she wants, well, what do I do? What, you know, and that's the crux of all of this, is that I need to be needed. And like everybody wants to be needed. I get it. We're human. We want to be needed, but their need is out of control and out of a need to dominate, and to feel more masculine. We all need companionship. Humans, you know, we're designed to want to be social. That's just, you know, who we are. But I feel like they just need this dynamic. You can't do better than me. If you do better than me, then I can't control you. I mean, that's really what it is.
Oh, yeah.
If I can't control your purse, then I can't control you. And then I can't dominate so that I can feel good about myself.
Why do you think slaves were prevented from getting an education?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, no, well, you don't have to answer. It's more of a rhetorical question.
Okay, I was like, well, I don't know. Some Black folks still think that they can't get an education.
I mean, I've heard someone came on here the other day and said getting an education is feeding into the white man's narrative, right?
Okay.
So I do think we should sit with this, right? Why was it, and why is it that when you're controlling someone, and particularly we can use slavery, why do you think these people weren't given an education? Because education allows for choice, freedom, and it broadens your perspective. We have, even with education, we're still very limited in our perspective, but it widens our understanding, not just of ourselves, but of the world and how to interact with people. This is way more than getting a job. It's way more than the economic benefit that comes from an education. It is about an experience that in the world and the structure that we currently have, it allows you to operate in it well, or at least better than if you didn't have it. And if you can successfully get through an undergraduate education, this is about agency. It is about discipline. It is about applying yourself. It is about a lot of skills that are obviously transferable and useful in a job setting, but also for personal growth. And so for me, and by the way, this is not to put down people without an education. You can do well. I am speaking from the perspective that I know and that I push, and that is an education. If you think I'm giving advice, the one advice I will continue to give is get an education. All right.
Can I tell a quick story?
Yeah, please. Wait, can I read this and then you tell your story?
Yeah.
Because both men and women have those hormones. Yes, they can be increased in a variety of ways. Yes, hugs, dance, watch a movie. Absolutely. Therefore, happy. Yeah, I mean, tell Mr. Let Go this, because anyway, go ahead, Pink Bell. Thank you, by the way.
Okay, so I went to one of the worst high schools in the valley where I lived, in the Antelope Valley. Like if it was a scale from 1 to 10, and it's called the API score. Highest is a 10, the lowest is a 1. The high school I graduated from, Antelope Valley High School, was a 1. They did not prep you to go to college. They kind of steered you towards trades, etc. When I graduated there, I don't even know. I mean, they just kind of it's a mill. They just push you through. And I thought, I'm assistant manager at close time. Me getting money. I know how to balance a checkbook. I can pay my half of the rent. I don't need to go to college. There's everything I need to know, I know. And then a couple years passed, and I wasn't working at close time anymore. I was working at the Limited, and I was in management at the Limited, and I was making better money, and I could pay my rent, and I, had disposable income. You know what started happening? I was working at the Limited in Santa Monica, and on Santa Monica Pier, and I had to work weekends, I had to work holidays, Sundays, no weekends off. The women would just saunter in on a Saturday from the beach, look at the clothes, pick up the clothes, try the clothes. I want to try this, and that, not even look at the price tags. I was like, I want to be that chick who walks in from Santa Monica Pier and looks at these mid to very high price clothes, tries them on, doesn't fret about the price tag, and just goes about her way and gets back on the Ferris wheel. I need to be that woman. What? And I was like, I looked at where I was. Retail is such a dead end job. Like, they get you because it can pay well when you get to management, kind of well. But if thinking it through, there is really no way of mobility except to be like a district manager. And that's even more work. That's even more travel. It's terrible. So I was like, you know what? I need to go back to school because I'm a dummy. And then another thing, I joined a church. I joined a youth group at a church, Faithful Central. You guys might have heard of it. And everybody in there was college educated. There was girls in there my age who graduated from college and they bought their first Subway shop. And I was sitting there like, I am so ignorant. I am such a fool. Like, I don't know. They would have these conversations that I couldn't contribute to. This is what it's like when you don't have an education, when you don't have that elevated experience. You're like the outside looking in. And for me, I looked at it myself and I said, I want that. So let me pursue that. But other people will look at that and be like, you think you're better than me. Who do you think you are? And instead of being like, I want to be like this too, they want to pull you down with them. And so I've been on that side where I was just ignorant and then I was exposed. It was the exposure to people who were smarter than me, people who were doing things that were my age. And it humbled me. But it also activated me. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go read some books. I enrolled into junior college, and then I got accepted to Loyola, and I graduated with honors. But I needed to see that difference. It's like if you're around people who are just happy to be in their place, happily ignorant, willfully so, and resentful of people who are more intellectual. And instead of wanting to rise to that, they want to pull that down because they don't understand it. It makes them feel insecure, but they're not going to try to change it. They want you to dumb yourself down so that they can feel comfortable. And that's what I think a lot of these men are doing.
Yeah, actually, this is not in defense of, but it's interesting because as I heard you speaking and about seeing someone doing well and wanting to do well, obviously we're in a capitalistic world, so whoever has critique for that, they can have critique. That's on them. I don't care. Black women in luxury, I love it.
I had my GED. No, honey, I was not a GED graduate. I have a high school diploma like a regular person. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But when we think about a sort of patriarchy, right? This idea that the man is supposed to be the leader, blah, 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 right? I think there's a compounding effect when you think about failure and then women doing well, that the man has to contend with his own inadequacy. And I don't think a lot of men know how to deal with their own inadequacy when put forward, right? And so a woman may be like having a home, for example, scratches at a man's ego in a way that that man, one, won't be able to articulate well because it would be exposing himself too much. But two, he does feel it and he doesn't know what to do with the kind of emotions he's feeling when he's looking to his quote unquote counterpart, and his counterpart is doing better than he is. And there is a kind of psychological element there that, one, I don't have the depth for, but two, I think it's a fascinating kind of understanding, like men are doing poorly while women are doing well in a system that says the man should be doing well and the woman should be the helpmate. That becomes a psychological problem for them.
Mhm.
I say them because I'm not a part of it.
No, I mean you're doing very well, and you want a partner who you don't need to feel superior to.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
And that usually comes with a level of confidence that you get when you become more elevated through education. And it's not just learning the skills and the techniques. It's also the exposure to different types of people, different types of experiences. It truly does change you. Like if you allow to yourself the full college experience, and I just sent off my second daughter to college. She's staying at the dorm, and I'm telling her, it's like, listen, the full college experience is not just getting your education. Yes, of course, I want you to do that. But when you leave here, I want you to have at least 100 contacts in your network of people that you will stay in touch with when you graduate. Those 100 people could very well change your life.
Yeah. Wait,
Don't
before you
drag
continue,
it.
wait. Let me
Focus
repeat this.
Mhm.
Let me repeat this before you continue. I don't see the moderator blocking anyone or timing anyone else, so I'm going to do it. If you are responding to these men in the chat trying to distract from this conversation, I'm going to time you out. Do not respond to these men. Are these women who are pushing back against these ideas? Now, if there's a meaningful conversation being have it. But particularly people saying your education don't matter, or those inconsequential sort of throwaway, do not respond. I am going to time you out. I don't care who you are. I'm going to time you out. Do not respond to them. Do not do it. It is pointless. They are not here to converse. They're here to detract. A lot of these men have nothing to do, right? And no one to do it with. And so obviously you're here celebrating. This is a celebration, your accomplishments. And we're here talking about how to empower the next generation of people to go forward and be the best version of themselves. And if that includes college, then I am here to help in that process, and I'm pushing for that process. If you don't believe college is for you, that is okay. You can step away. Right now, I'm celebrating people going to college and who wants to go there. And I'm going to time out people who are responding to these men. Ignore them. Ignore them. Please ignore them. This is my last, well, it won't be because there'll be people coming in. So I will remind you to ignore them. All right. Sorry, Pinkville.
That's okay.
All right. Now, let's talk about, not really let's talk about, because we haven't really gotten into it yet. The environment we have is not one that is conducive to you depending on a man. Like, period. It is not. It is not conducive to you thinking that you're going to be protected. It is not conducive to you not having to go to school because the man will come home and teach you something. As you've seen previously, those videos, if you're with those men, I promise you, they're not about to teach you anything meaningful.
Yeah.
It is a negative impact on your life and education. All right.
It actually might kill your brain cells, make you dumber.
Yeah. So now we are going into the part where even if you are the sweetest, kindest, most submissive person, the environment is such that you will still be trampled on. It does not matter how kind you are. It doesn't matter how respectful you are. These people are not leaders. They are not going to help you. They are not going to teach you. And then they're going to shame you and disrespect you when you come forward and you have the capacity to articulate yourself in a manner that is digestible to the audience. What am I talking about? Let's go back to the same panel.
Prayer.
Oh no, I always.
I'm already covered.
This is the first show that I'm not allowed to laugh at the super chats. Like literally, it's insane.
Oh my goodness, Logic, let it go. Let it go.
Ma'am, chill. We laugh at the super chats
I
every.
need to chill right now, but you weren't chilling. Logic, be the change you want to see.
Girl, shut the fuck up, please.
Oh, come on, y'all. Come on, come on.
Why do you think that's okay to say to her?
It is
It's so
okay.
Come on,
disrespectful.
y'all.
Logic is really emotional, and I understand, and I'm not gonna.
She said, be the change you want to see. He responds, shut the F up. Now, and then she goes, I'm not going to respond. It seems like you want to get something off your chest. I'm not going to engage with you in that way. And there were people who said she was being disrespectful. Now, I'm not about to sit there and explain why she wasn't disrespectful. I'm going to say, regardless of how respectful you are, these people who don't like you and are anti-intellectuals and who engage in this way, they don't care. There was a whole debate about what malevolent meant, and the group of men at the top decided that malevolent meant you were a nice person.
Oh no!
No, I kid you not. I kid
Oh my
you not.
God!
Look,
You
I am
mean
not saying
they thought it was benevolent? Now that's a nice person.
I am not saying you need to know every single word. You don't. But don't be defining things. Look it up. All of y'all are on the computer. Like, look it up. You can literally look it up before you say it. They all agreed essentially that malevolent meant you were a nice person.
Mal means bad. It means, not normal. Like malfunction, like maladjusted, malevolent. Mal, like it's the Latin. School them on the Latin. Themis, tell them what mal is. Mal, whatever.
I was saying
malnutrition. Like, are any of these things good? So why would malevolent be good if malnutrition, malfunction, all of these mal words are bad? But if you understood anything about what is that word? Etymology?
Yep.
You could probably, and see, that's the kind of stuff you learn. It's cool. But anyway.
I was sitting there, I was like,
somebody said males. Touche. Oh my God. That's not nice. It's not males, it's males. But that was funny.
no, I mean, I checked, that's when I checked out of the conversation. And it's not because it's not out of ignorance. Ignorance is not a problem. Let's be clear. I don't care about your ignorance. It is the confidence with which people explain, like, even if you're like, I don't know what it means. Malevolent, I don't know what it means. It might mean something like not like if you said it like that, where you were unsure, that would be fine. It is the confidence with which people are like saying these really weird things. It's like y'all don't even care. It's like the guy that just said good debt and do LMAO. It's like, why are you so confidently wrong? Like, I don't understand.
It is like, and this happens on social media. If you say it with gusto and you say it with conviction, like, people will just believe you. I just feel like, even though we have the most information we've ever had, the biggest library ever known to man, right at our fingertips, like, we literally won't check. It's like right there. And so if somebody sounds like they know what they're talking about, that's enough. And then you write something, I ain't reading all that.
Yeah.
Well, if you can't read a paragraph like this, then I know you're not going to be able to read a book. Like, you don't even want to read a paragraph. People aren't reading. People aren't researching when there's all the opportunities. You don't even have to wait for a book to come in the mail anymore. Like, y'all, I was raised pre-internet. I had to ride my bike to the bookstore in this searing summer heat, 5 miles uphill. And all you have to do is download Kindle.
Yeah.
And you won't even do that.
It's true. Themis, I don't understand. Isn't more income and access a net positive for the community? This has me question whether or not racism is our biggest threat. We had that debate. And I mean, at this point, I don't know. Because I grew up thinking racism was such a problem because everyone was trying so hard and failing because the system was pushing back. And the question I should have asked myself then is, how was the system pushing back? And I think at the time I would have brought up police brutality, and I would have in a way that discriminate on applications and names and things of the sort, right? So I would have justified, and I did justify a lot of it. But as I engage with people more online, it's starting to feel like there is an unwillingness to do really deep thinking as a general matter. And I don't know how you expect to advance, not as a community, but as an individual. And then we can talk about the community. How do you expect to advance on an individual level when you are not even pushing yourself in any meaningful way to sort of engage meaningfully with your own ideas? I'm not even talking about philosophical concepts out there that are like, what is humanity? Is it being alive? Or what? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your own thoughts about the world. There is a ton of people, and I know this because they come up on this platform, and when you question their beliefs, there is nothing there. It's not predicated on any meaningful, substantive ideas. It's just there. It is just a statement that was taken from somewhere else, and there is no understanding of where it came from. What
But
it means.
Say it with gusto.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I need to do.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. And the ideas, I used to talk about this a lot. Systemic racism. I used to talk about it a lot. And I was thinking about reacting to some of my older content that is kind of like for members only, but I do have a lot of them still open. So if you go far enough back, I still believe systemic racism is a problem. And that's the frustrating thing for me, right? Like, we don't have to go back and forth with this or anyone in the chat. Pre-SAT vocabulary words to black men out of the home. Now, and thinking about it and really thinking about my position politically and really believing that there is a huge systemic issue, for me, doesn't mean much, right? It doesn't mean much of anything outside of the fact that when I think about the reality is, even if the system is bad and racist, if we are to win in a fight against such an oppressive system, we are going to at least have to be educated. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, and the thing is that they're actually they're making it very easy for them to be controlled, because a poorly educated population is an easily controllable population.
Yeah.
The way really to fight all of the isms and things that we struggle with and all of the, all of the societal problems that we have is first reading, being educated about what's going on, having a global worldview, understanding how the world works, diving deep, and just even the process of reading a book actually helps to make
Yeah.
you smarter. Like it actually is like exercise for your brain. Like you go to the gym, reading is like gym for your brain.
By the way, welcome Cynthia G. They don't plan on fighting the system though. Look, I don't think so either. I think we're all comfortable at this point. And so a lot of my vigor initially was about, if I do well in the system, I don't care. I am willing to sacrifice that if it means speaking out against the system. So I come on, well, actually, let's talk about my evolution a little. It's not an evolution because I still believe everything that I said, right? Let's talk a little bit about this. So I came on Beyonce's internet and I saw Officer Tatum talking about how police brutality was not a thing, how systemic racism didn't exist, how stop and frisk was necessary. And I, having gone to law school, knowing systemic racism is in fact a thing, cases where the people in power admits that systemic racism is a thing, I'm going to have a problem with that, right? So I come out swinging on systemic racism specifically. Then I started talking to people from the manosphere, and I was like, wait. I mean, systemic racism is a thing, and we need to discuss that. But like, these men are talking about. These men are talking about women's education don't matter. These men are literally trying to tell women in the Black community not to go to school and get educated and buy a home. I am sorry.
And eyelashes are the reason that the Black community has been destroyed.
Look, I am sorry, absolutely sorry. I am not about, I saw a comment, by the way, I'm reacting to a comment now, but I am not about to sit here and talk about systemic racism where it is such a hard thing to fight, even on a hugely intellectual level, where people who are smarter than most of us on the stream have been trying to fight it. I'm not about to talk about the big monster we can't fight before we talk about how to get us to a level where we can even survive in the system and do well in the system. There's probably going to always be a bottom, but I promise you, we don't got to be the bottom. Like, we are not supposed to be the permanent underclass. Absolutely not. So for the people who are talking about, for the person who, I still believe absolutely everything that I said in the beginning of my YouTube career, and they're still available. I don't hide from that. And if you've been on here long enough, I literally have a video about the death penalty and why it's bad. I talk about the prison system. I am not about to sit here and have you slander me, talk about I deleted I don't delete these videos. They're for members only. And I'm probably going to react to some of them. And I believe absolutely everything that I've ever said regarding systemic racism. For those of you who don't believe, who didn't know, let me tell you, I believe systemic racism exists. I've said this on almost every stream, and that I was focusing on the individual level and ignoring the systemic level because we can't even approach that until we figure out what we are doing internally. So you can take that and go to bed.
It's just it's a red herring. It's a look over there, and then so they could just create a distraction so you lose your focus because the focus on them is uncomfortable.
Yeah, I have over 100K in student loan debt from getting my farm degree. It was one of the greatest investment. Being a pharmacist has afforded me an extremely comfortable life, so 100% worth it. There are 5 people I know who went to law school who had over $200,000 in debt. They make over $200,000. They make closer to $300,000 a year. Yes, It is definitely worth it. I don't, and I nobody got time to be sitting here playing with these men. Like, thank you. Literally nobody got time to be sitting here playing with. They haven't even spoken out since Loving v. Virginia because all they wanted was access to bottom shelf. Bottom shelf. Not bottom shelf. Thank you, Sinji. Wow. Merriam-Webster took black men out of the home. Why are we coming here with this? Encyclopedia Britannica took black men out of Word book took black men out of the home. Period.
You guys are hilarious.
And to the extent y'all want to know, these people are also advocating to abolish the student loan and to forgive student loan. So do not let anyone shame you in advocating for the government to wipe out the student loan debt. I will be out there marching, and they can be mad. Like they're like, oh, why you did it? You should take the responsibility. Please shut up. I got time to be sitting here negotiating with you about whether or not we're going to advocate for something that would benefit us. No, we're going to be.
Well, these are the same people who have terrible credit, who've declared bankruptcy, and they want to get their debts forgiven. That's what bankruptcy like. Listen, I can't tell you how many times I've been verified somebody who has a whole lot to say about a whole lot to say, and you look down and you see 1, 2, 3 bankruptcies. So, like, clearly you're saying, okay, nobody should forgive your student loan, but please forgive my loan, sir, because I wanted to get that Mercedes that, cost more than my mortgage and I couldn't afford it. They're spending their money on the outward appearance of wealth, the quick thing, the ephemeral thing, as opposed to a lasting thing. And then they end up, so the people who have poor credit scores and bankruptcies really just need to sit down. And I think that there's a lot of people in these glass houses in the manosphere that are talking about student loan, and they really do need to sit down.
Yeah. Moderators, if you don't feel comfortable blocking, please time out the people who are responding to other people, like these people. Like, just time them out. I really don't want to see these people being able to distract. The only person they should distract is me or Pink Pill. Reading Rainbow and Schoolhouse Walks took my men out of the home. So I was actually going on the Bureau of Labor's website. So it's the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? I went on there a while ago, and I know the trend, and essentially every sociologist has agreed this is the trend, right? So I never went back for 2022. I just went back for 2022. It has not been updated. So the last update was 2021, right? And if we go there, look, you can say it's not causal all you want. It is causal. And we're going to look at a small graph, right? And this is going to highlight what happens with education, both in terms of earning and in terms of the unemployment rate. So while these people are sitting here talking about debt, just ignore them. So if you look, by the way, a professional degree and a doctoral degree, I'm very annoyed at the ways in which they have done this. And that is because a lot of people would classify a JD, which is a Juris Doctor, as a doctoral degree, but it's fine. That's why they're essentially the same amount, right? Like, they're essentially the same amount. But what we do know is they hire, literally, this is so elementary.
Mm-hmm.
The higher degree you get, the more money you make.
And the more job security and career security you have. And that's what I said. I went back to school, and this is what I tell people. God, go to school so you can pick your job, not your job pick you.
Good. Look,
Yeah, it's like reverse steps.
look, yeah, look.
It's like
I
upward
am not.
mobility, inverse
So,
of upward
I
mobility.
was going to go through some of the stats on a lot of the government website that I frequent. And the reason I was going to go through it is because I think a lot of people need it to be broken down and go into the minutia. I decided instead, I'm just going to have fun because if you are the person, I'm not even going to go through the World Bank, the World Bank opinion on education. I'm not even doing that, right? And this is, by the way, regarding any degree, particularly in a market where some of the degrees don't matter for the jobs that you're getting. The jobs just want to know you have a degree, right? So people, oh, you're not in STEM. I would push STEM also, but in the economy that we currently have, the problem we're having with a lot of people is that these jobs don't care about whether or not the degree is applicable to the job that you're having. All these jobs are requiring that you have a degree, and just by having a degree, you can get hired in certain areas, right? But I'll push STEM, and I think the degrees you get do matter. I will concede to that point. But outside of that, I'm not about to go into the minutia of this. I'm not, because this is too clear. I cannot believe and you want to know how disrespectful you want to know how disrespectful the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistic is? Let me show you how disrespectful it is, right? They didn't do anything else. They didn't add anything else to that. They, at the front page, they just put the graph because it is so elementary. It is so absolutely elementary that if you look at this and you don't understand it, ain't nobody about to sit there and explain it to you.
Okay, and
But
I just want to point something out. This is not attack on Black men, but I'm just saying that I think there's something like 50% well, I won't say that because I don't know for sure, but there's a significant number of men in our community that have either only graduated from high school or have not graduated from high school, and then you look at the unemployment rate for Black men. That graph clearly shows the correlation with that.
Yeah.
I mean, even in a market where there's very low unemployment across the board, they have higher unemployment rates and they have lower degree rates.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what 1 + 1 equals?
Egg. 1 + 1 = egg. Watching this on my happy birthday, Jessica. Happy birthday. I wish I could sing it for you. While filling out my grad application. Fill out that grad application. I love to hear this. This is very uplifting. Thank you so much for your content. Hearing that just made my night. Thank you. Fill that application.
Happy birthday, Jessica. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, I thought we were going. I'm not gonna. STEM can be outsourced, but STEM requires at least money in terms of.
What took Black men out of the home?
Wait, what?
They said 1 + 1 took Black men out of the home. Y'all are so silly.
Why equal supposed to be took Black men? You better sing. No. All right, let's go back to this and let's try to make sense, because it can be very complicated. So the less education you have, the least amount of money you're likely to be paid out on average. But then it's the highest level of unemployment are for those who are uneducated or undereducated. And It's interesting to me, a different world TV show took black men out of the home, even though with great effort it showcased great importance of education. Multiplication tables too. Y'all need to stop this.
It's so funny. They just keep coming up, and it just gets more and more hilarious. I can hear myself. There's an echo, I think, on my. I don't
Oh,
know
you're
if
fine on my end though.
Okay.
How complicated is this? Is it who needs this explained? Let me know if you need this explained.
And also, these are the same people that say your education degree don't matter, but if they are undereducated, if they don't have a high school diploma or they just have a high school diploma, they have the highest levels of employment security. They have employment insecurity. So the same men who are telling you your education doesn't matter are often the same men who make less money and have the most job insecurity. So basically, they're saying, submit to me while I lead you off a cliff. And nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
They don't even respect themselves enough to get a skilled trade. I'm an LPN. Congrats, not an RN. And I just bought my period. Well,
yes.
We know Orange Pill is not going to want to date you. He's married. So good. But congrats. I love to hear this. How come black men were not CNAs during COVID-19? Thank you. It is, I think it's an interesting thing. I think, and there are people who are like, okay, let me address a group of men that I think exist. I think there are a group of men that actually are concerned with the community. Then I think I'm not going to address them. Actually, let's go to the people. There are men who are going to come and say, I just want you to know that the moratorium is going to be lifted, or that there is debt, and that you're going to have to pay this debt back. Those are the same men who are in the manosphere dragging you. Do you actually believe they care? Do you actually believe they care, or do they just want to put it in your face that you might have debt? Think about this. Why? Oh my. Can you speak? I need to plug my computer in. I literally was talking and
oh. What happened? What do you need?
My computer. I need to plug in my computer. Can you read the super chat and respond to it if you have to?
You don't need student loan debt. You need a standing account with Hafez for a suit. And this was by Smiles Accepted, $10. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. All right. So I'm going off the cuff here.
I did it.
You did it? Okay.
Yeah. Not Hafiz's suit.
Yes. And then, so how do you pronounce that? Hafiz?
Oh, I'm glad. The fact that you don't know how to pronounce that is beautiful.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
It is a human person who makes content, and he's selling suits that are threaded with success for men.
Oh.
If you buy his suit, you become very successful. As
really?
a man.
So it's like education through osmosis?
Period.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Pythagorean theorem and quadratic formulas took black men out of the. Now you put a $10 super chat to say that y'all are. It's been an hour. Time for $30. Oh yeah. So every time throughout the you'll know who Hafiz is, because I do have a commercial from him, and I show his commercials because I do want to support other black men. Masculinity took black men out of the home. All right, but so the part that thank you, by the way, I actually wanted to get into education through osmosis. Did you say that? Were you the one who said that? Mm-hmm. This is not going to be a trending thing on the channel. I recognize that school is tough. I was very good at school. I'm not saying I was smart or anything like that. I was very good at school because I'm extremely organized. That is the one skill that took me throughout my life in a way that was productive and useful. And when I think about getting an education, it is very difficult to hear people on the outside telling people on the inside getting their education to not do it, or that it's useless or something like that. The reason is it's already difficult. I think for a lot of people, as an RA, I've had a lot of students come to me and cry about wanting to drop out of school, not thinking that they were good enough, thinking that they were steered into the wrong degree, not sure what major they should take. And having all of that plus other people, I think for women specifically, having men outside saying they don't want you when you're educated, they don't want you when you have achieved a certain level of success in life, I think that can be scary. And for people who want to justify not finishing their degree, it becomes very easy for them to justify that instead of buckling down and doing what they need to do. And so what I want us to start doing, not just me, but other content creators who care, I would hope that we start impressing upon women and even men the importance of going to school, the importance of actually getting an education and finishing. I think it's super important that there are other voices out there saying, you got this, you can do this, I am right there with you, I have done it, so I know for a fact you can do it if you but try. And I think the one voice in the Black space specifically that is so anti-intellectuals, it's so anti-universities, it's so anti-getting an education for women specifically, but obviously for men too. It's so anti all of these things, I think is a problem. And I think with the silencing of people who have been through it, I think that's also a problem. And so people who say education doesn't matter for us are dangerous to a community, period. Period.
I want to say something too. There was a time where I didn't think that I was smart enough to go to college. And because I had that self-limiting belief, because I didn't have enough confidence in myself, because I didn't get enough reinforcement from the people around me, that self-limiting belief led to self-limiting actions, which would have led to self-limiting results had not something changed, had not someone said something, or me being put in that youth group at the church where those people totally outshined me, and I realized that I needed to do something. But there is, I think, for some people, the fear of failing, the fear of not being able to measure up is often, and I don't think we talk about that enough, is often the reason why they won't proceed. Because you think about the lack of support that many of these people and environments that they grow up in. If you're in an entire neighborhood of people that don't go to school, you are a snowflake if you go to college. Like it's an extraordinary thing. Like we don't really think about the fact that in really depressed areas where the high crime, high poverty, low jobs, it's extraordinary when people come out of those conditions and have a desire to be educated. So, and it's because there's just this negative feedback loop of people telling you can't, and then you believing that you can, and then that going back and forth, and then making the choices that end up making that true. Yeah. And so I also just want to say this. Whoever told you that you aren't smart enough to go to school, I want you to challenge that. I want you to challenge who told you that, and what credentials does that person have, and what impact does that person have on you that you would believe what they have to say? So, and we know people like this in our family. We know people, some of us have partners, romantic partners who think that way. Who told you that? And what credentials do they have that make it true?
There are people, I really appreciate that, actually. I truly, truly appreciate that, because I was also thinking about those people who have failed, who have tried, who went to school and maybe even faced a ton of microaggression and decided that they couldn't finish, or for some reason they couldn't complete it. And I do think there are well-meaning people who will tell you things because of their limited perspective. And there are people, I think, I would categorize all of it as bad, but I also recognize that there are people who are very fearful of failure. There are people who think you are going to fail, people who don't believe you, not because they hate you, but they just don't believe in you, that will talk. Interestingly, I'm with you completely when it comes to the men speaking online. I don't think they're coming from that perspective. It is pure hate. It is a sense of insecurity. And so obviously I wouldn't listen to them, but I also wouldn't listen to the well-meaning people because they are very limited. You cannot sit there and live your life for people who have not lived out their own dream. Look,
I've never heard a college educated person who is successful tell another person, oh, I don't think you should do this. You don't have what it takes. I don't think you have the stuff for this. I've never heard, but I have heard it from people who don't have a damn education. Isn't it really weird that people who have an education are the ones who are saying, you can do it? The ones have nothing are the ones that say, I don't think you have what it takes.
Yeah. I was so interested in learning that I started adding majors and minors to my degree. I was determined to be done in 4 years, which I did. But I started adding everything that I was interested in, because you become a prolific learner. Try to expand as much as you can, expand your mind, get involved. Not just, and people keep talking about that and all of that. There is some reality in that. I wish the education in America wasn't as expensive as it is, because golly, it's expensive.
But you know, there's different ways now. I mean, there's online programs that are significantly less. Also, there are some things that you can get a basic education and then you can enhance it yourself. You know, I'm a writer and they have programs, they have writing programs, but writing is about your talent. Writing is about how you express. It's an art form. So you can learn about theory and all this, but that's not going to make you, because you took a writer's program, that doesn't now automatically mean you're going to write a bestseller. So there's some things that if you just practice and develop your talent and you sharpen your iron, that you can be successful. But it is important to have that baseline so that you can at least have what you need to enter the door. And then there's a lot of enhancement you can do just on your own. There's so much that I've taught myself because I said, I'm going to teach myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to check out every book, the library. I'm going to, now let's download every book. I'm going to read this. I'm going to talk to people who are in this. I'm going to shadow people who are in this. I'm going to learn this. And that's free. I mean, that's virtually free in comparison. But just take passion and persistence, but have that baseline, have that fallback.
There will be a link because obviously I want you guys to come on. I hope I don't have to use a bell or a timer. Just be very careful with people's time. So when you come on, try to be as succinct as possible in telling your story without completely monopolizing the time. Are you reading that?
Yeah. You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. The one that's on the screen. We need to have more conversations like this very often, at least once a month, bringing up professionals who can give examples and tips and tricks as to how they succeeded in college and are navigating their career. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a lot of tips on that. Themis, do you want to tell them what I want to do for them?
Oh yeah, no, do it now. That would, responding to that comment would be a great time to do it.
Okay. So you guys know that I've developed a series of courses, all under the Pink Pill umbrella. We're talking about education today. We're talking about college today. And I just so happen to have a course called the Pink Pill for College. And Themis invited me to come on the show today. And it's around back to school time. And I said, Themis, you want to do a live on encouraging people to continue their higher education. I want to offer two of your audience members a free access to the Pink Pill for College. And Pink Pill for College is going to teach you the things that the books aren't going to teach you. The soft skills, networking, how to comport yourself, strategies, tips and tricks, tools. The soft skills that sometimes people of other communities know because they're exposed to it, that we're not necessarily. And the course is based on all the things I wish I would have known when I was in college, because all I did was focus on my studies, and I did very well. But there was this whole other parallel universe that could have literally changed the trajectory of my life had I known how to network, how I'd known how to leverage my youth and my beauty and my intelligence, how I could have been more strategic in finding romantic partners while I was there. That's all in the Pink Pill for College. So we're giving away 2 today.
Oh, they're excited in the chat. And how we're going to do this is when you guys come up, afterwards, after we've discussed with you guys, Pink Pill and I will determine after the stream who should get it, and then I'll announce it in the community tab. And
also, I'm sorry to say, and also if you guys are curious about the courses, just to kind of see what it's about, you can go to getpinkpill.com, and it has all the courses and brief overviews there.
I think the men who undervalue women's educations are capping. Intellect is an asset to the home and is indeed attractive in a partner. Many men used to always say they don't want a vapid partner. Actually, the reality is I don't think they understand the import. I do actually think a lot of them are so much, they're not even focused. They're not aware of how their ego is impacting and animating their words and their actions. And so they're just talking. Because if they were deep thinkers, if a lot of these men were deep thinkers, they wouldn't say half the things they believe, because it can be traced back to the fact that they have very fragile egos. And so they wouldn't be.
And they don't want their ideas challenged. Like we talked about it the other day. It's just they're in this echo chamber. Nobody challenges the ideas. Once they get out of that chamber and the ideas are challenged, they just fall flat. Like just almost immediately. You can literally see the ideas fall from their heads, out of their brains.
Yeah. Right. Like, do not respond to this question. I'm not about to respond to it. But like this, does a woman need a degree to have intellect in the home? Ain't nobody want to be in your home. Look, your wife, I'm going to react to it. Your wife is literally working night shifts. Your wife is working overnight as a nurse. We're not about to sit here and pretend like you have a stay-at-home wife. We're not going to do that. Your wife is literally working overnight shifts as a nurse. And you are here asking us if a woman needs a degree. You're asking us if a woman needs a degree to have intelligence in the home. I don't know. Ask your wife. I feel like you should ask your wife. You don't have that right. You literally don't have that right. You're like, the woman doesn't need a degree to be at home and be a stay-at-home wife. All right, cool. Tell that to your wife. He's like, Themis, where is your wife? Where? Let me go back to what he said. Because this is fun now. This is actually quite fun. You guys don't react, I will. Please don't respond to this person. I'm trying to find the comment so I can see precisely what was said. Did he delete the comment? The chat is moving too quickly. Oh, does a woman need a degree to have intellect in the home? No, ask your wife. I think you should ask your wife. I think you should ask your wife. Because your wife is working overnight, so in your home it seems like they do. I don't know about anyone's home. I look, I don't know about anyone's home, but I know about your home. Because you said it, not me. Such men kind of sound like they just want to be able to manipulate, control women, psychologically and economically. Yeah, I just sound mad because Black women's education is an open review to their relative lack of accomplishment. I think it's both. I think it's both. Thank you so much, by the way. I was looking for
I mean, here, I was just thinking
Wait, no,
about
before you do that, before you go, someone he was asking where my wife was. I was gonna say, look, I never brought my wife. I never brought up anything about a wife. You're the one who brought up things about a wife. You literally brought up the fact that your wife worked overnight. Like you did that. Go ahead. Sorry, Pinkfell.
No, I was just saying, to me, the same spirit of your education isn't important. Your education isn't sexy to me. It's not something that, motivates me. It feels kind of like those guys who tell you not to wear makeup. It kind of feels like those guys that scrutinize if they believe that your clothes, no matter, how modest they may be, if it shows any, semblance of a shape, their heads are exploding. It's giving, I don't want anybody to want you. I don't want, I'm so insecure that I need for you to minimize yourself, make yourself less than. It's giving that same energy of just needing for someone to be littler than you. And I have to say that I run in some pretty elite circles, and the men who are there, who are extremely educated and successful, think that like the point of entry to even date these men is that you are educated. So I don't know who these men are in real life, because Themis, how it goes. Like at your law office, the men who are married, what are their wives like? What kind of careers and education do the partners of your law firm have? Are they just little women?
The doctors are marrying lawyers and the lawyers are marrying doctors. And like literally, it's actually, I talked about this. It is the way people brag in like these kind of professional quote unquote circles is to brag about their partner. It's never to brag about themselves. So like a partner generally don't come to the gala or to a firm dinner and go, yeah, I'm a partner. Sir, we know. Like you're not going to sit there and brag about yourself. What they do, however, is talk about their partners and their children, what school their daughter is going, what school their son is going, what bonus their partner got last year and expecting to get this year, where they're going, what's their degree, whose wife or whose husband has the most degrees. Like it is literally them. I mean, there's a part of it that's really annoying, admittedly, but the culture is such that people are happy to express that their partner is not just there. Right?
Embarrassing. Like if they just say, "Oh, my wife is, she worked at Walmart." So they're at the cocktail party And, one wife is a Rhodes Scholar. Another person is like, a neuroscientist. The other one is like a, astronaut. It's like, oh, so what did your wife do? Oh, she worked at Walmart. She worked at Walmart. No,
I mean,
embarrassing. No.
to be fair,
And it's not to say there's anything wrong with that. So I know
that's not even. That's not even, like I'm not going to address that because the problem is it is very elitist, and I don't like the fact that it's elitist, but it's the culture.
it is. It is just we're just saying, we're not saying it's right or wrong. We're just saying what is. We're just saying what is.
And actually, it is actually quite insidious at another level where these men brag. I think this is a Silicon Valley thing. I've only met one person who was up there in tech because I don't run in tech circles. But there was this culture, and I think people talked about it on the stream too, where there is a bragging of like, who can get their wife to not work with the most degrees. So they're trying to date and marry women who are really educated and try to see what it would take for that wife to not work, right? It's easy to just go get quote unquote a trophy wife and not have to deal with like trying to figure out how to get them to stop working. But I think there is a cultural difference. I think it's misogynistic and I absolutely hate that aspect. But it is a kind of there is a kind of, sadly, an appreciation for the fact that these women do have a ton of education and they contribute a ton. And how can we show that we can double, triple, quadruple that?
I have somebody in my family who's like that.
Huh?
Somebody, my sister-in-law, she's still my sister-in-law.
We're going to hit that I volunteers tribute.
Went to undergrad Dartmouth and Harvard Law School. And she met her husband while she was at Dartmouth. And she worked as an attorney for a little while. They got married. And when she had a baby, they decided to stay home. And that man he's a partner now at the pediatric clinic that he got his first job out of medical school. They live a block from the beach, and that man, last I was told, makes $780,000 a year. So he is the man that you're talking about. Like how she went to not one Ivy League school, she went to two, and it was law school. And he's been so successful that even with those multitude of degrees and the success, we don't need it because we're good over here.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need it.
Yeah.
I make almost $1 million a year.
Yeah. Silicon Valley men joke with one another about whose wife had to give up the most to marry them. It's their brand. Yeah. I mean, it's sexist. Let's not look, let me come out and say, I don't like this. I don't like this. And I also don't like this idea that in our culture, I find it odd when I hear women say things like, I am a helpmate and I don't need to have my own destiny because I can just latch on to a man's destiny. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. It's not prescriptive. But for me, I just don't understand it, but I'm also not a woman. So period, drag me in the comment. I'm giving you the right to drag me because this biblical approach to being a helpmate, I don't get it, but period. If it works for you, it works for you. All right, I'm going to open up the panel. I wanted to discuss some very specific moments and milestones in your life about sort of, one, why you're going to college. So the pink pill for college would be for those who are going to college, but for those who've been to college, who are in college, obviously, also, and who have graduated, what are the experiences in college that sort of open your mind and your perspective on life, relationship, and the world generally? And actually, we can talk about the negatives too. We can talk about the negatives. I think that's important. I was a stay-at-home mother with a master's, but when I got divorced, I bought my own home and is living my best life. Period. Yeah.
Mhm.
And your education is something that they can't take from you. But education provides stability for a lot of people in life. And it's a peace of mind. So even if you decide, you know what, I'm going to stay home for now, you could go back into the workforce if you need to.
Mhm.
And it's something that no one can ever take away from you by being well educated and holding a college degree specifically. You do increase your chance of better career opportunities and you open doors for yourself. Like it is what it is. They can be mad all they want. It is what it is. And we're not about to sit here and appease some grown people who decided that they won't go to school, but they're going to be mad at you for going to school. Absolutely not. They can do that in the corner somewhere by themselves.
Themis, I also wanted to mention that you can imagine what the student loan bill would have been for Harvard Law School. And her husband had no problem and never complained about paying off that student loan for Harvard Law School. He paid it off completely and paid for his medical school. That is a lot of money. So
Yeah.
I just want to throw that out there, that he never complained about having to pay back his wife's student loan debt. He would never. It's just not a conversation.
So is the pink pill for college available for those people who want to go to who are going into grad school?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. So if you guys want to be a part, we'll discuss after. You can give us like an elevator pitch of sorts of why you want the pink pill for college when you come up, and we'll think about it after. And pink pill and I will decide. Diana, you're muted.
Hi, Dennis. Hi,
Hey,
people.
Hi.
Hi.
What do you have for us?
I have for you. I have my associates and my bachelor's, and I'm currently finishing up my first year of law school. And it's important to get your It's important to get your education. You can't compete with other people without an education. You can if you decide you want to like be self-employed, but you still have to get some type of education under your belt to even run your own business to find out what's going on in your industry, what your customers want, or whatever it is that you're trying to sell as an entrepreneur. Anybody can go to college. You just have to be motivated. I've been in undergrad and junior college and law school working full time.
Wait, are you a night student?
Mm-hmm. And I'm working full time.
Wow.
How many years do you have left?
I am in a program that I have to do 4 instead of 3, and it's fine.
A night program makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's fine because I need to make sure I keep my my medical benefits and stuff for my job. But I'm in the class of 2025, so I'm going into my second year in a month or two. So it can be done. People need to listen to you and Pink Pill and all the people who value education, because when you get your education, nobody can take it away from you, and it opens up so many doors. And not all attorneys are practicing law. Like, a lot of people are doing consulting. Yeah. There was a lady who came to my job to do, I think, some type of diversity training. And she's been hired by like Google and Apple, and she's like highly recommended. And I think the presentation she gave on our job, it was about microaggressions and the type of stuff that Black women experience in the workplace. And the whole office was like, oh my God, we didn't know that saying this or doing this made you guys like feel this way, or that we were even exhibiting those type of behaviors. And she has a JD, and her presentation is like highly sought after, and she's doing a lot of good things in helping the culture of diversity among Black women and just Black people in general in the legal field and other corporations, on how to work with each other in the office. So you can go anywhere you want to with your degree. You just have to have the discipline to study, get help, and don't give up. If you need to take a break, and then come back to it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And
You're welcome.
Good luck to you in law school. I love hearing people going to law school. I don't know why this is, but I love it.
Thank
I
you.
love it.
Because
I
I'm
love
going to
it.
sit for the, I think I'm going to sit for the California bar and probably like New York or something. So yeah, I'm going to
New
do
York
2.
is UBE. California is one of the hardest, and New York. So, but good luck. I do.
Wait, so California's is the hardest bar?
Yeah, California is the hardest bar, and they just lowered the passing score. They just lowered the passing score. I think in 2020, like they shaved off. They took it down a few points on the passing score, according to the California State Bar website. So, but it is one of the most difficult ones.
Yeah, well, it's difficult because of how California legally is a land on its own. They just do what they want.
Yeah, they're bad over here. They do what they want to do. They make up their own stuff, and we just have to go along with it and understand it so we can pass the bar.
Yeah.
Timus, do you remember one of the questions? Because I've always wanted to know, like, what's on the bar. So do you remember one of the questions?
So it's very difficult to I didn't say goodbye. It's very difficult. There are people in the back. I'll bring you up one by one. Please remember the time for everyone. I should have got my drink too. But
cheers, it's 5 o'clock.
It's very difficult to do that because they usually give us, for the essays, they give us a ton of scenarios, right? Hypotheticals, and you go through and then you try to spot all the legal issues and you write about it and the claims that people have depending on the prompt. On my second channel, I was going to go over the baby bar that, what's her name? Kim Kardashian did. And I was going to go through and answer it because it was actually quite easy when I read it the first time, at least the first question. So I was going to do that. But I mean, one of them would be a man is walking down a street, a car hit him, he fell. Someone grabbed him and put him in the back of a car, ripping his clothes off or something like that. And if this is a torts exam, you have to point out all the issues. Was there I don't want to do this right now, but just kind of go through negligence, for example, assault, battery, all of that.
Further injury because somebody pulled him.
Yeah.
Injured him. Maybe the shame of being disrobed.
Yeah. I mean, and then damages were never a part of mine, so I was very happy. But yeah, it's pretty fascinating, and I would like to go back through. I'm gonna do the baby bar. Maybe I'll do it on this channel because it was fascinating to kind of read through it live and see if I can go through it. Please note, I would have already done this beforehand because I'm not about to sit here and do it live and not. Absolutely not. Pretty brown skin. Go ahead.
Hey, girl.
Hi, everybody. So I'll try to keep it short. I know for me, I went to an Ivy League. I went to Princeton University. I have my MA, my BA, and my doctorate. I did go.
Y'all are coming in hot tonight. Period. We had a lawyer in training, and period.
And it was in business administration, sports entertainment, and African American studies. And then I went to graduate school up in Oxford. That's where I met my husband. He went to Oxford University, and I got my dual. It's hanging somewhere in my office.
Princeton, Oxford.
Lord. Period. And I got a dual certificate for my MPA and my BPA, I believe it's called. I forgot what it's called, but it's a joint thing because international and national program, something like that. And that's where I met my husband, who went to Oxford, and he also has his MA, BA, doctoral, his PhD. He just graduated a month ago for the PhD for finance and
Yay, hubby.
Yeah. So, and his family is not from the U.S. His family is actually, his mom, I said this before, his mom is Lebanese and Iranian and his father's Greek and Israeli. So he comes from a very predominant good family. His family owns one of the highest oil companies that we use to share today. I'm not going to say which company, but that his family owns multiple restaurants, clubs outside of the United States, home ownership, rental, stuff like that. So he's a well-to-do guy. So that's pretty much for us. I know I said I was married, but other than that, no.
Pretty brown
I'm
skin.
a stay home mom. I'm a stay home wife.
So pretty brown skin. So you're a stay-at-home wife, even though you've done tremendous. You've had some tremendous success. We've talked about this before. I know you're doing it, girl. But do you think that your husband would have married you and taken you as seriously as he took you if you guys didn't have compatible value systems in terms of ambition, education, etc.?
Well, here's the thing in his
Or did he say to you, babe, your degrees don't matter? I mean, literally, your degree is the reason how you guys met.
So in his family, there is a fine line of the men are supposed to take care of the woman in their community. I would say all of his family that are women in his family are all educated, and they don't have, and most of them don't. And I'm not knocking community colleges. I'm not knocking that. Get your education, whether it's community, Ivy League, or a diverse community college. Get your ish. But majority of the women in his family are college educated. They will not marry a woman that is a dum dum.
Okay.
I don't know why. And if you look, and like you said earlier before, if you look at elite men, most of them are not attractive. I think when they say elite men, they're thinking of Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. That's not elite. That's rich. That's new money.
That's hood rich.
That's hood rich. And so if you're looking at elite like Jeff Bezos,
wait.
Look at his wife. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry
To be fair, though, like when I speak, I don't speak for the Jeff Bezos because girl, wait for me. But what I do know is that even on the professional level, when I hear people talk, I think there is a specific understanding that it is the quote unquote hip hop culture, right?
Yeah.
And maybe if you want to be over there in the hip hop culture world, then do go listen to Kevin Samuels. I think it's important. If you want to do that, do go listen to Fresh and Fit. Do listen to the Manosphere. No, if you actually want to be involved in the hip hop culture world,
because they treat their women so well, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's right. Look,
but I mean, if you look at most of them think that
no,
future, which I don't get.
Yeah, so for me, when I hear that, like, I am not critiquing them on that specific culture and what that culture requires. I do actually believe in hip hop culture, they're going to rate women 1 to 10. They don't care about your education once you have the body type and the phenotype for sort of what they want you to do in their homes and in their videos. I actually do believe that. Like, if you want that, then you know where to go for it. But as a regular person who is thinking about like relationship, I wish I could give this advice if I gave advice, but I don't. So like, it's interesting because I hear Pink Pill, Chrissy, and the women talking about this as a general matter. When they're talking about the professional man, I don't like the word high value.
Yeah,
you are not going to meet them.
Because most of the elite men do not say they're high value. They're
I don't even elite like people elite high value whatever. The men who are like going to college, getting like into the professional field, trying their best to survive in America, making enough money to take care of themselves and a family. You are not going to meet them just randomly. Like, you're probably going to meet them in university. Like, look,
it's facts. No, Demons, no. But it's facts though. Most of his friends that I know that run big corporations were all in school. especially high ranked
But the thing is,
schools.
the
Like
truth
that's
is,
a fact.
wait,
I'm
wait,
sorry,
wait,
it's
wait,
a
wait,
fact.
wait, wait.
The
The truth is,
chat.
no. I am not even. I'm not even talking about these people who are running companies. Like I'm actually talking about like doctors, attorneys, professors, scholars in the sort of young professional realm. Like the people I know and the people that I can generalize about based on literally every little cohort is exactly the same. It's it is what it is. Like you meet at in university, you meet at the job, you meet when we go to the work events. Like I don't know where you're going to meet them if you don't have the education or the correct sort of acumen to be in the rooms that they're in. Like you have to be like you have to meet these people, and to meet them you have to be in these rooms, unless you like they might show up randomly at Walmart or Whole Foods. Like I don't know. So I mean, it is what it is. I can let you finish this. The back chat just filled up.
Yeah, I'll just say one more thing before I go, and I'll make it very short. To any woman here, especially because I know majority of your followers are African American women, I advise y'all go look outside the USA. You will be very surprised at how much well-to-do men are out there. And I'll go and I'll say, have a nice night, everybody.
Have a
I'm
nice
sorry.
night.
Bye, sweetie. I'll see you later. Talk to you later. Somebody said in the chat, rappers delight took black men out of the home, and it just.
You want to know something quite interesting? So the idea. Oh, I'm so sorry for people in the chat. I'll make this quick. So, as someone who is going to be a father at some point in 10 years, probably to a daughter, it would make me sad if if I heard my daughter saying, I am looking for a man. I don't know why that is. I've come to the conclusion that that we're essentially useless.
You are not useless.
No.
You are not useless. Oh my God. I'm
just
sorry
saying-
that you feel that way. Stop
I'm
it.
just-
We need
no.
more men like you. Like you're
No,
useful, not useless.
But I'm saying by and large, so I have to include myself because I'm no one's unicorn, right? But in the way that women are quote unquote looking for leaders and looking to be a helpmate and all of that, I don't think it's right. I know it's wrong. I absolutely know that this is wrong. I know it's wrong because I think you should be able to carve out the life you want for yourself. But seeing how the world is going, it would scare me. It would scare me to hear my daughter say it. And that's bad. Like, if my daughter was like, I just want to find a man to lead me and I want to be at home and be a helpmate, it would make me very afraid because now I'm going to be out here trying to vet with you and I can't vet these men.
Well, I mean, here's what you tell her. You tell her, that's nice, sweetie. That being a mother is a noble mission. It is one of the most difficult jobs to do. The fact that if you can produce good humans to bring out to the world instead of unleashing some more people to suffer under, for other people to have to suffer under. However, if she wants that, say, okay, well, what kind of wife do you want to be? What do you want your husband to look like? Where do you want to live? What do you want, like, what kind of lifestyle do you want to have? She's going to say probably something really nice. And she says, okay, well, if this is what you want, and actually coached somebody today, an Asian girl, she's 22. And, she says that that's kind of what she wants. And I said, well, okay, but you have to decide, what level of that do you want? Like, how high do you want to go with that? And then you work backwards. So if you want to put yourself in the line of sight to the type of men so that you can get to that place where you want, you got to work backwards so that you can put yourself in those places like university and tell her, listen, I'm a lawyer. And I've been a lawyer for a long time. And those men, yes, their wives stay home. So yes, I understand that. There's lots of women that I know that stay home. But guess what? All of those women have XYZ degree. All those women have these accomplishments. And if these are the type of men that you want to be a wife and a helpmate to and a mother of children of, then this is what it's going to take. So maybe you have to do it that way.
Yeah. No. I work full time and went to school full time to get my BS in political science and international relations and my master in public administration. I am also a second year law student and I am a single mother. All right. Outside of international relation was one of my. You literally have every single degree that I have, except for the master's. It's in Chinese. Well, it's not in international relations. It's not in public administration, rather. It's in international relations. Thank you. But we literally have the same interest in terms of school. That's interesting. Save the trouble and adopt me at Themis, period. Let me just go ahead and adopt you. Baby girl, pull up a chair at Morehouse. You don't have to be married to stay at home. My mom rent out our property when she decided to stay home and single. No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the specific need to be someone's quote unquote helpmate. I know it's biblical. We're not about to have that biblical discussion. If you disagree with me, disagree with me. It's not a no. No. Go ahead.
The thing, you want an educated woman. I mean, don't you want and this is another thing too, Themis, is you didn't mention is that these men who marry these very accomplished, educated women, they do so with a purpose because they want to have intelligent offspring. Like they want their children to be excellent. And so they understand genetics and they want they want someone who is genetically, and I'm not talking aesthetically, I'm talking about what's going on up here, very intelligent, because they understand that for legacy, that continues to make them great. So
yeah.
They want a smart woman because they want their children to be instructed and nurtured by an educated, accomplished mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like literally, when I was a stay-at-home mom, it's not like you're just sitting around. Like I was a member of the PTA. I taught. I would go and volunteer at the school. I was part of mommy's groups. I volunteered for the city. I was in charge of the school's little community garden. I did that, teaching kids how to grow their own food. So I was doing all of these things because it was beneficial not only for my children to see, for the teachers, because it helped my children from a political perspective, but that's what is expected. Like they're expecting for you to be intelligent and cultivate these children. And this is what you're doing when you're a stay-at-home wife of, and I did a video about this. That's what you're doing when you're a stay-at-home wife of an accomplished man, is that you're interacting with other women too that are also educated. And there's this competition. Like it's weird. It's like, whose kid can read first, whose kid spoke first. It's so strange, but it is the life. That is the life.
Yep. I think the next person was Buttons.
Good evening, Themis.
Good evening. How are you? Can you speak up a little bit?
Is this better?
Yep.
So, Themis, I've been very excited about this particular topic that you have. It's just so important. I cannot even stress the difference, because one thing that's quite common amongst our group, the pay disparity. And depending where you live, I don't think Black New Yorkers go through this as much, or Black people who are from the Northeast. But as you move closer to the South, that anti-intellectual, that theme, that zeitgeist, if you will, whatever, it's so prevalent. It really, really is. And it is arguably a reason why, in my opinion, the South has not fully brought itself to parity with the northern states. Because if you look at Atlanta, Themis, there's a reason why Atlanta has been so successful. And it really started in the mid 90s around Atlanta. And that was the investment, the HBCUs, their money, actual money, tax dollars, bond dollars used to invest in Atlanta and the graduates. So Atlanta became more than just known for Freaknik, of course. I work for a company that is doing a lot of work here. I know a lot of people are very, very worried, but the resources here, that's one thing people seem to forget. You don't want to invest in an area where there's no education resource. And with Black people, if you invest, the economy is there and the money keeps flowing. And that's what's been going on. And you see that with the success of Atlanta. And I really do call everyone, people keep bringing up that where there's Black people, there's poverty. You cannot say that about Atlanta. And this win has been going on for 25 years and it's not letting off, because when you look at these big incomes, Black women, these huge dollars, it is in this city. And this just occurred within 25 years. Atlanta's not New York with its history. Atlanta's not California, which has the ocean and big business, but they've done very, very well. And tech has done fantastic here. Themis, I'm going to, of course, wrap up, but I'm an undergrad, philosophy, poli-sci history. The money is there. The money is there. And I hope that you have another live where you focus a little bit more in technology, because there is a concerted effort to bring in Black women. And I can explain that. And I do know a lot of people are mentioning Themis, tech layoff. Themis, there's no layoff. It's called refresh. What we do is we refresh the production environment. And we do live in the matrix. This is the matrix. When you plug in, when you log in, you're going through authentication. It is the matrix. It's just software. It's basically just idea infinitum. And we have been able to create new environments. Social media is a new environment. You can completely monetize. This did not exist 10 years ago. In 2008, completely new. Cloud is a brand new environment. So I just wanted to just bring that up. The money definitely is there. It truly, truly is. And also, lastly, Themis, we're no longer cat ladies. We don't have cats. We bought homes at lakefront property. So we have deer. We're deer ladies.
I love it.
I, having been to Atlanta, I was very afraid though, because Lenox Mall has gone down.
It's crazy. But I
went to Fibs and I decided not to leave the car.
But I've been in to be very honest with you. I live pretty up north, the lake, the mountains. Buckhead is not bad. And the best thing is of course with Atlanta, you can go anywhere. So if I need to go to New York or fly private. That's another thing, Gen Z. We fly private.
We don't. I mean, you can fly private. I've not paid for that.
I'll tell Themis, there's ways that we fly around. We basically there's new ways to fly. It's a very different world. There's Themis. There's something called the 40/40 Club. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm leaving your chat. Goodbye. Thank you.
No, you're fine. Thank you so much. And for those of us up here and who are coming up, please remember that the Pink Pill for College is available for 2 people, and you have to do like a 30-second spill of why you should be the one chosen. So I apologize if I didn't remember to tell people who already spoke. Nania.
Hi, Themis. Hi, Pink Pill. You guys are amazing. I wanted to come up and kind of just give a little bit of advice, I would say, and like piggyback on what the previous speaker just said. I personally have a bachelor's degree in advertising and marketing science with a minor in interactive design. I did not go for an MA, although I'm playing with the idea. I do think that media space in the design space is very particular, much like the pink pill spoke about earlier, in that it's something that you have to constantly learn about. There's a lot of new technologies, a lot of opportunities, especially online, that help you learn and update your skills as it's constantly changing. To piggyback off what the previous speaker was talking about, there's a program called Unreal Engine, for example, speaking of tech specifically, and they are looking for people who specialize in Unreal Engine because it's used to build video games, and now it's breaking its way into the movie industry and helping people create full-on environments for people to tell stories in. So you never really have to leave a studio to tell that story. I wanted to say that it's totally possible to get your degree and everything that you want. I'm somebody who lost my parents before I graduated high school. So I had to figure out a lot of ways to, oh, thank you. I'm someone who had a community that would not let me not come to school. Like literally people came by my house to come pick me up. And I graduated from a high school that had a 99% graduation rate, gang members and all. And so I think that when you have at least one person like rooting for you, when you have a mentorship, it puts a lot of pressure on you to, in a good way, to not want to fail them and fail yourself. Additionally, I would say that the ups and downs of working in the media space, especially when I started out, is a lot of times you're going to find yourself being the only Black woman in a room. And the positive of that is you start to find your own voice and you start to find your own strength. The negative of that is you're representative and you're the person speaking for the people who did not make it to where you are. So that's it.
I appreciate that. I think that's actually one of the sadder realities. I think the higher you go up academically and even economically, you become one of those people who keep saying, I am the only Black person in a room. And that's, for a lot of people, myself included, it's a sad thing to say.
Yeah.
But it's even worse when the people who should be in the room with you, other Black people, are shaming you and shaming people who are attempting to do that. And so there's this kind of, it's a very strange world where sometimes it feels like the people you're around in the circles you're around don't want you there.
Yes.
And the people who are not in that circle who look like you are telling you you shouldn't be there.
Yes.
It does take a kind of strength to consistently reaffirm yourself in your own identity and belief that you should be there. Imposter syndrome is real.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, not for me, not anymore. Absolutely not. I've seen too many mediocre people.
Oh,
doing mediocre things.
yes.
Absolutely not.
You'll see a lot of that, especially in the industry. Like I worked in advertising for a very long time, and we're essentially the reason why you guys are addicted to social media. I personally apologize for that.
Yeah, but to that note, though, I'm not going to go into imposter syndrome, but Vanessa, when she was on, said something that still resonate with me to this day, and she said it a while ago. It is the same thing about Erica when she said protect your peace. I think she said protect your energy. That resonate with me, and I'm like actively trying to do that. But she said imposter syndrome is not just about you feeling like you don't belong. I mean, it is, but we should stop thinking about it as if it's internal and us thinking something is wrong with us. But actually, the environment might not have been conducive to us. And there are energies and people and things being said that makes us feel, purposely too, feel like we don't belong there.
Yes.
And once we start identifying these things, we can start dealing with this quote unquote imposter syndrome, but we shouldn't be dealing with it on our own as if it's our own problem.
Yes. To piggyback off of that, I want people to, like, some people may not know what it may look like, and it comes in different forms. One of the things is definitely set up to fail syndrome. So someone will make you feel like you're being more responsible or give you more responsibilities, knowing that you haven't been trained or knowing that the situation isn't conducive for you to succeed in the first place. So then you then in turn be like, well, I didn't do good enough, so I must be terrible at this. And you have to be mindful of, like, people will 100% set you up to fail. I want to mention 2 other majors that is a potential like route people can take. That is virtual reality experience, interaction design, and then also we need more connections planners, which are strategists within the field. So these are people who literally can help you build your job, like build your dream brand, whatever it is that you need. So tech has many different opportunities. Definitely go for them. I personally started my own production company last year, so we'll be looking for a lot of people in tech. So
Congrats on that, and
Thank
that's
you.
amazing. Please, for those who are going to college or in uni, remember about the pink pill. I know it's hard to keep that in mind, so I'll keep reminding you before.
And
people
also,
speak.
if you want to know more about the pink pill for college, just go to getpinkpill.com and you'll see just scroll down and you'll get a general idea of what it's about. But it's designed so that you win knowing the soft skills. It's like what other girls may know just from exposure that maybe you might not know. It's everything that I wish somebody would have told me when I was in college, that if I would have known, I would have been the queen of the universe. So I poured everything in there, and there's a lot of valuable information, also along with dealing with imposter syndrome and feeling comfortable being the only Black woman in the room or the Black girl in the room, and not looking at it as a liability but an asset. And I go into great detail with that. I also talk about securing mentorship, which is going to be key to that networking, making sure that you're walking away with a Rolodex of contacts, so that when you leave school, you have people that you can call. This is how it's done. People just make phone calls. People who have good networks don't ever have to submit their resume via a job site. All they have to do is make some calls. All they have to do is book a lunch or a coffee. I have never had to randomly put my resume out there. Everything that I've gotten because of word of mouth, because I had a network of people who knew somebody who knew somebody. That's really how it's done, quiet as it's kept. So just wanted to add that in there.
Appreciate that. And when you do get it and you've done everything, please come back and let us know how it went for you. I think B, go ahead. EM, welcome to the membership. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for letting me on the panel. I wanted to talk a little bit about how education for me was a little different than what's been spoken about. Mine was more of, I was always the only Black person in the room until I went to college. And when I went to college and I went to a HBCU, I was surrounded by people like me. And it was okay to be smart. And they were Black and smart and nerdy just like me. It was in that experience that I gained confidence. It was in that experience that I discovered, that I could sing. It was in that experience that I'm still friends with those people to this day. And a lot of times, I think that was impactful upon who I am now today was my experience in college. So, and another thing I want to talk about is being educated, particularly as a Black female.
Wait, before you do, I have to say, I think it was Howard. We had a debate against Howard. We completely demolished them. But I did. One of the most beautiful things I saw when I was at Howard, I'm not going to explain who it is because this person is actually a very well-known Howard professor. He was so, I remember seeing a lot of Black men and women being around him, and he was just cheering them on. Again, I'm going to repeat, they lost because they were competing with me. But I do remember just thinking I was the only Black person on my team. And I remember kind of looking over there and just thinking like that is where I should be. Not really, but like I say not really because I do love my university, but like when I saw it, there was a part of me that longed to be over there because they were just there and like being really energized to engage in like a smart debate. Like they you could tell that academics was something that was important and that they cared. And I don't know, I that's the kind of view that I've always wanted to keep about the ways in which I saw my fellow Black people. Like we care about intellect and we're he was older and he was like coaching young people to care about words and meaning of words and analyzing arguments and presenting arguments. And it was just, I don't know. Look, let me just go and say it. I wanted to be over there. I wanted to be over there. Continue. Sorry.
Oh no, not at all. But yeah, that I tell people, you know, when I went to a HBCU, those were the years that I didn't feel Black. Even though I was immersed in Black culture, it wasn't the Black student union. The whole student union was Black. It wasn't the Black homecoming. The whole homecoming was Black. So and so that it was just a different experience. And for me, having been that Oreo that you know in high school, the Black girl that hung with the white people, and you know they picked on how I talked and stuff. To be around other Black people like me, it really just solidified who I was. But lastly, as Rena divorcee, me having an education, I have two masters, but I got my first master's before I had my kids. So I went back to work and then I got another one. But when I got divorced, me having an education and a profession didn't make me a baby mama. I was an ex-wife on equal footing. So when I got divorced, my life didn't drastically change because I didn't have somebody to carry me. I went on and bought my own house and doing my own thing. And I just think you position yourself better. You know, a lot of women, they want to marry well, and that is great. But sometimes those marriages, and it's not even necessarily a fault of any person. People just change. And sometimes marriages don't last, and you need to be in the position to continue your life and live in the comfort that you are accustomed to by your own hand. So that's mainly my whole thing about college.
Yeah,
I wanted to also piggyback on that too.
Wait, before you do, Miss Blue Love, thank you, welcome, and shout out to everyone who went to an HBCU. I'm a bit jealous of you. Go ahead, Pink Pill.
I was just wanting to piggyback on what the previous speaker said, in that being educated and the men who don't want you to be also want to limit your options in that regard. They want you trapped in these marriages where they have this power, and they want to feel like they want you to feel like you don't have any options,
right?
Once you leave the relationship, so you have to stay in the relationship because it will spiral you into poverty. And so that's just another thing to think about, is that the way in which these messages are so insidious, because they really don't want you to have, they want to have power over you, but they also want you to be powerless, to escape however they treat you. And you are completely at their mercy in terms of whether they treat you well or not. And they know that.
And I have friends.
Wait, no, pause. Please stop interacting with these men in the channel. It is not worth, I don't get it. It is not worth your time. Think about it. Do you actually care what any of these men over here are saying right now? No, stop interacting with them. They're absolutely useless for this conversation. Absolutely they are. If there is a man right now commenting that your education doesn't matter or trying to explain intelligence or intellect, do not, I repeat, do not respond to them. Moderators, please time out people who are doing it. Please. I don't have time. I do not have time to sit here and feel bad about someone because they're wasting so much energy trying to explain to men who literally do not care. These people do not care. Their sole purpose over here, right this very moment, is to make you feel bad for being educated. You guys are women, are way too educated to be falling for the trap of these men. Don't explain yourself. You don't, let's be fair. Again, you don't like them. I know you would never date this person. You would never be friends with this person. Don't let this channel include them in your vortex. Reject them. Absolutely reject them. Do not engage with them, particularly on this topic. And I'm saying it about this topic because it is a very insidious thing. When you start, and you might not even know you're doing it, when you start questioning your value and the value of that which you have obtained, it is something that eats away at you continuously. This stream is to push back against that. It is not to give them space to question anything. They can go question themselves in their dream. They can go question their life choices. They can question their father. They can question their brother, their uncle. Let them go question themselves and each other. If I misspoke on here, which I didn't, let them question me and let me ignore them because I don't have time or patience. I will pick out a random comment and I'll react to it to make fun of it. I'm not about to sit here and legitimize any of these men who are out here crying that women are educated and they aren't. I'm not about to do that. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Celebrate your education. Live it up. Right now, you come on here and you tell us about your education, and we say hoorah, and we do that which needs to be done and cheer you on, and we'll make another live 3 months from now doing the same thing, and they can stay mad. That is it. That is all. We are celebrating education right now. And yes, education in a formal sense. Now, if that makes these men mad, they can go be mad somewhere else. All right, you can finish up now.
Okay. So I have friends who were stay-at-home moms with me, and they are still married, and they are unhappily married, and they can't leave. Well, they could, but if they left, it would just tear down their house of cards, would just go falling down. And I hate that for them, because I think about if I couldn't have just said, okay, this is not working, we need to divorce. Where would I be now? Like, there are things I'm into since I've been divorced that I wasn't into when I was married. Like, I go camping, I go hiking, I love to go shooting. I do a lot of stuff I didn't do when I was married. So, but that's mainly the thing for me with education. It's just it's and then not just Black women, just anybody. Your world is so finite and small in your circle where you are right now. When you go to college, you meet people from all over the place. Like, I met people from Alaska. I didn't know Black people lived in Alaska. I mean, that was ignorant, but you meet people from all over the place. And I just think the education is more than academic. And that's it. And I just want to say, I just love listening to your voice when you talk. You're so soothing. I just
thank
love
you.
it.
I appreciate that. I love me. I love a compliment. Now I'm smiling and I can't stop.
It's just really calming, and I love it. So
one thing I wouldn't do.
That the slight sing-song Jamaican.
Yeah.
The one thing I wouldn't do is listen to my own voice. So the fact that y'all like it makes me feel good.
So I'm gonna go ahead and drop off. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Night.
D Noir. There's a Q, by the way. D Noir. D.
Hey, Themis. I was in there last week. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Hey to all the fam in the comments and everyone on stage. So I figured that the way the conversation was going, that I would take it from kind of the bachelor, master's, doctoral degree levels of entry as you go into those. So it can be very confusing. It can be very discouraging. So first thing is, for the ladies who are like, I can't go to a 4-year college, I can't afford it. That's great. Go to the community college. Do the 2 years. It's cheaper to get your general education things down there. When you get to your bachelor's degree, I will give you the advice. Before I went back to school to pursue this degree or these series of degrees, I was in HR for 15 years, and there were certain things that I explained to managers when I trained them, that I'll explain to everyone here that will help you not only on your job but in school. And I call it the 2-word reputation management tool. And I give this away for free because my mentor gave it to me for free. Basically, you govern all of your actions by 2 words that you want to be known for. So whenever you hear someone refer to someone, they're normally like they are this or that. They are rude and spiteful. They are pretty and whatever. So you govern yourself that way. So when I went for school, I governed myself with the words friendly and inquisitive. And I used that to my advantage when I would ask tons of questions to professors. I always get in with your professors. Let them know you. Let them know your plight. Let them know what you're trying to do. So by the time I finished my bachelor's, not only did the school pay for me to go to Wales, London, and Scotland to compare the criminal justice systems. Oh, so my bachelor's and master's is in criminal justice. I'm a criminologist. My doctoral degree is going to be done pretty soon, and that is in childhood studies because I am developing kind of a typology with the school to prison pipeline and everything, because I deal with juveniles. And if I ever had to deal with adults, we always ask about.
Wait, pause. So you're attempting to disrupt this whole school to prison pipeline?
Yes, and it's.
You want to know something?
Yeah.
And you are the people they're telling not to go. Your education don't matter.
Okay.
You're trying to stop them from going.
Yeah, he's trying to stop these Dutchies from going to jail.
Right. And I think that's so. My thing was, and believe it or not, I get a lot of pushback from our community that I'm a criminologist, some people, because they'll say things like, oh, you're over there with the enemy. At what point do we understand to infiltrate traditional white spaces with our Black bodies so that we can learn, grow, and build? At what point do we get that?
Like you're dismantling from the inside out. I don't.
Correct.
Girl, look. Let me not say what I was gonna say, but I think it's so interesting because even in the symposium with a lot of PhD, like I'll go because I like hearing smart people talk, just as a general matter, and it's filled with Black women, 2 Black men, myself and someone else, filled with Black women discussing issues in the Black communities and, quote, putting their Black bodies in white spaces, essentially what you just say, and how they can disrupt the school to prison pipeline, which you just said, and also talk about the criminal justice system generally and how to make it more equitable. The fact this is so frustrating. Sorry, I know you didn't mean to like.
It's okay. It's fine.
But it's so frustrating because this is how I've seen Black women use their education. So it makes me physically sick when I hear these men speak. It actually makes me physically ill because myself and the only other Black man in a symposium of like 500 people, 50 of them are Black women, 2 of us Black women, 2 of us Black men. That is it. Everyone else is a different race. So it don't make sense to me that the people who are attempting to write legislation, change legislation, impact legislation are Black women using their education, and the benefactors of these changes are mostly Black men. When we talk about the prison system, let's just call a spade a spade.
Mass incarceration, exactly. Yeah.
So your ego is gonna have y'all next 10 generations locked up. That's what's gonna happen. Anyway, let me read this. Use education to help expand your worldview. This is an excellent life. Thank you, Themis and Pinkpill. No, thank y'all for being here. The fact that there's over 1,000 people here is really, like, I actually imagined there'll be 200.
No.
Very wrong. But go ahead, you can finish up.
So that's a good point you made. We need people in the social science types of things, because what we have to realize, and I'll get to that in just a moment. But what we have to realize is all the policies that you're seeing, all these different ways that they're using the law against our community and everything, they're getting that from social scientists who have framed the Black community as deficient and as deviant. So having social scientists to get in there, produce publications that combat that kind of rhetoric, to interrupt those kinds of conversations, to explain one of the reasons why they have so much to say about Black people and poverty syndromes and everything is because they refuse to study upper middle class Black people, the nouveau riche, as well as the wealthy people. They will not come out of any subset of classes except for, you know, what they view as poverty levels. So just we need social scientists. So
yeah, and wait, before you go, please tell the story about the white men challenging the Black woman, Kevin Samuels. Please, I won't retell that because that was a slip up on my part that actually came out. The time that I told that story was out of anger, and it was an anger kind of like what I just felt. But I won't tell it again. But do know that the people who are opposing these Black women in these spaces are very aware of the manosphere. They're very aware of what is happening in the Black community. And they're weaponizing Black men's unwillingness and even their willingness actually to talk about it, but their unwillingness to go to school and all of that. They're weaponizing it against these women and the two men that are trying. So just please note that. And it's going to be difficult because if we're saying the issues facing the Black community are systemic and they point to men saying your education don't matter, it stops looking systemic and it starts looking very individual. And maybe it is individual, and that's probably what we need to address. So thank you. Go ahead. You can finish now. I said you can finish along.
No problem.
Seamus, you know you're gonna have to tell me offline. I'm curious now. You have to tell me that story.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
So in working through my bachelor's, knowing all of my professors, when I got to the master's level, what was really funny is I wanted to go to law school, had applied and everything, got to graduation. One of the professors or the director for the graduate program really wanted me to go that route. I was like, no, I'm going in for a lawyer. Because here's the thing, when I went back to school, I originally wanted a PhD. There was a person who discouraged me from doing that. I was 38 at the time. And they're like, oh, you're too old. You will not get a PhD. You're going to be in your 50s or whatever. I shared that with my mentor, and my mentor was like, you'll be done with all these, as you know, within 9 years. Let's get to it. So don't let anyone ever tell you you're too old. You're never too old to do this. Some of the students I train right now are in their 80s.
This is also super important. Thank you so much, by the way. But also don't let people steer you into whatever degree they think is best for you. Because as an RA, I literally had to march down to these academic counselors' office and drag the entire office. Absolutely not. There were people who came in, and I love sociology. But for me, in my mind, this was me being very elitist, so I'm going to go ahead and apologize to everyone. I went into sociology class to drag the people who had blue hair. I honestly went in there to be mad. And then one of them schooled me as to what sociology is and why it was so fundamentally important. And with her blue hair, she dragged me, and I was like, got you, right? But I also still thought that sociology was an add-on degree, right? Unless you're going to go get your PhD. In my mind, there was other degrees that you would get, and then you get your sociology degree. I now have changed my mind. I think we need more sociologists. I think we need more people who understand psychology, even if you don't take it to your PhD level, right? Yeah. I think this is very important. So I don't agree with these people about, no, I don't. But I remember being annoyed because every Black person, Black men mostly, but it wasn't a lot of Black men, but every single Black man, their degree was sociology. And I was pissed because they would come and we would have these nights where I sit there and I was trying to talk to my entire group. I was the only, I got RE of the year, by the way, just FYI, because I was
Go
doing
ahead,
it.
Amos.
So we would have these meetings, and I did it every single week, where all the students came together and I would ask them about their grade publicly. And I realized that could have been traumatic, but I came from Jamaica, so I didn't care. So we would be there, and I'm like, hey, what is your major? The first time, what is your major? What is your major? And like all the men were like sociology, sociology, sociology. The first two I was fine with, but when all the black men were sociology, the black women were psychology, and which psychology I was fine with. I didn't really care at that stage. And then the white people just had all these varying degrees. Should I admit that I did? I'm going to say what I did. So afterwards, I went to each individual black person, male, and I was like, why did you pick sociology? They're like, yeah, I talked to my academic counselor. I didn't know. I was undeclared when I came in, and they told me to do this. And that was literally every single person. I was like, absolutely not. So I went down there, yelled at everyone, asked them why. They're like, well, they didn't know. And no, absolutely not. We're not going to tell these people that they need to go do sociology because they're not sure. Did you ask them what they like? Did you ask them what they're good at? Did you ask them about their interests? No, you didn't ask any. What kind of academic counselor are you? What kind of absolutely not. No, y'all men here right now, you're not doing sociology. Do you care about how people interact with each other? No, you don't care. All right, well, you're not going to do sociology. If you want to do it, you can do it, but you're not going to sit here and have a random person tell you that you need to do sociology because it's the easiest one to get. No, you're not going to do that. And so a lot of, I don't know what they're doing with their life now. I wish I could come back and tell you some glorious story about how they did well in life, but I literally don't know what's happening to them. But we changed, we went up and we changed their degree. And a lot of them didn't want to change it because they were told it was the easiest. I get that. They just wanted to be in and out. But be careful, long story short, be careful about people steering you and telling you what you can and can't do. Be very careful about that. And also, so if you have to take statistics when you do sociology, and that was not the easiest class. So I don't know. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, you're done.
No problem.
But thank that.
No problem. My mentor came to my rescue. So she walks up to me and she says, if I can give you a package where your master's will be paid for 3/4 of the way and you will already begin teaching, will you take it? I was like, well, yeah. So I took that. Then by the time I got ready to go through, I had been granted entrance into it, but they didn't have money, everything. That's when my mentor came through again and said, you never accept a PhD acceptance unless they're paying you to do it. So that means that they completely take over your tuition and they give you a yearly stipend that's quite nice. So I ended up grabbing one of those. And I tell women all the time, especially Black women, the money is there to go to school. Trust me, don't let anything deter you from that because the money is definitely there. Now, I will also say this, as you go through your different colleges, graduate degrees, everything, you may be hit with things that come at you that you were never expecting. So a year ago, I lost my mother in the middle of my doctoral degree. The person who looked at every one of my papers before I turned them in and checked them and talked to me about what I was learning and everything. And the only thing that kept me going was the purpose of what I do. So I also work in one of the nation's most dangerous cities. And it is very crime ridden, very, poverty ridden, hotspots, everything. But those girls that I work with, the youth that I work with, the only thing that kept me grounded was if I don't finish, there are girls out there waiting on me and boys waiting on me. If I don't get through this, if I don't enlarge my capacity right in this moment, there will be other lives lost besides the one that's devastating me right now. So I hung on because I had found my purpose by then. So that's what I hung on to and went through. Now, my parents have been together for 60 years. Okay. They met when they were 15 and 17. So now we care for our father as he's trying to get through this. So things will happen while you're in these different programs. If you have to take off, take off. If you have to root yourself in, dig in, and go in, do that. But don't let life shut down your desire to live.
Yeah.
So,
I sorry for your loss, but I'm glad you also bounced back and you had something to hold on to keep you going. And also, I think important in that story is that if not this space somewhere else, but please look out for each other who are going through this. It's not easy. Like there is a lot. Like Monique says, amen. Shout out to that lady who told me I shouldn't go to law school. I landed just fine. Period, Monique. Period. Come through. Like it's just really, really important that you guys. I'm here as much as I can be. There's too many of you to be there, but for individuals, but be there for each other because it is not an easy road. And if it was easy, everyone would have been doing it. So, Tima Thinto, thank you for the panel. I've hoped for something like this for a long time. I appreciate that.
but ladies, just know that the money, if you're looking for it, your currency a lot of times is grace. If you just trust me, just get in there, get your foot in the door, find people that, are friendly, go from there. You will be exposed to so many different things. I was not even aware of the conversations I could have with men of all nationalities. Until I got there where my intelligence was respected, where it was, wow, I just love how you think. Let's sit down and talk about this. And that's where I really found out that as a Black woman, it wasn't mouthy. It wasn't sassy. It was me being an intelligent woman who was able to verbalize what she was speaking. Just don't be afraid of the intelligence. Just don't. Don't be afraid of the work that you're going to do when you go in there. Just don't. Just do it. Keep up, especially y'all youngins, because I'm almost 50. Keep up our status as the most educated women in the United States.
Yeah.
Okay.
The increasing population in terms of rate. Thank you so
No
much.
problem. Thank you, Themis. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. All right, Pink Pill has to go. I forgot there's a time. So go ahead and then we'll move on in the panel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this, Themis, thank you for having me on. This has been such a pleasure. What a positive conversation, fruitful conversation. I can't imagine how many people have been inspired by this. And I'm so grateful and humbled that you wanted me to be a part of that. And thank you all in the audience for your engagement and your encouragement and your reinforcement. And you guys have a good night.
Thank you. Even though the Pink Pill is leaving, know that the Pink Pill for college is still up for grabs, and we have not heard anyone yet explain themselves. So please feel free to explain, and the Pink Pill and I will get together and decide who should have it, and then you'll know. I won't announce it in the community tab. I'll just let that person know. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lolly.
Hi, Themis. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, how are you? I love this energy.
Oh, thanks, Themis. I appreciate it. And I love the topic of the panel. So thanks so much. But yeah, for me, I'm here to offer a little bit of my story and some encouragement too. I know a lot of times liberal arts gets a lot of hate in terms of, oh, one of those majors, but I'm here to offer some encouragement and how I finessed a little bit to make that work out for me.
Wait, before you go, I'm glad you did that caveat, because my opinion on liberal arts generally has completely shifted. I think it is very important and absolutely needed.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, Themis, when I got out of high school, my dream was to be a diplomat in the foreign service. And so I didn't really know much about it. I came from an area where international affairs wasn't really a thing at all. And then, as you know, there's not many Black people in that field either. And so I was talking to we're in the United States at least. And so when I was talking to my professors, they said, yeah, you'll need to go to graduate school for that. And not going to lie, Themis, I had not calculated that into my math at all. So I was a little taken aback because I didn't want to go into debt for a master's degree. I didn't know anything about it. So they said, okay, here's what you'll do. If you can get certified or get an accreditation in a really difficult language, because I like languages a lot, then that will make you a really competitive candidate because I came from a state school. I wasn't Ivy League or anything like that. So I actually was the first person in the history of my little regional state school to study abroad in China. I did an intensive semester there, gave it all I could, and I was also balancing GRE studying with books that I brought with me in the background. But my finessing worked, Themis, and so I came back to the United States and actually got a full school scholarship for a master's in international affairs, specializing in China and diplomacy. And that ended up working out and launching my career in international affairs, and I was completely debt-free at the end of it. So it all worked out in the end.
Wait. No, I love this. The fact that we have so much, just so much happening in the chat. You guys are well educated, well spoken, very involved, and just smart people. It's just very inspiring. Like, I'm going to be watching and rewatching this live stream a lot because the way that you guys come up and the contribution is just so meaningful. Like, this is really good. Like, I love hearing this.
And Themis, we're only here because you have such a great platform that lets us share positivity. So kudos to you, Themis.
I mean, the platform is positive because y'all are here. So that's amazing. Like, this is like actually inspiring just to hear back to back to back to back. And for people who are struggling just generally in life, in school, and whatever, know that the celebration of people who have gone through it and are doing well right now is not an indictment on you. It's supposed to be inspirational for you. And so I do hope this is how you're interpreting this. I learned Mandarin. I'm at an HSK 3 or 4. I'm probably 3 now, but 4.
That's still really good, Themis.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I tried.
Yeah. I will say one of the things that I want to, I guess, really impart to anyone, or even if you know anybody who's interested in doing, we'll say, people laugh and call it a soft major or something like that. The most important thing to know is if you really want to work the system as much as you can, do liberal arts, but specialize in something rare. So for example, I did liberal arts, but having my language capacity was a really strong component. Or if you do liberal arts, could you maybe double major in economics or statistics? Or could you do something, just think about in terms of liberal arts, what can be that little something extra that will push you over and make you really stand out? And it actually gave me some great opportunities. I had a chance to work in government, work for a think tank in China, and now I'm working in corporate America. So it's just kept on giving me really great benefits, and I'm really thankful for all of my opportunities. But I will just say it can be challenging in liberal arts just because a lot of the times some employers can side-eye you when you're first getting into the field. But the first thing is just to know that if you have a plan, if you're doing the best you can, if your math is mathing and all those sorts of things, just don't give up. Just keep going. And there's a Jim Rohn quote that I really like that he says, where you should do as much as you can. In nature, trees will grow as high as they can. Flowers will bloom as much as they can. But human beings have the dignity of choice. So given that choice, just choose to be your best self and hang in there and don't give up.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I think Dolly was next.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm so glad you're doing this
Wait, before
panel
you
tonight.
continue, thank you. Dr. Sunshine, were you the person I told to come back that we would do this? Were you the one who suggested this?
I'm not sure. I know I've discussed this a couple of times, so it's possible I was just one of many who suggested this to you.
Go ahead.
So this actually wasn't what I wanted to talk about, but just to piggyback off of what you and some of the other ladies were discussing as far as the soft skills are concerned, I can tell you, somebody who's worked in HR, I'm the person who reads the resumes and interviews people and recruits people. The soft skills that you learn from liberal arts degrees, not only are they very necessary, they're often the thing that managers complain about the most, that the new hires don't have, is that they, unfortunately, they tend to, even though they have technical skills, like people who are engineers, that sort of thing, they tend to lack skills like critical thinking, verbal and written communication, and research skills, transferable skills that you could get from a liberal arts degree that you could then transfer from career to career to career. So you can pivot quite easily from a history major or a sociology major very easily into something that's highly technical, even though that's not what you specifically train for. Because more often than not, when you go into those fields, they're going to train you anyways. There's not a job in the world where you can just hop into that job and with literally no onboarding or no training whatsoever. It doesn't happen. So this idea that the liberal arts degree is unnecessary, it's silly, is honestly, it's asinine. It's not even laughable, it's asinine. I wish people would stop saying that.
I think a lot of people, well, they're looking at which degrees can make the most money, and they're not really thinking about sort of inventive ways to make money leveraging degrees. So I think it's also very short-sighted, narrow-minded, and downright idiotic. So that's just how I'm gonna go with it. Was that it though? Do you?
No, the other issue that I have, and this is actually something that Jordan Peterson brought up many moons ago. I know you don't like him, but he actually had a good point about this.
To be fair, I do like the psychological takes, like when he's in his psychology bag, which is his expertise, and he can go forth and do that. When he starts talking about politics and stuff,
agreed.
I check out.
Agreed. And he mentioned something that I never thought about before, but I thought was pretty spot on. He was talking about degrees that I noticed that a lot of Black women get, like social work degrees, anything dealing with education or anything dealing with public administration, that sort of thing, where it's vital to the community, but it doesn't make a whole lot of money. I think this is the reason why you'll hear a lot of men on mics, or men with mics. They talk a lot about women with those kind of degrees, specifically Black women, saying, well, they get heavily into debt, not understanding that those are necessary jobs, but they're very hard to scale.
You want to know something? Wait, no. I'm going to cut you off on mics, because I wish the men on mics would have gotten the liberal arts degrees. Like, if you actually want to make commentary about the community, you could literally have been a sociologist. Like, you could have, not even a sociologist, you could have studied sociology in uni, and you would have at least been able to speak intelligently about that which you're trying to do right now. You could have. It would have been a lot easier. You could have literally went back to your books and pull out theories and add theories to your conversation. Now you just look idiotic.
I agree. And I think that the point that Peterson made was, he was saying that those jobs are necessary. And you could even take it a little bit further and talk about people who don't have degrees, people who are like daycare workers. The jobs that they do are necessary, but it's very hard to scale the pay, because how do you measure? There's no real way to measure the work that they do, even though it's vitally important, as opposed to somebody who's like an engineer or a lawyer like yourself. Like there's ways for you to be able to measure the work that you do and be able to scale the pay. You can't really do that with the work that you'll see a lot of Black women go into, or women, period, the work that they pivot to. But that's no real reason. You don't just sit with that conclusion and then don't do anything about that. We should be getting our brightest and most creative people to figure out, okay, how can we figure out a way to scale the pay for these people who are doing these jobs, because it's necessary. Because what ends up happening is you don't have a lot of people doing it, and the ones who do have it are overburdened. They get burnt out very quickly, and then they move on to something else that's going to pay them better. And now we don't have people who really had the calling to do that kind of work working in those fields.
Yeah.
So just anyways, the last point I'm gonna make, and I'll be brief, so I know you have a lot of other people on your panel here. You actually posted a comment that I made a little bit earlier. I was talking about how it took me 10 years to get my degree. The reason why it took me so long was because I was not like the other women here. I had a horrible experience throughout my entire college career. It was about 80% horrible and 20% was great. And the reason for that was because my immediate family, none of them went to college. They weren't able to really help me through any of that. I had to figure all that out on my own, and I made all of the mistakes, all of them. I went to UT Austin because they sent me letters in the mail. I didn't do any research. I didn't do any research on colleges and not just retention rate.
Which, by the way, is also a benefit of being have gone through the process.
Mhm.
My mom sat down with me when I was thinking about college. I only applied to one uni, and I'll
Really?
explain that. No, because I knew I was going to get. Well, that's kind of arrogant, but I knew I was going to get in. But for law school and my master's, that was a different. But I'll do for law school. But the charts we created, the ways we looked at GPAs and location, and then opportunities for employment and majors and ranking, the way we graphed everything out, and the way that we really sat down, it it made the process so easy for me. At the time I didn't know, because I just assumed this was how everyone did it, and I didn't realize the kind of privilege, right, that I had in my mother, who was able to like do like everything. Anything happened, I was like, hey mom, like what is going on? Like,
Yeah.
she had already gone through this. She knew the first month that I would be homesick and that I wouldn't want to tell her that I'm homesick. Like, even that, and she would be like, she understood the experience and she was there for me. Look, if you don't want your people to be smart, go off, sis. Continue. Sorry.
No, it's okay. And I'm glad that you had that. You were very blessed. And the good news is that because I went through all of those horrible experiences, I can now offer some good advice to my younger brothers and sisters. They're 20 years younger than me. So they're about to enter that stage where they're starting to think about college. And I wish Pink Pill was here, because I was going to tell her that I'm going to set aside some money for them so that I can offer them the Pink Pill college program, because I have two sisters. I think the work that she does is really necessary, and I'm glad that she's here to do that. But yes, I didn't have anybody to walk me through, to navigate me through like what you just did, where you guys did a whole pros and cons list. I didn't think about how strong is their alumni group. I didn't think about do they offer services for their alumni after they graduate from college. I didn't consider how strong, how supportive are the professors. Are there services if you're struggling through college? How big is the college campus? I went to UT, which is a huge campus. I don't know if you are aware of it or not, but it's literally tens of thousands of people. And if you don't volunteer and ask for help, you will not get any. You will drown, and they won't care, because the check is cleared, and they don't care. If you don't show up for class, and there could be upwards of 500 people in a class at any one time, they don't care. they don't care about any of that. Nobody told me any of that. Nobody, I didn't understand what I was really getting myself into. And while I was book smart, I was very sheltered. I didn't even get my first cell phone until I was 18. I didn't get a bank account until my mom helped me get one so we could go to college. None of that happened. And so I got horribly depressed and didn't realize it, that I was in a state of depression for years. And I got kicked out because my GPA was too low, and I couldn't. The way that it's set up, you can't register for another college during that semester. So I was just out of school, and then I didn't want to go back. And so I did what one of the other ladies did, where they got their associate's degree, and then I pivoted and went to University of Houston, which is it's a commuter school. Glad I did that, but it really just turned me off of college altogether for a long time. But listening to the ladies and their stories, y'all really inspired me to go back and get my master's, and I'm genuinely thinking about doing that now.
You should. You should. And not only should you, if you are listening and you're in a similar place, thank you, by the way, Dahlia, for sharing that with me, that with us. That is a very intimate thing that a lot of people wouldn't admit. If you are in a similar position, one of the things you should do, and you should do this, and this is why when people call out content creators and say, Themis, why are you going over there? They are value. People add value. For Harriet did a video about failing out of Harvard. That is one of the most powerful videos I have seen over on that channel as it relates to education.
Yes.
If you have the chance, please, even if you don't like her, it's fine. You can still get value. Watch that video. Please watch that video. It touched me in a way. Look, I've never failed out of anything in terms of school. No. I'm saying this. It could sound braggadocious. It is. I don't care. I'm done with school now, so I can brag because it's not going to come back and bite me. But I am a very good student. Very good. It's not to say anyone else isn't, but I also never had to work. I never had to do any, school was my life and I loved it. I loved being a student. So I never had that, but hearing someone be so open and Harvard, we're talking about like UT Austin, Georgetown, like if you're thinking about this school, you get in, right? You're not about to tell anyone you fail out, right? Because for a lot of people, it's a lot of shame. And when she did that, I was like, yes. And if you are looking for inspiration, if you are thinking about, oh my God, I messed up, I had to move back home, or I don't think I have what it takes because I tried and I failed. Know on my level that I'm telling you, you can, but also know that there are women who've been through this, and Dahlia is talking about it now, and Kimberly has an extraordinarily, I think, one of the most powerful videos about just like absolutely failing after her father passed away and living the life and then deciding she's going to have fun with her friends and failing out of school, going home, and then really having to consider what she did and how she could improve and going back and finishing. Like, I thought it was powerful. I think it's really useful, and I would encourage all of you. Do I know what the name is? I don't remember the name of the video. Didn't think I was going to be talking about it today.
I think it's called Failing Out of Harvard.
I've been failing out of Harvard. It's a powerful video. Please watch it. All right, sorry. And now you can finish. Is it your birthday, by the way?
Oh, it was my birthday Monday.
All right, happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Yes, and I saw that video, and today she's the only person I've ever heard admit that. I don't know anybody else who, I know people have, but I've never heard anybody openly state that they had failed out of school. And for me, that never happened to me before. Like, I was the golden girl. School was light work for me. I never had to study. I just showed up, I paid attention to what the teacher was saying, and I would get an A. But I didn't build up the discipline or the structure or routine like you had. I didn't have any of that when I went to college. So my best advice for anybody who's heading into college, especially to get their bachelor's, especially, is to create a routine for yourself, because when you are away from your parents, it's all on you at that point. So better for you to start now while you are in high school, create a routine for yourself that you can handle. And really build some structure around yourself and really think about, okay, what is something that realistic that I can do, that I can handle on a regular basis, and figure out the best way for you to study. Didn't know how to do that either. So that would be my best advice for people. And also, it's really okay to ask for help. You don't have to struggle. You really don't.
I appreciate that. And you never really fail if you haven't stopped trying, right? And so I think it's super important that you impress upon yourself this idea. I am also inspired to make sure that I continue with my second channel. I'm a perfectionist. On here, I can just come and talk, but on that channel, I don't want to give people the wrong advice. So every time I edit, I end up deleting videos. I've made more than 50 videos for that channel that I've deleted.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
I've made more than 50 videos for that channel that I just couldn't post. This, by the way, is the video right here. I feel that of Harvard.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you, Dahlia, by the way. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'm going to jump out of the chat, but just wanted to thank you again for all the work that you do. And congratulations to all the ladies who have their multiple degrees. Y'all are role models for me right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're inspiration to me right now. Failure is an opportunity to try again, but better. Period. Shaka, is that how you say your name?
It is. Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yes.
All right. So good afternoon, everybody. Well, evening. Well, I took a different route. I went to college from running track. I went to a liberal arts college, and I ended up changing my major a few times. It was, sociology, and I got discouraged because people was telling me that, why would you get that degree? You're not gonna make any money. So I ended up going to the business route. I did well, but I did struggle. I didn't really realize why I was going to college. I didn't know what for. I did end up graduating. I had a baby and everything while I was in there. I ended up going to the Marines. From there, they actually paid for my second degree, which is software development. I just finished my degree on Tuesday.
Congrats. Wow.
Thank you. So right now I'm just lucky for me because I went to the military and they paid for everything. They also paying for my housing right now. I'm just sitting here, filling out applications, educating myself as well, just trying to learn the network. So I just want to tell everybody there are routes to pay for college. I know joining the military is, look, don't put people at ease. I know people don't like it, but they paid for everything.
You got to do what you got to do. And there are a lot of routes to paying for your degrees. The price, it is annoyingly high, but you can pay for it without debt.
Oh, yes, definitely.
So I appreciate that. Thank you. Congrats again. And good luck to you and your family.
Thank you.
That's amazing, though. I love that. I love that you're doing this. So I'm glad that you're here also. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Goodbye, everybody.
Have a good night. Again, remember the Pink Pill Course. Dahlia, you're here. Please email me if you would like the Pink Pill course. And you said you would do it for your nieces, right? I think you said. But if you do want it, please email me. I think we're at Chi.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. And also, please feel free to correct me when I mess up your names.
Oh, no, that's right, Chi. So I actually commented earlier, I was talking about my PharmD, so doctorate in pharmacy. And so actually, I kind of have a different, I guess I haven't heard anyone say anything about their parents and how they kind of had involvement. So for me, I'm Nigerian and my parents are Nigerian. So they are very strict about pushing you down the STEM pathway. If they can, they will shove you down that pathway.
Yeah. Jamaicans too.
Yeah, so exactly. So that was honestly how I got into pharmacy so there was actually I kind of pushed back against my parents a little because I was interested in other things. And I was like, I don't know that I want to, finish undergrad and then do a whole nother 4-year degree in pharmacy. But, I'm looking back on it now. I thank them so much for pushing me down that route because honestly, now it's I have the, resources to be able to do the things that I was more interested in, that I enjoy. But then, my parents were just kind of like, oh, no, we don't want you to do that degree. But I felt like it helped me. It definitely helped develop me as a person for sure, both undergrad and pharmacy school. Like one of the ladies said earlier, just that meeting all sorts of different people. And, I had friends of all sorts of backgrounds and all sorts of different degrees. So I learned so much from them. And then, of course, a lot from people in pharmacy school. I will say one negative aspect for pharmacy school, I think for me, because while I was in it, I wasn't really sure that was what I wanted to do. I put a lot of stress and anxiety. So I had a lot of anxiety for myself because I wanted to do well. And then there was a lot of pushing against the fact of, oh, why do I want to do well if this wasn't even the degree that I wanted? So I felt like I really sort of lost myself in a lot of ways. And after pharmacy school, I really had to kind of find who I was outside of, trying to make sure that I did well. And I mean, I did really well, but it was just kind of like at what expense as far as like ripping my hair out and all that stuff, just from the
Yeah.
stress of the program. So I think, one thing, if I could advise people, is making sure that you don't go kind of like so deep into that like mode of, I need to make A's, and then forget the other things that are important to you in your life. Like you need to have that balance. And I know it's something that people say all the time, but I mean, you have like mental breakdown. I mean, I had mental breakdowns in pharmacy school from being just too stressed out.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, that's good. And the truth is, let's be clear, school, formal education is not for everyone. Yeah, I know. I push school and I will always push school because I think it's super important. But let's be clear, it's not for everyone. And I don't think our education system, I'm not using America, I'm saying globally, have caught up to other kinds of learning styles just generally. I think the people who are able to remember information and regurgitate information in a lot of ways are the people who succeed academically. But school for me is not just about the academics, but I just need to put that out there because I'm going to continue to push school, but I don't want it to feel like I'm completely ignoring a part of the population. So the part of my videos and content that is specifically about school, unfortunately, might seem niche because I'm definitely going to hit the gas pedal to go forward when it comes to those who want to go to school. Now, there was a question about vagueness in terms of we're pushing and saying go without any specifics. It's very difficult to give specific in terms of a formula for success in school without knowing your personal experience, what you're doing, what your past has been in terms of how you study and all of that. I don't give these blanket 10-step process because that is absolutely ridiculous. Like the 10 steps to success is ridiculous unless it's vague because it won't apply to everyone. So unfortunately, unless you're in the mentorship groups that we're going to create at some point this year, where we're actually digging deep on video with people in Zoom or something like that, it's going to be incredibly difficult to give advice that is generally applicable, that is not vague. So I apologize for that. Anywho, thank you so much. Who was that, Chi-Chi?
Oh, yes. I just wanted to make one more comment if I could.
Go ahead.
So, and yeah, so I agree with everything you just said. And I will say, so I recently, well, in 2020, I finished my residency and I actually did a residency in correctional managed care because I'm really interested in mental health. So actually I work with inmates and that's my patient population. And so that's been actually really rewarding. So
is that inmates like what kind of prison or jail?
Prison, yeah. So yeah, a prison system, so like correctional care.
Is it for women or men generally?
It's actually so the ones I work at, they're for men, but I mean, there are like women prisons in the system that I work in, but I don't work at those.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, please, I don't know what to say to these men to stop them from shooting themselves in the foot. I don't know, like, please stop, leave these women alone. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say to these men, but y'all are getting helped by the degrees you say are useless, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, well, it's for relationship." Well, stop. We don't care what you want in a relationship because none of these people want to date you.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes you talk to men in there, and I mean, they're talking about the babies, the kids they have outside. And there was one time I was in the clinic because I work as a clinical pharmacist, so I see the patients in the clinic setting, and so one of the nurses was talking to this patient and she was like, well, why are you talking about these kids? Like, why are you still here? Your kids are out there. You need to find a way to get out of here. And he was just like, oh, well, it's fine. Like, I don't know, I don't really want to go back to school, I don't want to do all these things. And she was just like, but you have kids and you're like, girlfriend is out there taking care of them without your support while you're in here and not trying to get out, so it's really interesting population to work with, very fascinating. But yeah, but rewarding
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you. Thank you. That just kind of made me sad again because it's just like, no, it's just like women not being educated for your ego and relationship would literally destroy the community. It would. It would destroy you. It would destroy me. It would destroy the whole community. And the arrogance and just pure, like these, I feel like these people are just like really silly at this point. And there's no foresight at all to see the impact. It's just like how, and then to hear women who are, I mean, it's a job is a job essentially sometimes, but there's also passion. And to hear people do this and to be met online or anywhere, honestly, with, oh, it doesn't matter, your job doesn't matter, your career doesn't matter, your education. To hear that, it's like so annoying. Like the first time I heard it, I remember going to bed and it just replaying in my head. Like, who says that? Anyway, I'm not going to go on a tangent because I could, and there are too many people. Thank you so much, Chi-Chi.
Thank you so much. I love your channel. Thank you for having me on.
No, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing. And I'm sorry school was not the best experience for you, but I'm glad you're here and you're doing well and giving what needs to be gave. So thank you.
Yes, no, it was definitely worth it. So I'm glad, it's, looking back on it, is definitely worth it.
Thank you. Wake up. Go ahead.
Hi,
You're muted.
can you hear me?
Hey, how are you? Yeah, we can hear you
Good.
now.
How are you? So I had a different route. So Dahlia, I'm so glad that she shared her experience. My mom didn't go to college. My dad died when I was young. They were not married. I have an older sister who did not go to college. And my school counselors,
Wait, stop. Shaking my head. That's pretty irresponsible to restate time and again that there are many ways to do this without debt, knowing you cannot fabricate the fact of it in the same breath. Wait, I'm doing what? Going to school? You can when I say without debt, you can apply for scholarships and grants. Are you asking me where to find these scholarships and grants? Like, do you guys need I mean, I don't mind putting resources in like the community tab, but like I don't want to say Google because like that's seemingly dismissive, but like a lot of the people who came to me were coming to me not to know where they can find it, but if I can like proofread an essay that they're writing to enter a competition when they already found. So let me do this. Tash, this is not an attack. I'm going to qualify by saying this is not an attack. It is nice to have someone provide a ton of resource in one place. And I think I should do that, and I will attempt to do this. But initiative is also extraordinarily important because I'm not wanting to like spoon feed every step. I stopped putting my research, I stopped making videos generally, and I need to start again. But I stopped making videos and putting all the links to my research sites at the bottom because people were being very lazy. And what I want to see, hopefully, are people saying, I went and I saw this, and this. And now I'm trying to figure out what to do and how to do it. Can you help me after I've done some work? And even as an RA, I would refuse to help people come up with ideas for papers, but I would proofread their papers. I don't like spoon feeding. I think it is actually counterintuitive when you hand everything to the person. They become reliant on you in that way. And so It's important to come with your own stuff and ask specific questions about the thing that you've done on your own. That is extraordinarily useful. So I just I don't want there to be this need. When I say I'm pushing back against anti-intellectualism, I'm pushing back against a broad idea, and I need for you all to push back with me in the specificity. Like that's your job. That it is your job when you're in school or thinking about school to go through some processes and then go to your mentor with things already in hand. I've not seen the pink pill in college, pink pill for college, but I'm sure there is somewhere in there where if you have a mentor, you do not go to them until you have a substantial and have done a substantial amount of the work on your own. Because if I have a mentee that keeps running to me for everything, I'm going to think you're not a good mentee because I need to see initiative. I need to see that you're doing some of the work. And I need to know that if I am with you as my mentee, that there will be time when I don't know and you have done so much work that you can step in on my behalf. That I am not always the one giving, but I'm also receiving something. And it doesn't have to be anything meaningful, but work and effort and something else. Don't expect people to be handing things out to you. One, it won't happen. And two, it's a useful practice in terms of initiative. So I don't want to be harsh, but like that is the reality. My mentees, I meet with them, we go, we talk, well, not anymore, but when I used to, we would go, and there are times when they'll talk about stuff they're doing and learning for the LSAT, right? And how they came up with the strategy to take the LSAT. And I was like, oh, I never thought of that. I learned something there because I didn't go there and sit down to teach them how to do logic games. I went there to ask them, okay, you figured out how to do it. Now, where do you have problems? Sorry, it is a tangent, but I think it's kind of important. Go ahead.
No, it's extremely important because that you can also have a job and go to school. If debt is a concern, you can work through school. You can go to school part-time, but that's besides the point. I think that argument about worrying about the debt of education it's dumb because we have way too many resources. Plus, if you're an able-bodied human being, you can work and go to school. You can get a job where they pay for your school.
Wait, before you go, Tash, I don't know if you meant to say love in a condescending way. I don't know. I'm hopefully not disrespecting you. I haven't made an assertion yet that needs backing. That you can go to school and not pay for it is not an assertion that requires backing because a ton of people have done that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the Hope Scholarship in Georgia, I don't know if they still have it, but I can check this. If you have over a certain amount of GPA, I think it was a 3.0 when I went there, you can get your entire tuition paid for. You can become an RA and not pay for housing. And therein you have a free college, right? Oh, that's an example. If you want a specific example, in Georgia, you can go to school and not pay for it if you keep your GPA up, and you can be an RA and you have a place to live. Well, it's not for free. You're paying for it by working. I mean, that's all I got. I don't know what else to say. I feel like, and Tash, please take a step back, because if you're reacting to me in the moment, you'll probably think I'm being disrespectful right now. And I don't think, I've seen you around, so I don't think you are upset. Yeah, I told you not to respond right away because I'll just keep saying there are resources, less mentioning them. So before we say something is dumb, let's assess our own points first. All right. Well, I'm going to say I'm not going to react to you anymore tonight. No ill will at all. I'm just going to step back right now, and you can feel how you want. Please don't block her. She's fine. You can react how you want. You can even offload in the comment. I would advise not to do that, but I promise I will not be reacting to anything that you say further, because I think we are combative right now. I'm saying we because I'm not putting that on you. It's fine. You can literally Google scholarships for undergrad. You can literally will come. I promise you resources will come up. Like it. I don't know what to tell you. Go ahead. Sorry. Sign me up to support your mentoring program. What I'm going to do, I'm going to actually create an outline so that I can get people who want to be mentors and then others who want to be mentees, and we can go from there actually. Because the women's version is the one that is stopping me because I feel uncomfortable being the one leading that. But I'll be a part of it, but I don't want to be the one leading it. So we'll figure it out together. Thank you. That's a great idea. Now that I see that you guys are willing to do that, I'm here for it. All right. Sorry. I won't interrupt again.
It's okay. So, I didn't have guidance. I had to learn it on my own. And yes, I made mistakes. I started with community college, started getting my prerequisites for nursing. I'd known I'd want to be a nurse for quite some time. But I also have a artistic streak. It was just there. I like to be creative. But the first time I went to nursing school, I failed, and I failed is just what it was. I was not responsible enough to a point, but I also had an undiagnosed learning disability. And so although I did well in high school, I process information very differently than my counterparts. So because I wasn't aware of it, it was a bit of a struggle learning the aspects of nursing that you have to learn when it comes to the didactic part of it, right? So I took a break from it, and I actually went to cosmetology school. I did trade, and I was very good at it, and worked for a major company, did hair shows, did bridal parties, makeup, all that kind of stuff. And when the opportunity came back around, I went back to nursing school and did really well because I learned as an adult how to study, how to share information, how to gather information. And that actually came from my trade education, because I went to cosmetology school. I became a stylist. I worked for a company. I became an educator. I learned from that how to teach adult learners. That taught me how I learn. So I had to learn about auditory learning, kinesthetic learning, visual learners, all of that stuff. So that helped me when I did go to nursing school. I got my ADN, and I did a concurrent program where I was getting my BSN at the same time. And it was difficult, but I did it. I work, as a nurse, you go out, you get your experience, but now I work from home for an insurance company, a remote position. There are so many things that we can do. Just having the education, like it's beyond that. And I still have my license. I still have my cosmetology license. I can go out there and do whatever I want with that, and my nursing degree. So, don't let go of those trades. If you're good with your hands, you're a hands-on learner, that is also extremely important and valuable. Now, so the job that I'm in, they're paying for my master's. And I also, as a nurse, because I teach other nurses, I'm learning instructional design. So now I get to add certifications so I can get into the tech side, which gets me into other six-figure positions. You don't know what your trajectory can be, you know? It's okay to fail. It's not okay to stop. You don't stop. It's okay to fail. You can pause, you can do that, but don't stop. You don't stop. I would love to mentor people. If there's anybody who wants nursing or anything like that, you let me know. I would love to mentor you because I do love sharing that kind of information. So, and Themis, I love you. I especially love it when you giggle off to the side. That's my favorite because it just makes me happy.
Oh, thank you. I love your. I love hearing you speak, and your face is amazing. This is so weird to say, but I'm gonna keep saying this. But the fact I have this weird thing where I keep thinking that I am all out here alone, in that, like, even in this channel, the building of it and the community and helping each other, I'm like, wait, I've been suffering for the last 3 months trying to figure out how to get this mentorship together. Literally because the people most of my friends who are women are either doctors or lawyers, extraordinarily busy. And so I've been trying to get my mom to be a part, and she's in another state, and she's like, yes, I'll do it, but like, I have 50 million patients and a business to run, like, you're gonna have to do everything. And I'm like, sure. But then she can't make deadlines when I'm like, we need to meet, because I'm her son, so she blows it off. And I literally keep forgetting that I could just reach out in the chat to say, hey, I'm trying to create a community where people are mentoring each other, where we can meet up on Zoom to talk and discuss strategy, go over a resume, all of that stuff. Like, I'm trying to do that, and I can do that for the men, but I'm absolutely not about to do that for the men without the women having their structure in place at the same time. So I'm like, oh my God, but you all are here.
Yes,
You're
we're all right here.
here.
We're all right here, and we can help you. You know, and one of the things I watch the chat. You have somebody in the chat who's in tech, and they're talking about all their certifications. I think that is so wonderful. You know, you have resources for the people who are watching you, and just thank you for this platform because it is extremely inspiring. I don't know who these people are who don't want us to go to school, but I don't listen to that.
Yeah, well, don't thank me yet. We're going to see where this whole mentorship is going to go. Let me say, when we do it, there will be no point at which we're exchanging money. There is no cash involved. You shouldn't be giving me money. I shouldn't be giving you money. It will all be about community and community building. If there are people who need help, I don't see the purpose in requiring that they pay for it.
The knowledge is priceless. So
yeah, but if we're trying to help people who don't have access, we're not about to be charging anyone. So I'm excited. I'm very, very much excited. How can any man be inspired by or interested in a woman's education? Look at all the life stories we've heard today. I want to know more about all these. Right, me too. Like, it's like, I don't know. Wait, where did LB go? It was her time next. I was probably talking too much.
Well,
Anywho.
thank you, Famous. You have a good night. I'll just be watching.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. I mean, we're almost out of time. We've been going for 4 hours, and I don't know how there's still 900 people in here. But Jay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do this. I'm very excited. I'm very, very, very excited about this. All right. Have a good night.
You too.
I think Prince Petty and then Dr. Sunshine. Prince Petty, do you want to go last or no?
Sure. It's a women-centered day. Let's let the women shine.
Dr. Sunshine, go ahead.
Hi, is my sound okay?
Yes.
Okay.
You look beautiful and radiant, by the way.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of shy. Thank you. I love you, Themis. I've been listening to you for a while. Thank you for those kind remarks. I am here representing engineering. I
Oh,
am
good.
period. So I am pretty stoked about your mentorship program. It's something that I want to do. So I am a pseudo first generation transfer HBCU student from Atlanta, Georgia, and I am now a professor of engineering at the University of California, Berkeley. So we are number one for the program that I'm in. I am the only Black woman, foundational Black American, fully Black American woman in my department. I feel like a huge weight on me because I see all of the gaps in higher education, and it's really depressing. So I have some, I don't know how much time I have, but I have quite a few rebuttals and talking points here. Okay. So I hear people talking about the challenges they've gone through. Both my parents died when I was a teenager, and I also assumed responsibility of a brother who was disabled. So you can make it through anything, ladies. It is not easy. And I actually am happy to provide tips and talk about some of the hidden curriculum that's involved in making your way through something as traumatizing as not having family support when you're trying to get through school. There was a comment about sociology, and I'm here to assert that sociology is incredibly important for engineering nowadays because we're now seeing that racism is a problem in engineering. Obviously, right? And we need that sociological perspective to develop better solutions. I'm going to try to keep it brief. Soft skills. I heard someone say that soft skills are not like prevalent in STEM people, and it's true because the majority of STEM faculty don't have good soft skills. And I'm not going to talk about racial demographics on your channel. Choosing your program. I'm at a top 10 institution, and what we look at is US News and World Report to look at the highest ranking programs. And that's what you should be shooting for, to be honest. Name recognition will get you everywhere when it's time to get a job. Your education matters. It was my ticket out of poverty, so I could care less what these men are saying online. I'm happy to share scholarship resources. Themis, you talked about spoon feeding versus mentorship. I think there is a continuum there, and we do need to bring our mentees up to a point, and they do have to take over after a certain point. But I'm going to tell you guys, your white counterparts are getting handheld. They're getting handheld at a very early age, at a time where we're largely neglected by our communities and family. They get their essays written for them.
Period.
Period. Oh, also, most people's parents are paying for their education. Yeah. The middle class is largely shut out from need-based scholarships. So unless you're extremely exceptional or extremely poor, you will be paying. Also, the mother does the majority of the rearing. So in upper echelon, middle class, upper middle class communities, high value men are seeking out educated women because those are the people that are instilling the values in the children. So they're looking for educated women. They want to pair with educated women. So if anybody wants to rebut the talking points of the manosphere, I'm happy to talk about that more.
No, I appreciate that. And as we move forward, at least as it goes to education, well, I'm going to continue to drag them forward. What I'm not about to do is justify any of their foolishness at any point tonight. But I will point out something that you said. It is because Your counterparts are getting handheld, spoon fed, carried, actually, that I cannot hand hold you, that I cannot spoon feed you. You are going to have to put in more work than others. And it's not fair, it's not right, but it's because of this reality that a lot of us, not myself, but a lot of us are first generation college graduate, first generation making a certain amount of money and having to take care of not only ourselves, but generations. If our grandparents are here, or parents are here, brothers, sisters, all of that, we do have a lot on our plate, and to the extent we can help others, we should. But it's useful. Like, one of the proudest moments, I won't explain, was when I realized that my mentees are actually engaged in work outside of me. And I can see that, and I'm inspired by that. And I'm encouraged by the fact that they are actually out here trying. And it makes me try that much harder to be there for them. But I take your point. But I do think we do need to work really, really hard and smart about the ways we go about life, because it's just not going to be it's not going to be given to you. And there's going to be a point where no one knows the answer, and no one who likes you know the answer, and the people who know the answer won't give it to you. And so you have to be able to take on your own initiative and do your own research. It's a tough world, and it's sad, but it's real. That part I'm going to admit up front.
Oh, they're hiding the information from you all.
I mean, in law school, the way to get through law school is to get a good outline. I didn't say make a good outline. I say the way to get through law school is to get a good outline. They're not about to give you that outline. You will find yourself, if you're in law school, with people in the same study group, and people will have answers to questions you don't know to ask, and you're looking around trying to figure out who had what, where, when, and no one will tell you that they have a outline, that each of them in the group have an outline. And so it was so important to me. Vanessa, I hope she's not watching, I am forever in debt to her, because she made sure she didn't give me an outline. I can't be out here admitting anything. She didn't give me the outline or anything, but she made sure to correct me where I was wrong, to challenge me on ideas when I thought they were different, right? Now, she'll talk about how smart I am, and she'll probably say she didn't, but she pushed me in a way that I was never pushed before. And the other Black women around me did the same thing in law school. So I know what it takes, and it takes a village. And my village was filled with Black women. So I'm sorry, we're not going to talk to say that education don't matter. Not on Beyonce's internet. Absolutely not. They're getting handheld. Can we speak about how they purposely hold their children back a grade for the advantage? Also, education, accommodation. Oh, yeah. And not only, everyone has something now to prevent them from taking the exam with everyone else. Let me leave that alone. They're finessing the system. So I'm still binging your channel. I don't have much but a military career. I'm open to help mentor Black women anyway. What do you mean you don't have much but a military career? What we're not going to do is speak down on a military career. I love a military career. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. We're not about to do that. But yes, I would love for you to come, and for people who want to be a part of the military, please. That is great. Not only are they handheld, they so believe that minorities go to school for free because we are minorities. Girl, someone actually told Vanessa this. And in law school, it's blind grading. And Vanessa, I don't want to put her GPA out there, but her GPA is real, real high. And this person's GPA was real, real low. And so it was very interesting to me to watch that exchange. He got dragged, but that's neither here nor there. All right, LB jumped off, and it was her time again. Dr. Sunshine, thank you so much. If you are willing to be a part of the group, let me know. I'm going to start the process next month for signing up and all of that, and then I'll explain more about it next month. Right now, I'm doing the internal work for before we get there.
Well, thank you for everything you're doing, and I'll talk to y'all later.
Yes, and we can have another live stream where we can go up and rebut the manosphere talking points, because I want to do that, but I don't want to give them energy right now.
That's all I can say. Have a good night.
Have a good night. All right, Valerie.
Hi. So I actually went to Temple University, and then I actually transferred back into my state, which is the state of New Jersey. I started off going into physical therapy, and I actually realized I hated it. So I did international business because I actually wanted to do I wanted to actually become an ambassador, and I realized you had to become a foreign officer, do 3 years. And this is something I found out back in the day before the internet. There's actually a book on all types of professions and what you want to do. So I did that, and I graduated with international business, and I went into import exports. I eventually had kids. I worked at import export for like 7-8 years. Got pregnant, and I looked at how much I was making, and I realized, like, okay, I'm doing this profession, I'm making this much money, and I don't even like it. So I went into nursing, and my dad is a doctor. Almost everyone in my family is a doctor. I'm Haitian. That's just a lot of us do that. And I'm like, my mom's like, I told you to go into nursing. So I went back to nursing. I actually was almost through, and I got pregnant, failed out. Now I'm in a divorce. I do want to go back into nursing. And I'm also like a parent. So as a mom, what I would say is I think a lot of your advantages to your children, to your kids, your daughters, actually come way before you get into college. So for me, I was lucky. My dad was definitely a type of person that promoted education a lot. And actually, a lot of people in my family, because most of the people in my family that came here in the 80s were accountants and doctors and physicists, whatever. So what I promote for my kids is actually education before they even enter into the school system. So what I would advise for a lot of people is to not wait till they get to your children to get to kindergarten to start educating them. I think a lot of the wasted time for a lot of kids is getting lost in a lot of frivolous knowledge. That's just my perspective. So most of your content and your knowledge is swallowed through imaging. So when my kids were young, I promoted them to watch only things that promoted education. By the time my daughter was 3 years old, I had put her in a tutoring center. And I think a lot of people actually don't invest in their kids in that way. So I put her in a tutoring center. By the time my daughter was in kindergarten, she was already in mixed fractions and algebra. And right now she's 11. She's in advanced math, both of my kids. Also, I would say that there's actually scholarships for schools at a younger level that a lot of people don't realize. Your charter schools, not all charter schools are good. There's an all-girls school, which isn't that far from my house. It goes all the way to senior year, and you can get scholarships for those. So there are actually scholarships at a younger level. And even if you have boys too, because I also find that a lot of boys are not in actual other skills. Most of the I go to
MJ, thank you, MJ, and yes, I'll let you guys know. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I live in a really good town, and I do travel into the other towns beside me. And I notice that when I go to all these programs, STEM programs and things like that, library times, they offer actually STEM programs in your library that are actually free. Robotics, you don't really see a lot of Black boys there. that I will see Black girls there, but unfortunately, a lot of the Black boys are just in football, basketball programs, and that's it. So there's a lack of diversity there. Try to understand who your kid is before they get into school. Have a file for your own kid before they get into school. Nobody can tell me what my intelligence of my kid is. I know before they tell me.
Yeah.
There's also free apps online like Khan Academy, and they also offer like free online education and videos that your kids can watch, and then who they interact with. Also, high school, if you know that your kid is not in a really good area, there's some high school programs, like there's a charter school by my house. You have to take the test by the age of right before your last year in junior high, which you can enter into the school. High school is so important. And I think a lot of people don't realize that all high schools are not created equal. You're graded on a different level from high school. I went to all-girls school. So the high school that I went to, a B there is not the high school, is not a B grade at maybe another level.
Yeah.
Then your guidance counselors.
So even when it comes to the children in high school, and specifically when it comes to raising children, wait, I put you on mute because there's an echo happening when I speak. I think there should be a resource. I think Vitamin Q has, I think Vitamin Q's channel specifically relates specifically to motherhood. And I think we should have resources listed, and that's something that I think we should do. But this is also part of the issue where it becomes very dense when I'm like going through and listing every single resource. So we'll post those, and Valerie, you can email me those and we can post them for people who it'll be useful for. But go ahead.
So
the chat is now closed, and the panel is closed. So only those who are on will get to speak now. And LB is next. Go ahead, finish up, Valerie.
Yeah, so in high school, there are also high schools. You can graduate with actually your associate's degree from high school. There's a program now, which I don't think I had in my younger years, and you actually pay a cheaper price. So that way, if you graduate with your associate's degree, then all you have to do is your bachelor's credits, which will actually save you money. So you don't really have to, like when people talk about spending a lot of money, there is a cheaper way to go to school. If you go to school in state, you pay less money. Again, like I said, I went to health. There's also programs like when you get older. So Puerto Rico even had like a nursing program. You could go to Puerto Rico and have your kid and finish nursing school. So there's actually like a lot of different ways to get help.
I appreciate that, and thank you. And I'll go to Vitamin. I'll probably ask in the Discord about whether or not she want to do that, and do some sort of resource in her community tab or somewhere for us. If you have a toddler, get them hooked on phonics. It is worth every cent. It really is, because then they grow up and they can actually. Let me not be petty. Thank you so much, Valerie.
Okay, and last thing I want to say is actually nowadays, I think the advantage to this generation and our generation is actually online. There's a lot of resources. So you can, like, I feel like if you want to be in something, everything around you should be about that. So your social media platform, your Instagram, all those things, there's people actually online on, what I did when I went to engineering or nursing school and what not to do. And also there's actually a lot of online book resources that you could use that actually grade your percentage, what you need to work on, and practice taking tests. That's also another important skill. And that's it.
Thank you. I hope Vanessa isn't watching. All right, thank you so much. All right, LB, go ahead.
Okay. So I came I feel so weird being back here.
No, you're fine. I wasn't gonna address it, but since you address it, let me do it. I'm so excited you're back. Well, not back, but I don't know what you are. But I'm happy
I'm
to have
visiting.
you. I'm happy to have you. There's love coming for you in the chat.
Well, thank you. And I do want to apologize to anybody that was hurt or offended by what I said before and what I did last time. I know this isn't the time to do that, but I did want to acknowledge that
No,
before
you
I went
can,
forward.
yeah, you can do whatever you want. No, I mean, the truth is, like, when you left the last time, I told you we missed you, and we did. And you leaving again, this time under different circumstances. I mean, you are a part of the family over here, and I don't really care what anyone says. You always have a home here. So whenever, like, you can be mad and leave and come right back, right? So, like, I'm glad that you're like, I'm sorry that that happened or whatever. And I appreciate that because that's important. But your space is always here. So, like, it is what it is.
I genuinely, I wanted to apologize to everyone. And I know that I hurt some people that have been here since the beginning and some people who are loyal fruitcakes and thoughts. And honestly, a lot of you guys were right. It was partially misdirected energy from personal stresses that I won't get into. But I came back tonight because I love education, which is why I've been floating in that realm for like 7 years. And I think it's really important that we don't discourage people from getting their education, from getting degrees, from going back if they decide they don't want to. Or if they don't decide they don't want to go straight through and then they think, oh, well, I'll go back at some point. A lot of people will tell you, oh, don't quit, don't stop because you'll never go back. If you don't mind me taking a little bit of time, I have a little bit of story.
Go ahead.
So when I was in high school, I had super high grades. I was in a school district that was top in the state. And I did all the extracurriculars like Black Student Union, treasurer, nominated president of the Asian Culture Exchange. Like, even though it was kind of weird, I was like, thank you. I appreciate the nomination. They restarted the African American Mentorship program and asked me and another student to lead it. Like, I was in a bunch of extracurriculars, and my high school counselor told me not to go to uni. She said, don't go to a 4-year. And she assumed based off of my finances that I wouldn't be able to go, but she never looked into it. And I actually did not pay for my undergrad degree. I paid for housing, but I didn't pay for my degree. And so that wasn't on academic scholarship or even sports or anything like that, although I probably could have got that too if I had the support back then from the people that were paid to support me. But I went on like military benefits. And so even that took research because my military benefits belonged to my dad, and I thought he had lost them because he had gone to prison. Too much information, I know. But I had to actually research his military benefits to see if I could still use them. And it turned out that I was able to do that. So I was able to pay for undergrad that way. When I was in undergrad, I had a lot going on. I had housing instability. I had SA happen and just a whole bunch of random things like being at work and getting stuck with a needle and having to be on like antiviral meds for months and my teacher not caring that I was literally like sick. And I just had to keep pushing through that. And I think that I did actually take breaks. So I went to school for about 3.5 or 4 years, and I took 1 semester off because I just got burnt. And the way I knew I was burnt was when I failed women's studies. I was like, ooh, okay. I had never got an F in my life. Failed women's studies, I was like, okay, I need time. And I took that time, and I finished out my last semester with a 4.0. Just like, if you look at my undergrad degree, it's like literal roller coaster because I let everything in my life just affect me. When I got out of school, I didn't know what to do because I had a liberal arts degree and everybody told me that it was useless. So again, feeling lost, I was just like, oh, what am I going to do? So I had 2 insurance licenses. So I worked in insurance for a while. I didn't have the heart for it. I did door-to-door sales. I was like selling government phones in parking lots, like just whatever to make money, even though I had a degree, because I had no idea how to use it. And I was working in Amazon warehouse at one point, and someone introduced me to subbing. And so I looked into that, got my permit to do that. And that's the field that I've been in for the past 6-7 years. And through that, I was able to get other positions with like different titles or whatever. And I was able to like progress through that. Now, after undergrad, I finished undergrad in 2015. And I started grad school in 2020. So I was off for 5 years, like insurance agent, warehouse worker, telephone worker, door-to-door sales, like just whatever. And I kept hearing people's voices in my head saying, like, you're never going to go back to school. You're never going to go to law school. But I was able to say, you know what? I don't care what people say. Like, this is going to happen. We're going to do something. And so I didn't go for my JD, but I did get my legal master's from a school so I have a legal master's with a concentration in dispute resolution. And I got it from one of the top dispute resolution, well, arguably the top dispute resolution school in the US. And so I was really excited, and I never in my life thought I could go there. I actually wanted to go to that school since high school, but I didn't think I was good enough because of the supports that were lacking due to prejudice of our guidance counselors. Yeah, so that has been a major influence. And then also my mom worked in group homes when I was younger, and I would go with her sometimes. And just seeing how, like, even though I had that lack of support there, or I had missed opportunities, some would say, I also understood that, like, I was privileged in a lot of different ways. And so what inspired me is seeing how different people have struggles and how one person can change your whole life path, because I've had multiple like singular people that didn't know how much they affected me that kept me going throughout that process. And I've collected a great support system and a lot of mentors along the way. And like Thema said, you do have to be willing to work, and you have to come ready. Like, you can't like, I won't go to a mentor unless I'm ready. And but also sometimes you feel like you're not ready, but you are. And I think that's kind of what your mentors do for you. They let you know, like, when you're being too hard on yourself, but they also help you when they see you trying to help yourself. And so one thing I did want to say, just like, I finished grad school a year ago, and again, kind of a little bit lost. I still want to get my JD. But I know that, like, even though I'm not in the field that I want to be in yet, being in the field that I am has been really impactful. And if all I've done with my degrees is my past 6-7 years in education, I'm here for that, because I've had students come back to me and tell me that I changed their whole life. And, like, sadly, I didn't recognize some of them because I see like thousands of kids, but just hearing that from someone. And then also, like, I've worked for STEM summer programs where the little Black kids are like, oh my gosh, it's a Black girl teacher. I've worked with like kindergarten students where the student literally started class saying, started the class saying, my dad said Black people are dumb. And I was just like, oh. And like, so class started that way. And then at the end of the class, he's amazed, and he has a completely different perception of Black people than what his parents sadly taught him to think. But I don't know, like, that could have impacted that little boy.
Yeah, I mean, that is beautiful, but like, I couldn't have done it. Your dad said, "What? No, everyone's getting calls." So I'm too extreme,
I
but
just
that is
laughed.
beautiful.
I was like, because it caught me so off guard, and it was elementary school. I was just like, oh. And then the little boy was grilling me the whole entire class. Like, do you know this? Do you know that? Do you know this? And I had answers for every question. And he was just like amazed. And I was like, well, cool. I'm fighting prejudice today. But just those experiences alone have been very meaningful to me. And so if I do go to law school, I want to do IP law so that I can help protect minority creatives. And right now, what I'm focused on is just like establishing myself and getting settled, and then getting my nonprofit off the ground. So I started my business. Was it this January? Yeah, I started my business this January, and my hope is to get it off the ground sometime next year. It was supposed to be this year, but you know, things. Things. But I am here because I know that they try to, there's people that try to discourage you. There's people that tell you don't go back. I took 5 years off and still finished. And I have mentors who have a whole bunch of different stories of why they took time off, but took time off, whether it was months or years, and still became judges, and still became finance people, still became whatever they wanted to do. And some people will say, oh, you won't get the ring if you won't get the ring if you get your education. I got my education, I got my own ring.
You won't get the
I had
ring
to
if
do
you
that.
got an education, or if you.
I got my own ring to commemorate this, to
Y'all better
commemorate
not
my
be getting homes. Y'all better be homeless in these
like, and I'm trying to
streets.
get home. And oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was gonna go to someone else, but no, you're fine.
I'm
Here's
sorry.
the love part.
So the last thing that I wanted to say is that people think that you go to school to be the person that knows everything, and you don't have to be the person that knows everything. You have to, like, one, soft skills are very important. You have to be able to communicate with people, which is coming weird from the person that just had a fit like a couple weeks ago. But you, like, the soft skills matter. You have to be able to connect with people and to build with people. You still have to be able to realize what your strengths and weaknesses are. And when you have weaknesses, work with people whose strengths are your weaknesses, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So going into my nonprofit, I'm not looking to, when I was younger, I thought, oh, I have to be this and that and that. I have to have all these degrees and certifications. But what I've realized getting older is my skills were more so in the soft skills, and I'm kind of like glue for the people who have those other skills. I have skills of my own, but I also plan to bring people in with different skills so that I can provide the most resources for like my target group.
Yeah, you leverage people's skill so that you don't have to, and particularly for things that you are not the best at. Great.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you. For anyone with comments or concerns, please feel free to send them to me via DM, and I will respond to you directly. I will not be responding to you on live. But I hope you felt the love as you came back, and I appreciate you. You can take your time and do what you need, but the space is always here for you. Know that.
Thank you. Oh, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to let you guys know, don't worry, I put myself in the corner. I'm not going to be in the chat for now.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your time, and whenever you feel ready to come back, let me know. Like fully, like to take it fully. But yeah, feel free to join in, obviously, whenever you want. Let me know.
Thank you.
Yep. CJ.
Hi, Thamus. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
By the way, I'm going to say, I'm not hurrying anyone up. I'm just going to say, please be mindful that there are other people on this up here. I'm going to add the chat is full. By the way, please don't click that link. Let me remove it. we're going to go and hopefully give people 2 minutes. Actually, I'm just going to go into the after show and make this the after show. So CJ, you'll start us off in the after show. Go ahead, CJ.
Okay, I won't be long. I'm coming from another direction with this. I started off in community college, and sometimes that's shame because being from DC, they're like, "Why you not going to Maryland? Why you not going trying to go to Georgetown? Why you not going this and that?" Because I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, so I didn't want to waste a lot of people's money and time until. So my first thing I wanted to do was criminal justice. So long story short, I couldn't get childcare, so I had to drop out. So I guess the other direction that I'm coming from is I did go back to school for a while, but I didn't get a degree. I don't have a degree. But I'm bringing this to say I still have a feel I'm making over 100,000 without a degree. And I'm not saying just go and do this because I think everybody should get some form of education. But I'm coming from the other side to say I am in a good career. And I think because, I'm in the DC area, I'm in the federal government, so that can happen. But I think even the little bit of education that I got helped me on the way. So I was just coming from the other direction
Yeah,
saying
no.
it can happen.
I
Okay.
wanna add this to your statement. Do not play with the top secret clearance.
Oh no, I don't play that. Look, no, not where I am. I don't play.
Wait, do you have a top secret? Well, can you say that?
Yeah, I'm a DHS, so yes, I do.
Period. You didn't say that, and I didn't know you had that. I was just saying, when I talk about education, I do actually push it, and I will continue to push it. But I'm not sleeping on, it's sleeping on, right? It's idioms. I'm not sleeping on these top secret clearance. I'm not, look, do what you gotta do. I am here for all of it, like a period. Once you're doing that which is best for you, and you're not making other people make your life choices for you. Look, if you want to be a stay-at-home mother, be a stay-at-home mother. Just know that in the ways you go about figuring out your life, this is suck, and this is not the fairy tale, but Anita Baker fairy tale song, as KSC pointed out, highlights that life is not a fairy tale. You wake up to the reality.
Yeah.
Please make sure you are taken care of, and that you are not completely and utterly dependent on someone outside of yourself. Even if you are, figure out a way that at the end of the day that you're good. That's all I'm gonna say. Look, it is not optimistic, and it's not sunshine, and it's not rosy, but it's my true belief. But you can ignore it. But no, if you don't have an education, a formal education, it doesn't mean all is lost. Please, no, absolutely not. And don't run to college if you don't feel like it's a good fit. Absolutely not. Continue.
Absolutely. And that was kind of, I wanted to put that out there to give some people encouragement who may not have completed that it is possible. And that's what I wanted to say. I'm not going to hold you up. So thank you, Themis. Been watching you for a long time from the bushes, but I think it was on my heart to say that today. So I thank you.
It was needed. I'm very, very happy you say it. And I think it can become overwhelming when it's like, you need education, which is something that I'm going to push. I'm going to push. But the reality is you don't need it. And for a lot of people, they can do well without it. But I know why I'm pushing it. But I love that you came up. I'm glad that was on your heart to come say that, because it is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Themis. Y'all have a good night. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Paris, go ahead. Yes, Freckles, I can't hear you.
Hey, Themis.
Oh, there, yeah.
So I had like 3 different things, but people have kind of been speaking on them a little bit. The first thing I wanted to kind of talk about is I'm from a very small town, military town in South Georgia. So when I hear all Black people are from the hood, I always think to myself, we out here in other places. Hold on. So we are in the pockets out here in the middle of the country. Had a diverse background there, but it's still, the South is still racist. It's still, dominated by white supremacy. And you saw often when you were in school the idea of either go to school or either you're going to be working at Walmart. Those are your two options, basically. And there are tons of people that stayed, and that's what they do. They work at Walmart. The people who were there for the military, the families and stuff, there's no hoods. There's tons of houses and nothing else. They have a Chick-fil-A now, last time I checked. So that's something, but nothing else. So it was a constant reminder when you're growing up that if you don't join the military, you don't go to school, like that's your life. You will be there. You've seen the cycle of people that are still there. So I went to college. I think one of the first things I wanted to say is that people underestimate the escapism that college brings, escaping trauma, escaping small places that you can't see yourself growing in. So for people who think college is not for them because they don't think they're smart enough, I can assure you that, like you said, the Pell Grant and all those type of things, it is a way of getting you out and expanding your horizons without having to get shot at in the military. So definitely don't shortchange yourself with that. It's not a fairy tale. I thought that I was going to find my husband in college. That didn't happen because that's what, they feed us this lie as girls. I did play sports, so that's another way of getting into college, to get someone to pay for that. College, as far as academic and sports scholarship, I was on both. I went to HBCU for 2 years and then transferred to a PWI for 2 years. You'll be surprised how many inept, incapable people there are at PWIs. So again, don't shortchange yourself there. You'll work with those same people. They'll have positions over you because of networking and their parents, and they don't know what they're doing, and you're more educated, you're more smart. You have everything that they don't have because you had to work for it and it was handed to them. So that's frustrating. So my message is literally, don't think college isn't for you. Find what you're passionate about early and try to make networks with those things. And if not, find people that as far as adults and things like that, parents, whatever their trade or educational or work background is. It's smart to leverage that, because I wish I would have known that, because getting out into the working world, like my family, my dad was military, my mom had business, she was a hairstylist. And if I would have known that nothing you do in college will ever help you get a job if you don't know somebody, and networking is the one thing that will get you there over anything else. I've had bosses that I'm smarter than. I've had people that I'm working for that I'm more talented at, in the same field and things like that. Networking is key, but also because I know we have a lot of moms in the chat too. Please don't discourage your children from pursuing education and degrees and dreams that you don't see for them, unless they're a rapper. Like, I'm let them be a rapper. But originally I wanted to go to school for botany. My mom told me I could never make money doing that. And fast forward, marijuana is legal and I could have been doing that and been a multi-billionaire by now. But that's something that you don't always have the foresight. The universe, put something on your heart and your mind to do. So don't discourage young kids from seeing that for themselves, even if you don't see it for them.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I really, by the way, Yin Yang, when Kendall St. Charles would be a dream sort of collab. I'm going to reach out to her after I've been watching her on Clubhouse, but I went into a Clubhouse meeting where she was absolutely just killing it. I think she is an extraordinarily gifted speaker. So I would love that. All right, we need a live on networking. I think networking is super important, and I will call probably the pink pill in for this. People, this is gonna sound weird, but people tend to be drawn to me when I go out and meet people, and I don't. When people teach how to network, I get really anxious because the one thing I'm not going to do is lie. I'm not going to pretend like I like you if I don't. I'm not going to be mean. I'll just like leave. Like I'm not about to do that. And so like networking for me is more of creating friendships. Um, so like it's very difficult for me because I walk into a room, I find who I like, I talk to who I like, and I leave. And who I like ended up to be a partner of somewhere, a VP of something. Like I'm never intently going after someone because of their position or what I think they can offer me. But I do think there is a lot of networking that is about personal connection. And I think that part can be taught. I will never be the one teaching network. I'll put that out there now because I walk into a room, I like you, I like your energy, I'll go to you. I have literally, should I do this? Yeah, I have gone to a gala and sat down with the person cleaning the person walking around and doing the cleaning because I thought she was more interesting than everyone else there. Like I've literally just sat there and we just chopped it. Like I'm trying to use idioms. I'm integrating idioms in my language. So I was gonna say chopped it up, but I keep thinking I'm wrong in the use.
That's correct. You did it perfectly.
Thank you. So I'll just quote unquote just chop it up. You don't say quote unquote either, do you? When you
You're never gonna survive in the hood, Themis.
right. I was like, I'm quote unquote chop it up. That don't sound right. No. So we were chopping it up. We weren't talking. We just sat there and talked the entire night, and it was so lovely. I've also went and there was a bartender, and we just sat there while he was working, and I was interrupting him. But we talked. Look, I'm not just gonna go talk to the people who have power. No, if I don't like you, I don't like you, and it is what it is. Thank you, Paris.
I was
Love
gonna
your
say too,
photos.
people never underestimate personality. Like I even on this channel, I'm a goofball and I kind of be trolling slightly, but I'm one of those people who have like a just very bubbly, open personality when I talk to people. So in jobs and corporations that I've worked in, when people come from corporate, really turning it on and making a real connection, not a fake one with people, really goes a long way. So it's doable, but like you said, it is kind of like teaching sales to people because you're like trying to teach them how to put on and be on, which I feel like is kind of the mindset that the manosphere comes from, is like fake it until you make it kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the genuineness of you be you is it'll take you a long way. But I was going to say too, if you have a second, that people underestimate the microaggressions that white women do at work, and I have lost jobs over white women before. They make your life difficult sometimes, and the one person that came up saying that they'll give you something that they know is something that's a goose egg, like it's not going to work, they know that it's doomed to fail, and they'll throw it at you and have everything right on that, like this will show if you deserve it, and you're like, what? That's happened. So don't be discouraged, ladies. It happens to all of us. These, Beckys and Karens are out here. The black men love them and will lift them up. But we got to stick together on these jobs because we only got each other.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm also an introvert, just FYI. Thank you so much. I think the next person is False Coming.
Actually, it's Eve, and then I'm after her.
All right, Eve,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you for having me on your show.
You're welcome.
Yes, I'm currently a nursing student at a HBCU also. and I'm having extreme anxiety about college life. When I first started, it was exciting, and now that I'm near done with my prereqs and I'm due to take my nursing exam in January, I'm having like all kinds of anxiety. When I started college, it was I majored in a different course. So it was actually two majors that I was in before I decided to go into nursing, since I'm already working in the healthcare field. And I'm thinking I'm having anxiety because we have academic advisors, but they're not always available to communicate with. And that's why I was interested in y'all's mentor program also, because like on our end, as far as at school with advisors, they're not there a lot to communicate with. Like I don't want the holding hand syndrome. I just need some guidance and to be informed about things. So I was just trying to see if you can give me any pointers or something.
The pointers I think we should give and this also goes back into the person questioning vagueness. I don't know how useful it will be to do it publicly, but the question I would have is, do you guys have counselors at your uni? Do you have access to those counselors? And have you spoken to anyone about anxiety?
I have we don't have counselors. They just call them academic advisors.
No,
And
not those. Not
okay.
for anxieties. I'm talking about actual like in-house or in-school therapists.
No, we don't. I know we don't.
Really?
Unless they do, then I haven't been informed about it and I'm not aware of it.
I'm an RN, HBCU, contact me. That's interesting. Do you know about Better Health? I don't like saying names of things online because I don't like people going there, particularly when I've only had one person use it and had really good things to say about it. Can you email me?
Yes.
And I'll send you counseling networks and where you can find, because I think your anxiety is probably something that you should address directly.
Yes, because I didn't realize that I was having it until I guess when college started getting serious for me, then I started kind of panicking about, I don't know what it is. I don't even know how to describe it.
Do you know what you're going to title the email? My inbox is really full, but I will filter it for yours. Just say Eve Inquiry.
Okay, I can.
Inquiry. And I will, if you send it this weekend, I will respond by Monday.
Okay. Yes, I can do that.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Fall's coming. Is it your turn now?
Yes. I just like I felt bad if I went before her and she was here before me. That's like
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. So you talked about being a perfectionist, and I am like similar, except my perfectionism is destructive. You can probably hear like the sirens outside. Like I don't know what's happening. But yeah. And when I say my perfectionism is destructive, I'm similar where I'm in art. So I majored in school writing for television / producing. So whenever I write a screenplay or draw something or anything, if I didn't like it, I will trash it instead of like saving it for my portfolio and using it later to network. That's another thing. I'm exactly like you. I don't like networking because literally only my opinion matters. Like if I'm not here for you, then I'm not here for you. And that was like detrimental for me because I never took the word of other people when they were telling me that something that I wrote or something that I did was good and it was acceptable. Like they didn't see the imperfections that I saw. To them, it was great. More than anything, a lot of my writings and artwork opened doors for me when I was in college, and it allowed me to get into programs and allowed me to get internships that were rare and were hard to come by. But at the end of the day, and this is just like my one advice for women who are like in the chat, get out of your own way. I stopped. I have a one track mind. My mom used to tell me this all the time, where when I want something, I want something, and I don't allow for detours, even if that detour coincides with the long term plan that I have. And like I said, I got into programs, or I will have professors like recommend me for things, and then literally I will talk myself out of it. I will, not them, not my parents. I will literally sit down and talk myself out of something that was essentially a great experience for me, whether it was going abroad, whether it was like taking an interview with Disney or whatever. So, my advice, if you're one of the people like me and you allow yourself to talk yourself out of things, like you have a great support network, but what they say don't matter sometimes, get out of your own way and realize that someone is seeing in you what you can't see. They're seeing they're seeing your essence. They're seeing the fact that you can do it. And right now, I'm currently in a VFX program, visual special effects. And next year, in 2023, I will graduate from, I'll earn my certification in that program that it will essentially allow me to work at any production house in the world. So, and I also plan on going back to school for 3D animation. My long-term goal right now is to own my own animation gaming company. And all of this came about because of my autistic godson, um, who learns via computer based, basically. So my advice, if you're one of the people who can identify that you're a perfectionist, seek help. Realize that that is something that could potentially stop, that it's probably stopping you from giving yourself your flowers. Because I don't give myself my flowers, and I instead allow how I see something to determine how I go about, like, I guess, my success. And
Yeah.
because there's no such thing as perfection, and I'm literally chasing that perfection in my mind, and I can't get there, and everyone else around me is like, girl, what are you talking about? Like, this is good, like this is more than good, like why? Just get out of your way. That's something that I'm learning at 33 years old. So if I can stop anyone from like experiencing an entire decade of that, then that's just literally my advice. So Themis, stop deleting your videos and just post them.
Right. No, I think there is an element of self-sabotage, right? Where if you're chasing perfection, your action, you might not intentionally be meaning to sabotage your success and what you can do, but it literally, the action becomes self-sabotaging, right? Like, and so one of the things that I used to do, I didn't do it with my video, but I made a list of pros and cons. And if you know anything about me, that I'm a debater at heart, so those lists will go on and on and on. But if you're not that person, you can literally max out at like 50 pros and 51 con and then decide not to do it. But I think it's healthy to do a pros and cons list whenever you are stuck, um, in order for you to get the ball moving. But also self-talk, perfectionism shows up in the crippling inability to move forward because you don't think you can do it. And one of the video that I delete that I'm now going to redo is me outlining why and how I've sort of gotten through my perfectionist mindset, which is, it's self-prescribed, right? I've always thought that I was very specifically a perfectionist that focused on myself. It has come to my attention recently that I become viscerally upset in my expression when I expect other people to perform and they don't live up to my expectations.
Yeah.
And that has become really sad. Like, as now someone who manages other people, it's really, really hard. And I've now had to wind that back, and I was going to explain why that happened. But yeah, I'm other oriented perfectionist, and
Yeah.
that is new and that is ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
no, I would love to see that video
yeah,
because I literally I'm in therapy for it. And what's worse is that on top of that I have a scarcity mindset. So it's like I'm in the lane where there's never enough. So if I feel that way, um and fear plays a huge component, like you said, it's self-sabotaging, but for me it's also self-sabotaging in the effect that I feel like if I go for it, then I'm like essentially like going to be on a hook and I might fail in a way where I can't
yeah,
come back from it. And as a first generation college grad who my little sister followed behind me and I challenged her, that was scary for me. And like I
yeah.
said, it's something that I'm constantly like overcoming and thinking about, and it's something that I literally have to learn. So I will love to see that video, Themis. You should definitely post it.
Yeah, no,
But
it's gonna come. I'm gonna try to do it this weekend on the next channel, but we'll see. Thank you so much for coming.
yeah, no problem. Have a good one,
Mango
guys. Good night.
Woman, I think you left and came back, so you got moved down. So I apologize. So I'll just go to you now. Before you go, part of what I realize about I'm going to talk about it in my personal life, but I do think the way men interpret my reaction to them is coming from that very same place. It is a huge disappointment, and the way that I express disappointment is maybe not the best when I think people are capable of more, but maybe people aren't. So, and that's the reality that I have to now live to, because I've recently went on a vacation, came back, and I started seeing emails fall through the cracks, and I realized people make mistakes and people fall short. And yeah, I realized I couldn't be as harsh and expect so much and perfection from other people. Mango Woman, go ahead. Sorry.
Hi. So I'm outside, so it might be a little noisy. Let me step in a little bit. Um, First, I want to say I would like the Pink Pill scholarship that she's doing. I think it would be a good experience for me. First generation um, college educated. I went the non-traditional route, so I feel like joining her program would give me that experience that I'm gonna need just to have a full rounded educational experience. Now, I would like to go back for my doctorate in psych nursing because right now I have my bachelor. They're doing the BSN to like DNP program at Columbia. I just started the application process, so it would be wonderful to have guidance through that. Yeah, so that's my entry for the pink pill thing. And I wanted to also talk about my college experience, just education period.
Can you
For
email
people
me,
who,
by the way?
yes, yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Okay. For people who didn't go the traditional route. So I'm a first generation immigrant. I immigrated from Liberia. The one thing that really stuck education with me is that my father always talked about how important it is to go to school and get an education. We were, my whole life, I grew up around war, just like missiles, bombing, bodies, like So we will have 2 years on school, 2 years off of school. So my educational experience was very lacking. But my father was very much like, here, read a book, do some math type of thing. So when I came into this country, I went into eighth grade, which was very hard to adjust. There was no guidance or understanding on that. Then during that time, I became pregnant with my daughter. I became a teenage mom. And I found out that they have a school where you can take the baby with you and go back to high school. And I enrolled in that school. But what I realized that in high school, I was struggling because of such a lack of educational foundation. And I went to the counselor. I said, I don't know anything. The teacher's talking. I keep scratching my head. It's not getting in. And I don't know if they have these type of programs anymore, but they call it fundamental learning programs, where they gave you like the basic skill to do math and reading and things like that. So I was in this program for about a year or two, and it helped you get like your verbiage, your reading language, verse tense, recognizing. Like they literally, sorry, people are
Are you
talking.
okay?
They, no, I'm fine. It's just people in the background. They gave you like books and stuff for you to read every day to get your reading level up. So that helped me. And then I was able to apply for the GED program. Got into the GED program. It took me a couple of tries to get the GED, and I got it. Once I got my GED, this is New York, so there's a lot of programs. Like this one program they call BOC. They're all over Manhattan, Staten Island, Brooklyn, and they um they basically prepare you to get like billing and coding type of program, medical assistant. So I took that and I was able to get my first job working in a doctor office and got into another relationship. It got really tough and I started feeling like I'm not worth it. Like I had a dream. I haven't gotten to college yet. I've done all these like side programs. Like what am I doing with my life? And finally, I decided to go back to school, and I was like 8 months pregnant. And I went for what they call the connective program. So you take these classes before you get into the college, so you don't have no remedial. And I took these classes, and it prepared me for the math to be able to pass the math entrance and to be able to pass the writing portion. I had to take that twice to be able to pass that. Started my first semester doing not remedial, prerequisites for the nursing program. So you have to spend 1 year doing all of the math, all of the science. And I had a baby like 2 weeks into my first semester. My baby is 2 weeks old. The good thing about it, my mother-in-law lived with me at the time, so I just left the baby with her. And when I went to school, I packed up everything. I packed up all my lunch, all my books. I literally bought a suitcase and I would throw everything in there, a pillow to take a nap, in the cafeteria, get my lunch. I went on Amazon and I bought a lunch warmer. And basically you plug it in and it warms up your food during class. And that way I didn't have to spend any money on food. When I didn't have any money, I walked the Brooklyn Bridge to get to school. Um, my apartment is rent stabilized, so because I wasn't in school, I was in school full time. The rent was decreased, so I didn't have to worry about that. I had applied for like food stamp and stuff in order for us to have food to eat. But my goal was I'm gonna focus on school. So every day I got up in the morning, pack up my bag, and I would be in school from like 9 a.m. to like 9 p.m. I'll come home. Then I'll prepare the kids for the night of, get up and start the routine again. And what got me through a lot of like the hurdle with college because I didn't have any like real support in that. It was asking a lot of questions. Like I found out that if you don't take chemistry and anatomy one, it pushes you back a whole year before you can even apply for the nursing program. And I said, no, I can't do this. I have kids. I need to work. Like I cannot push this back another year. So I was complaining to the counselor, not the counselor, the tutor. That's one thing I love about Borough of Manhattan Community College. There was free tutoring, like on every floor, free printing. I would go in there when math was hard and statistics was hard. I would just sit in and we would go over the lessons together. I would read the book cover to cover just so I can get an understanding of it. And I would go on YouTube and watch videos and Cat Academy. Like I would just like dedicate my time to review because I know I was an older student, so I needed to get this information in. But because I was complaining about that, pushing off my year, um, one of the tutors was like, "You don't have to do that. You can go talk to the department chair, and if you have a good meeting with them, they can sign off that you can take double science at the same time, but you have to understand that you can do that." I was like, I can do that. I live here already. I bring everything already. So like the chair was only available like 7 a.m. in the morning. Got up at 6, got there, had like a little conversation with her. She literally looked me up and down. She was like, those are two sciences, plus you have to do your other classes on top of that. That will put you at almost 20 credits. That's kind of difficult to do. I said, listen, I'm dedicated. This is what I want to do. I really need to get this out of the way. And she stared at me for a while. She took my paper and she signed it. And I was able to go to the bursar office, to add the classes on. And that was the toughest semester, I'm telling you. Like I woke up, school, drop off the kids, school, study, study, study. And I was able to get, but what I also learned that if you want to graduate faster, know the trajectory of your next. So I was in a community college and I knew I wanted my bachelor's. And I know what college I wanted to transfer to, which was New York City College of Technology, which was I was going to go there for my BSN, and I was going to go straight through. So what they have, I think they call it apps or something like that. So what may be English 100 here at your associate may be English 3 something somewhere else. So you go on this website and it matches the course. So that way you know by the time you get into your bachelor, you have a lot of those. You don't have missing gaps that it's going to take you a little bit longer to finish your bachelor. So I did the associate, and another thing I did while I was taking my regular under my nursing degree courses, I will always add an extra class that applies to the bachelor degree program because I wanted to finish fast and quick, make it painful as possible and over with it. So I would take like one class extra that applied to my bachelor. When I got to my nursing degree, I had to do that too. First semester was hell. I We had like a death in the family literally 2 days before I could start. And I kept remembering like just hitting my head again, trying to like super absorb the information. My professor looked at me, she's like, "What's going on?" So I explained to her, I'm trying to balance everything again with the kids and it's not happening. So she said, "Get out the house. Get out the house. Don't try to balance stuff. Just have a conversation with the kids. Let them know this is, where you are right now. You need to focus on that." And that's what I did. I would like go and sit down in the McDonald's or sit down in the Burger King a 24-hour, or I will go to our library. Like during final time, they will open. It won't close. It'll be like 24 hours. The library will be open. And those days, I'll just, tell my children's father, I will tell his mom, I'm like, listen, I need you guys to be on top of the kids because I'm out for the next 2 weeks. I'm like, school is my focus. When I got into, and I mean, it was so tough um, first semester. But because like my professor was able to help me and I was just explaining to her like this is what I'm going through, like this is hard for me and I'm here. She was like, this is what you need to be reviewing, this is what you need to be looking at. Then study group was also helpful, like talking to other nursing students and then test time coming. Third semester, I hate to say it, but third semester is where it repeats. I had to repeat third semester. I had to repeat third semester. We got a new professor that just did not explain it well for me. And then I was going through a separation at the time with my children's father on top of that. And I was trying to figure out like, I want to live still, together and raise the kids. And he was just unreasonable. They understand like I didn't want to be with you, but like let's focus on the kids. And that was throwing me off. And I didn't even fail. No, I failed two tests. And I went to my professor, my first semester professor. I said, "Listen, professor, I'm struggling. Like this is what's going on at home. This is how I did on the first two exams." She said, "Withdraw, because if you failed and you go through, you now have to pass at an 85 because you failed when you repeat the semester. But when you withdraw, you can pass at a 75." So she said, "You don't want to take your chances where a 85 passing, I've seen people fail out the program. And when you fail out the program completely, you do not get to start over with nursing. You have to start from phase one. You have to take your prerequisites is the only thing that's given to you. The last year or two that you spend in nursing does not count at all." So I withdrew and I just spent my time like recentering my home. He moved out. Um, I had a conversation with mom. I was like, "Look, I need you to be here. This is where I am. I got a deep freezer for my apartment. I would just cook like big meals, like 4, 6 meals, and freeze stuff." So all she had to do was warm up the dinner, and then she would help with do the laundry, and I'll fold the laundry, and then I would do hair on the weekend. Like I structure my life to make sure that her semester I got through it, and I also switched to night session, and I had to go to a professor had to vouch for me because I wasn't working, but because I had 5 children plus a newborn. My baby was probably about 1.5 at the time. They were able to be like, "Look, she's practically got a full-time job," and those two professors was able to vouch for me to go to evening course, and that gave me enough time to like study and do stuff for the kids, and still be able to show up to class. The class starts at like 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
The
it really worked out.
I mean, if anyone is thinking they can't do it, you're living proof that they can. And
Yes.
as you were talking, I was both listening and reading the chat, and it seems like I mean I am. There was a part when you're speaking that I kind of got a bit emotional, but I do recognize how difficult this all is. And I think hearing you speak actually r- made me realize how much I take for granted the fact that it is hard out here. It is it
Hmm.
is difficult. And the fact that you are doing this, I think, and that your testimony, to the extent I can clip this, I will. I think it's important
Yeah,
that
it's fine.
people hear that people are doing it and there is a way. Once there's a will, there's a way. Another one of those phrases. So I do appreciate that. Let me read the super chat. This live was great. I'm a single mother of two and turned in my resignation letter to my job. I have been accepted into an accelerated nursing program. Congrats. This is confirming that I'm going the right direction. Please keep us posted. That congrats, Patrice, and thank you.
Congratulations.
14K subscriber. Wait, y'all are catching my
So,
subscriber counts before I do. Let's go back to school. I appreciate that. Thank you. You
yeah.
can
So
finish up
I'm
quickly now, and I think the others are here. Oh yeah, they're
yeah. So I finished that nursing program, sat for my boards, passed it in one shot, like took my time because they give you 4 hours. I took my time. I wrote down everything, but I was able to finish in like 80 question. I think 75 is the fastest you can do, and then it shut down and let you know whether you passed or you failed. I got it at 82. I was happy, got my license. And then I went right into my bachelor program because I was doing summer, winter, like that. Went right into my bachelor in summer course and did it for the year. So it took me 1 year because I was taking all those extra classes. By the time I got to my bachelor, I only needed one more year, like one calendar year, August to August. and I was able to do all of it. Um, Graduate, get my coat because get my coat for the bachelor program, and then I got recruited into like ICU, which I thought, oh, it's my dream job. But then through that process, I learned that no, I like psych, I like mental health. Like I like talking to people. I like trying to solve those other issues that I think affected me and the people around me. And I went into that, and I went into community health. Recently, I just left community health, and now I'm doing the um, well, it's not the opposite because it's still utilization. So it's like if somebody needs home care services, you make sure like you approving the services through insurance and stuff like that. And I just started this new job, and I'm making almost 100K, like from like being on food stamp and like trying to figure it out and survive it through. So you can do it. I mean, it takes a lot of planning, and it takes like there was moment where I cried, especially when I felt that third semester of med search. I literally biked the Brooklyn Bridge, and I was like, I'm gonna be a nurse. Like I was yelling it on top of my lungs. Like those affirmations and those determination will get you far. Like I have a lot of tips for parents with kids and education, but that'll be too long for another day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that, and I thank you. That's all I'm gonna say. I appreciate you. I'm glad you waited. I'm so sorry it took so long. I was trying to be engaging with everyone's, but I'm happy you stayed on and we were able to hear your story. So please remember to email me.
I will.
Have a good. Also,
Wait, did you? I messaged you before. There was a video about community. I think the title was "Isolation, Breed Contempt" or something like that from a TED talk. Because he was talking about how do we go about building a community,
I didn't
and
see
you
that.
said you were gonna watch it. I don't think you did
Yeah, I
because
don't
it
see that
literally
yet.
gives you the outline how to build the community and create the support.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
check
was
your
that the
Instagram. It's
video
the
where she
video.
said she would reach out into the crowd and ask if someone had?
Yes. So
I did
like
watch it.
who?
I did watch it.
Yeah, that one. But
Um,
what I was gonna
no, no,
I
no, no, no,
just
no.
suggest or
Wait, let me.
recommend.
When you
Mhm.
send the email, please title it "Mango Woman Inquiry."
Okay, got it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will do that. And just a suggestion, like everybody, we're all in different states or all over the United States or all over the world, whatever. We can do it like state by state. Like one person can do like a resource, like what do you have access to, and just create like a
No, no,
spreadsheet. So
no.
it's not on one
No, no,
person
no,
to
no, no,
cover
no.
everything.
So for the mentoring program, it's going to be, I'm already developing it. I just
Mhm.
need mentors for specific areas, very broad areas.
Mhm.
And I think I'll take on most of, we'll see. I don't want to, when we
I'm
just,
talking about more like what's available. Like
yeah, no, 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 no.
hey, if
Yeah,
you go
no,
over here, you get like that.
yeah, I'm trying to end the discussion on the mentorship program only because it's in the developmental stage. And so to the
Okay.
extent we're discussing it, we can do it. We can email back and forth or talk offline if we reach
Okay.
out, if you reach out to me. Because I don't like talking about things that are like just so
Not
completely
there yet.
undefined yet. Yeah. Um,
Okay.
and so I don't
Got
want
it.
to have expectations out there like that. But yeah, no, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank
All
you.
right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Um, is it K Journey?
Yes, good evening and happy Friday, everybody. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. I am,
Excuse me,
we've
sorry.
been there with three.
Yeah, I lurk on your channel a lot and I just had to come up tonight because like you said, life is hard. And so I guess the first thing I want to start with for everyone, I want you guys to know that you are wonderfully and uniquely made and you can do it. So I want to start it off there. Let me not be nervous and try to respect everybody's time. So one thing I want to say is to always be in a habitual state of learning. I don't care if that's a formal education, certificates, be in that constant state of learning habitually. Retain information because you never know when you're going to need it. People, they push the narrative of soft skills, so I don't think I have to do that anymore. But I definitely think that we need to leverage the capital of people. People matter. Buying a cup of coffee for somebody matters. If you know that you want to be in a certain industry, go out there to LinkedIn, look at certain small, large, mid-sized companies in that industry, start following those execs and those VPs and people that follow them, and go to those LinkedIn learning sessions, go to those LinkedIn talks. Udemy is a good way to get some training. Go out there and get those training. They have a lot of good people out there. It's connected to TED Talk. One thing, again, you said life is hard, and it really is hard. So I want to encourage people to look at the benefits of life, whether it's on the job or in life. The young lady that just spoke mentioned that, she had to get food stamps. Listen, if you're going through anything, utilize the benefits that are out there. The Career One Stop run by the Department of Labor, they have a whole training page to help you find the types of training, accreditation, finding your path. It lists all those things out there. And if money and stuff is really tight with those services, look into things like AmeriCorps. AmeriCorps will literally, it's not much, but they give you a living stipend of like $16,000. And then once you complete that volunteer hours over 11 months, they give you about $6,300 towards school. You get free health insurance with that. So definitely utilize those benefits that come with life, whether it's through human resources or AKA welfare. Utilize them and don't be shamed about it. If it's going to leverage your life, if it's going to put you on the right path, definitely use it. Also, when I was listening to everyone talk and I'm looking in the chat, for some reason, I definitely wanted to speak to foster kids. So if you are a young adult and you're aging out of foster care, reach out to the Department of Human Resource Services, because they have programs through the federal government that will help you get housing so that you can go to school, whether it's a 4-year college or you're going through your certifications. There is a program like out there for it. I believe it's called, what is it called? It's Family Unification Program. They give money to foster kids. If you are
Do
for
you
housing,
remember the name? What did
it's called Family Unification Program,
you
FUP
said? Wait, Family Unification Program.
program.
Got it.
And so they'll give you housing if you're aging out of foster care. There are a lot of benefits that are available to you. Just look up your state and you can find it. And you can also qualify for the SNAP program for the benefits. There's certain things that'll make life a little bit more easier as you go through the certain hurdles that may be in front of you. When it
But
comes to
let me add. So for the community tab, at the end of I'll announce this again, but at the end of this month, I'm going to work to make the community tab more of a resource. So I will be adding a lot of these things. I will obviously have to go vet them, figure this out,
right.
and then add them. But I just wanted to say, pay attention to the community tab starting next month specifically. I'll start adding resources, and when I find the channels that are specifically geared towards whether it's single mother, foster care, any of the specifics, then I'll attempt to work with them in terms of resource. But for now, I'll just try to use the community tab, and I'll
Absolutely.
announce it on the live to provide resources.
Absolutely, because one thing I noticed is a lot of foster kids that don't get the assistance they need. And there is also a lot of foster parents who are looking for the services for their kids and they don't know, and they just don't know the right questions to ask. Myself, adopting my brother when he was 7 years old about 10 years ago, I used the kinship. When I tell you I ran the bank up on the kinship wraparound program, hey, he needs this, he needs that. So much so that, once he graduated from high school, there was money available for him to go to school. I said, okay, we're going to treat this like you aging out. Hey, I need this resource for him so I can give him, a leg up in the game. So if you are a young lady or a young man who's gone through foster care, who's aging out, if you're a foster parent, You want to call those agencies. I don't know if it's different states call it different names, but if you look up kinship wraparound programs or aging out of foster care, the resources should pull up for you and should take you directly to your state's link. Also, benefits if you're working, if you have a job, if you have customer service experience, I would definitely encourage you to work at an organization that's customer service based, but they specialize in a certain field. I went to school for social work, so I'm not social work, sociology, but I'm a tax auditor now. And that life experience, getting to know people, having customer service, drove me into that field. And I started out just learning everything about payroll and human capital management, HR. And I use it to my advantage, so much so that I said, let me look at these benefits this company offers. Go over the benefits at your job, because your job may have something laid out for you. A lot of jobs now have student loan assistance. A lot of jobs, when life hits you hard, they have what's called E4E relief. You can even go out there and look up E4E relief. There are companies out there where if you're going through a hardship, this $5,000 right there. I know my company does that, and that's ADP. Great company, been there for 14 years. So just look at your benefits, because they also have scholarships for your children. If your children's a junior in high school and they plan on going to a college, they will have a scholarship program. And every year I see this program come out, and it disheartens me when I see a lot of people that look like us, their kids are not on that list and they're filling out financial aid packets. Utilize the benefits at your job, from their resource groups, from their scholarships, for their employee relief programs. Utilize that, because you can do it, and it'll take a little bit of weight off your shoulder so that you can focus on the path that you want to go for your life educationally. Like certain jobs also offer knowledge pay programs, where if you get certificates, they'll give you a lump sum of $1,500. My job does it as well. And I utilize that benefit where, okay, they're paying for me to get this federal payroll certification. They're paying for me to go ahead, get this PHR. I'm going to go ahead and get these certificates. And not only is it giving me that certificate and that lump sum, it's giving me a bankable skill. So I definitely want you guys to pull out your benefits as a parent. What does the school, what does the library have to offer as far as tutoring for yourself or for your child if need be? The government, what type of assistant programs are there that's going to give me a leg up? And your job, what type of benefits do they offer me that's going to help me and make this process take some of the sting out of this process and the hardships that I'm suffering? Because you can do it. And like I said at the beginning of this call, we're all wonderfully and uniquely made, and you can do it, but just take some time, sit down and just bucket things out, and then look for resources that align with what you bucketed out, because they're definitely out there. That's all I
Thank
wanted to
you.
say.
I appreciate that. Please reach out to me also. I will start looking into a lot of these. I don't know why foster care has not been on the forefront of my mind. So now it is, and I will look into a lot of this now.
Absolutely.
Thank
I
you.
love you guys, and keep it up, Themis. I really, really enjoy you, especially when you smile. So I love
Oh,
it when you smile.
I
Look at
appreciate
smiling.
that.
Thank you, love you guys. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Nadia,
Hi, good evening.
good evening. How are you?
I'm great. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm on Themis' live.
Oh, I
Love
appreciate that. I'm glad you're here. This is why the men are mad, hollering at me about homosexuality, because all the women are over here. The thing, they're the ones who said they don't want women with jobs and degrees. So obviously, the women with jobs and degrees are over here. Anyway, I'm joking. Go ahead.
Let me just reintroduce myself with my first name. My first name is Manji. I absolutely love your channel. Honestly, like you're like one of the reasons why I be rushing to go to work in the morning, because your lives be so long, but so worth it.
Oh,
I just wanted to say, I know I've heard a lot. We've heard a lot tonight about formal education, informal education. I'm someone. If you would have known me back then, you probably would have called me the queen of enjoyment, because that's what my college years were like. For me, I went to Brooklyn College. I'm from New York, and honestly, I got to a point where I really didn't care too much about having the highest GPA. I cared more so about building connections and meeting new people. So in college, while everybody was worried about, making sure they got A's and everything, I made sure I was interning for Fashion Week. I was also enjoying myself at the Fashion Week after parties, meeting people
Good.
whom I believe I would probably need further down the line. I'm passionate about storytelling and production. And so in college, I leveraged that. And I was one of those people that said, you know what, after I do my undergrad, I don't care to go do my master's right away. I didn't pay for undergrad, and I like the thought of having to pay for school just terrified me. It just terrified me. And I was like, well, you know what? I'm not going to pursue grad school until I actually know what it actually is that I want to do. I knew what my purpose was. I just didn't know what that would look like. And I didn't want to be in debt years later, upset because I didn't choose the best route. So my advice for anyone listening, I'm 26, about to be 27. Um, I just recently got accepted into grad school. And while everybody else, and shout out to everybody else that went ahead right after undergrad, went to grad school, knew what they wanted. Um, I just wanted to say things are finally starting to come full circle for me. It seemed like I needed that window to kind of get a sense of what it would look like in other avenues, as opposed to just one narrow way of thinking. Currently working for the number one airline in the country. And I see myself growing within that, but I'm also working on a major campaign for New York City. And I've, I feel like I've been paying my dues. I've done small campaigns. I've done a lot of free work. And I don't even consider free work to just be free work. I take every opportunity to be amongst like-minded people as quality work and actual work, to the point where I feel confident on putting it on my resume. So this is speaking from someone who's had formal education, who believes in formal education, but also I do not turn my nose down on any other type of education. I still am doing certification programs. During the pandemic, I decided, let me try to learn some STEM. I got certified in front end development, and I'm still working on trying to build those skills. But what I've also realized is that when you're not afraid to put yourself out there, other people are attracted to you, are attracted to that. I had this woman, wonderful speaker, Seneca Dunmore, reach out to me last year through LinkedIn. And now I can call her for resources. I can call her for conversation. She's in fields and spaces where I can see myself in the near future. But that's really and truly what I wanted to talk about here, is like, don't be afraid of people. Really don't be afraid of people. When you're at that mixer, you're at that party, you're at that function, if a friend of yours that you work together with invites you out, please do not be afraid of it. Now my bedtime looks different. It's looking pretty 12 o'clock ish, so 9 o'clock in, 12 o'clock out. But just don't be afraid of people, y'all. I promise you, it goes a long way. Everything that I have accomplished so far now in this year has been because I literally was not afraid of people. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take up too much time, but please do not be afraid of people. Get out there and mingle. GPAs are good. Yes, I still managed to graduate with a solid 3.2. It's not high, but for everything else that I was doing in college, going to work full time, also networking and being a part of all these different things, that's an accomplishment. I've learned that it's all about balance. So don't be afraid of people.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Natalie. Walmart start paying for a CDL is 110K debt free, period. I appreciate that. And I do actually think that is important. Do not be afraid of people. My husband is upset that I spend so much time on this channel. He is in bed and I'm still here. Ruining marriages. No. Oh my God, no, that's funny. Go cuddle with your husband. Why did I say that? Why did I say that? Anyway, thank you so much, Nadia, and good luck. You said you just got back into a grad program, right?
That is correct.
Good luck and keep us posted.
Thank you. Will do.
Shania, I'm gonna add you because you've been around there the entire time. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi, Venus. Can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. You?
Doing well, doing well.
This is my first time ever going live. Oh my God, I love this. This is like the best thing for a group of ladies to come together and share experiences. I love it. So I just wanted to give a little bit like a feedback, like when you learn certain areas you can really put it together and then put your best foot forward. Don't be afraid to learn. Don't be afraid to have connected ideas with other peers as others. So I'm a tax professional, but I went to school. I got to software engineer. So I work for a tax financing company. So because I didn't know how to put all these things together, but I was able to just put my experiences and then network. I was able to do that. So you guys are the best, ladies. Don't listen to these men. They don't know what they're saying. You guys are the best. I love this. Themis, keep doing you're the best. Seriously.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I love that word of encouragement for the chat.
It was nice meeting you all. Bye. I'm just going to keep it short.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Bye. All right. Having no one else on stage, I don't see anyone else. Prince Petty was up here, but he left. So I'm kidding. What say you, Prince Petty? You literally said let the women's goals, and now you're here.
I regret that. No, I mean, it was nice to hear everybody. I just feel like it's going to be tough to follow up all of these accomplishments with nothing but a GED to speak for myself. So I'll try.
GED is a good enough degree.
That's what it is. Good evening. I came for the pink pill program, but she's gone now.
Absolutely not.
I even had a little cheer ready.
Do
we
your
love
cheer.
pink pill. Yes, we do. I want the free program. How about you? I haven't finished it yet, but I'm working on it.
Absolutely not.
In regards to you saying you're not giving out handouts, you're giving resources and the mentees are going to have to do the work themselves. Since everyone else did, I want to share a short story about kind of after high school, not after I completed it, obviously, but after high school, I was kind of working this dead-end job. I didn't really have anything going for myself. And I remember I was so impoverished. My clothing was musty. I don't want to use that word because I wasn't able to afford washing my clothes. And the worst part was this one pair of shoes that I had.
No. I'm going to stop you right there. And I'm going to say, you better not be trolling me.
No. The worst part was this one pair of shoes that I had.
Petty, I don't know when to take you serious now.
The shoes were so bad. The soles, if you can imagine, were just flopping off when I would walk. They were slapping the ground, and it sounded as I walked down the street. And I remember a friend from high school pulled up beside me in this awesome car. It was a Corvette or I don't know what it was. I just know it had to be expensive. Old colleague from high school. And he's saying, "Prince Petty, is that you?" And I'm sitting here walking with these shoes flapping. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah. And he says, "Oh man, what's up? How have you been?" I was like, I've been better. I've been better. And he notices my demeanor and how just sorry I look. And he pulls out this wad of cash. It is literally the most cash I've ever seen in my life. It was all hundreds, and I know because I was looking at it because it was the most cash I ever seen in my life. It was wad up and it was held. Oh, I should not have looked at the chat. Let me turn that off real quick. And the cash was being held together by this rubber band, and he takes the rubber band off and he threw it at me and he said, "Use that to keep your shoes together." And he sped off. And I learned a lesson that day.
What was the lesson you learned, Prince Petty? What was the lesson you learned?
You can't expect a handout. You got to do some of the work yourself, but you can appreciate what people give you.
Did you put the rubber band on your shoe?
Yes. It's on my wall, actually.
And then you went on to become a janitor?
Yes, luckily I moved out of that dead-end job, and I finally got a job as a janitor later
And
in
you're
life.
a janitor too now?
No, I'm working on it.
All right. Well, good luck. I cannot believe you came up here with your foolishness tonight.
Oh.
You've won the pink pill.
Since the women can't address the men, I will. I just wanted to point out that the men in the chat who were saying that education doesn't matter in women are the same men who have their wives working these 12-hour shifts, putting food on the table as he sit in the house and twerking the chat all day. This man said his woman can't have a home, but she can go 50-50 on his, which was interesting to say the least. And I think he was mentioning student loan debt too. Again, when men are out here representing who's like 85% of people on child support and about 60% behind or don't make payments at all. So, I mean, if there was a conversation the men were to have about debt, I feel like that's where it should be. But I guess it was more concerning for them to discuss the women. Aside from that, yesterday, Jonathan described these relationships where the men have power, money, status, and the women exist to serve them, and how these women can't leave because there won't be a better option than those men. He even said his mom, if she were to be cheated on, she wouldn't leave his dad because his dad has so much status that she doesn't have a much better option outside of that. So these all sound like really good reasons for me for women to get their degrees.
Yeah, the more they talk, the more you should get your degree. As soon as someone talk, I'm like, all right, definitely my daughter will have to get her degree. Absolutely not depending on none of these men. One is saying your degree don't matter, and like you said, have his wife working overnight. Sure.
I would think he would, I guess, do all of the providing and such if he was.
I'll keep his mouth shut regarding degrees. If you don't like degrees, you don't have a say right now.
It's the pink pill program unisex?
No.
Okay.
I don't know actually.
And I made this 30-second little thing.
Wait, before you do the 30-second little thing, let me underscore something again. I do not feel bad about what I said about Orange Pill. Like, just an FYI, I do not feel bad. But what I will say ultimately, when it comes to the trolls, I think the women actually understand now, based on this live, that if you ignore them long enough, they will leave. So I think we should continue this trend of ignoring them when they're in the chat unless we want to talk to them. So that's just that on that. Go ahead. Please, Themis, you are a gem. Please continue the work you do in the space. It's inspiring and uplifting. I really appreciate that, but when I say I don't take credit, I actually really don't. The truth is, without you all coming up and being willing to share and be here, it's absolutely meaningless. So, like, the fact
I was born at a.
Huh?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. The fact is, you guys created this gym if you think it is such. And I really do appreciate you guys for it. To have any amount of people here tonight was like absolutely amazing. I'm like actually astonished. And when I go come off, I'm gonna sit and eat and think about the fact that there were over 1,000 people on a live at one time on a live stream consistently that was geared towards uplifting women, specifically women, Black women, getting their education. That alone has made my night. Like, absolutely, that has made my week. That has made my night. And I am very appreciative of people who came up and cheered in this moment. And I want to give a very big thank you to Pink Pill for actually pushing me when I thought about when I went to her and I said this was what I was thinking about for this live, and she was like, "No, do it, absolutely. This is how much I believe in this live. Like, how do you want me to be there? How?" And I'll be there. I don't care. I want to. I think this is good. So like, thanks to her and thank you all. Sorry, I have to do that because I'm kind of getting emotional, so I have to put it out there quickly. All right, Prince Petty, you have a 30 seconds. What now?
Oh no, that was for the pink pill program. If it's just for the women, then
No, I still want to hear it.
well, this is very emotional for me because I was born at a very young age. The first 2 years of my life, I couldn't even walk, and I couldn't rely on my parents because my father left before I was conceived, and my mother ran away before I was born.
Wait, your mother ran away before you were born. Period. Drop them kids off before they born.
Also, someone asked me to turn the camera on, but I got it out the mud last year. And after completing my GED, I got a position as janitor 1, and I haven't looked back. And through the Pink Pill program, I believe, I believe I will, whoops. I didn't realize my glasses weren't fixed. Through the Pink Pill program, I believe I will obtain the knowledge I need to someday reach janitor level 2, which comes with a 50-cent pay increase. I will also be equipped to better defend myself against, well, apparently there are Black women here who think it's funny to take Black men out the home, and I want to have the knowledge to protect myself against these women. And who better to get that knowledge from a woman herself? And that's why I think I deserve the free Pink Pill program, or as I like to call it, the PPP loan remix, if you will. And that is all. And as you can see from my attire and demeanor tonight, I have decided to lean into my inner intellectual, and I'm loving it.
Did you call it the PP? Girl, go to bed.
The Pink Pill program, or the PPP loan remix, the part 2, if you will. Just a little something I did myself. If that would get me extra consideration for the free PPP, then I'm not opposed to that.
You're gonna go to prison. I promise you, very soon. Absolutely not. This is a crime. This is definitely a crime. I hate you so much.
I've taken inspiration from you and decided to upgrade my clothing style and demeanor.
Who did you hear?
Well, first tell me if it looked good.
No, no, I'm not gonna do that. Who did you hear?
I did.
It looked like you did it.
Actually, I paid $100 for this. It was my first time going to a stylist, a woman stylist, which I've never had to get my hair styled before until the perm went wrong. So, is this worth $100? Do you think?
It looked like you did it.
I'm going to assume that means it's worth more than 100. So I'll take the compliment.
You're welcome.
And that's all I have. You have a good night.
I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all. The relaxer went wrong. No, Prince Petty, your hair was I can't lie to you. Your hair was your hair. and I appreciate you for coming on and taking the effort to do your hair and put on your glasses. I appreciate that. Thank you all. I'm very excited that ended on such an amazing note. Prince Betty, we adore you in the chat. I don't know if you feel like a punching bag, but I feel like you literally step in front of a punch to be punched. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of the women again who came up. Thank you all. Thank you all so very much for just being here and sharing your time with me. Now, for the women with their husbands and boyfriends and all of that in the bed, please don't have the mistake that please don't have a stake black men out of the home. I can't live with that as a reality. I really do love this place and I love it here. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. Bye. And I combed out my hair. That's why it's so high right now.